Welcome, everybody. It's Fluent and Chill taking over the BR NBA trade deadline mega stream. I'm your boy Fluent. That's my guy Chill. Jay, I don't know if we've had a busier trade deadline in the last number of years, but just in case something happens, because something just happened before we came on, we've got Jake Fischer, our NBA BR NBA insider, who he's going to pop in at any given moment and be like, hey, this just happened. But let's just start off. Let's kick right off because we already got a trade.
Already?
The Minnesota Timberwolves have traded your guy. Hey, yo. You know I can't say anybody's last name.
Ayo DeSamu to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now we don't know exactly what the details are, but the Bulls had 8 guards. So it's obvious that, they weren't done when they initially made all of those trades. It was obvious that they weren't done. So they end up trading him to Minnesota, which is huge now because now that gives them even more depth. He's a bucket getter. He's a dirty work guy. That's something that the Minnesota Timberwolves have not had. I mean, that's something that they've had, and it's always good to have more of that, especially considering a guy like DeSomo, 6'5", can get to the rim, can score the basketball. Add him in with now what Bones is bringing them off the bench. I think this is good for them. I think this is really good.
No, this is definitely is a great trade, and it takes away from me telling you how bad the Bulls are with 8 guards. So if they trade a couple more of them away and bring in some bigs, I might have some nice things to say about Chicago. But let's bring in our insider Jake Fischer to ask your thoughts on this trade because it just broke.
What's up, guys? We are coming to you back live from the brown leather couch here at the Midtown Bleacher Report studio. I'm checking the phones. I'm still trying to figure out, Rob Dillingham is going back to Chicago in some capacity, still trying to figure out the rest of this. So the Timberwolves are moving on from their first round pick, Rob Dillingham from a few years ago, who just has never amounted to what they were hoping for when they moved up to the number 8 pick a few years ago to acquire him.
We can't hear him.
We can't hear him. That's the problem. We can't hear him.
They can't hear me. Should I keep talking?
There we go.
Hey, there we go. Now we got you.
Okay,
so it's
wonderful things.
There you go. What's up, guys? I was saying that this deal, I'm still working on the final details, but it's Rob Dillingham going back to Chicago. The young guard that Minnesota swept in and picked number 8 overall a few years ago, trading a future first-round pick and a pick swap. They were hoping that Dillingham would become their next point guard on a rookie deal next to Anthony Edwards after Mike Conley kind of moved out of their situation. That's not the case anymore here. So it's interesting. Minnesota has been missing Nickeil Alexander-Walker all year long. They let him walk in free agency, right? I was comparing Ayo DeSunmo and his interest around the league from a price point that probably was going to be similar to what Nickeil Alexander-Walker got last year, $16-ish million from Atlanta. Ironically, I believe Ayo is going to go and fit that exact role that Nickeil left. He's going to be that change of pace, secondary combo guard, a defender type. And this really does also, though, for Minnesota, definitively end their Rob Dillingham experiment. So Ayo DeSunmo out, Kobe White out. Chicago's got a ton of new guards to play with Jaden Ivey, and they brought Colin Sexton in as well. So things are clearly shifting very dramatically in that Bulls backcourt. But for Minnesota in particular, this is the end of Rob Dillingham, and they get their Nickeil Alexander-Walker replacement in Ayo DeSunmo, who the Wolves were hoping Rob Dillingham could have become this year.
Well, Jake, it looks like they got a couple of expiring contracts with the Bulls coming up this summer. So it looks like they're trying to open up some money because they're building this thing around Josh Giddey and Basellis. Those two guys are the guys who are the future. So, I mean, do they hope that Rob Dillingham is the future? No, because Josh Giddey is the guy that they're gonna sign that extension to. So, I mean, I understand why they're doing this because it looks like they're trying to open up some money.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take a play on Rob Dillingham, like a value play. He'll still have 2 years left on his rookie deal that they are hoping. I mean, they'll have to hope he can show some type of improvement than what he's shown in Minnesota. But you're right. I think the Bulls were always projecting to be a major cap space team this summer. They were linked to various perimeter, swingmen, wing types like Peyton Watson and Tari Eason, are all guys that they have been connected to. They also, after moving Nikola Vucevic to Boston and that Anthony Simons deal, another guard that Chicago brought back, they have a clear hole now at center. And some of that space, some of that money, I mean, Chicago could still make a play for a center right now. We're still looking at the trade deadline right now in this new era of second apron stuff as pre-agency, not free agency, pre-agency. You want to get traded to a team that's going to pay you on an extension, and you want, as a team, to trade for a free agent target that you won't have to compete with the open market to bring into your building. So that could be the situation for Minnesota, that they'll want to bring back Ayo Dosunmu. Same thing with Chicago. Like, they're probably going to want to make a move for Jaden Ivey and to extend him. So, but you're right. The Bulls are going to be one of the few teams that spends this summer. I think that cap space, if anything, they still have a hole at center that they're going to probably get targeted, because Matas Buzelis is their future on the wing, and they would have looked for more of a scorer combo with him. But yeah, that's kind of the end of my notes there.
All right, appreciate it. Listen, do you think Minnesota is done?
No, Minnesota. Ayo Dosunmu is. Sorry, I'm getting. So Minnesota, without a doubt, still thinks they are in play for Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Wolves and the Heat both think they are. The Knicks, to my understanding, are not involved at all. Golden State absolutely believes they are no longer in the running. That's why they moved forward and traded Jonathan Kuminga last night. But no one from Golden State, Minnesota, Miami, anyone else around the league, even people in Milwaukee I've spoken to, believe that the Bucks are actually serious about trading Giannis. It's still in play, but how really in play is it when we know the Bucks are still having conversations with Memphis about acquiring John Morant, and we've already gotten some indications that the Bucks think a little bit of a tank job here down the stretch, a little bit of lottery luck could help them get a top pick that they could flip again for more talent around Giannis. So that's really it.
All right, appreciate that, Fish. If anything breaks, jump right back in. For now, goodbye. We'll see you in a couple of minutes, hopefully.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Yes, sir. Tony,
I would love if we all just said Giannis isn't getting traded in like 10 minutes. Oh, hold on, Fisher's back with a Giannis trade.
That would be great.
All right, so we're gonna jump to the big board here. We gotta. I wanted to start in New York, in Cleveland, in the land, with James Harden. We've talked about it quite a bit because we disagree on if this is going to work or not. So they move on from Darius Garland. He goes to who I affectionately call the Buffalo Braves, the LA Clippers.
Yes, you do.
And in return, Harden comes back to the land where I hear he wanted a trade. He didn't ask for a trade. They mutually agreed that he should move on. Let's start in the land. Does this move them forward? Having a backcourt of Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
Well, from a player standpoint, they're getting the better player. They're getting a better downhill guy. They're getting a better distributor. They're getting a better playmaker. I think their offense is going to improve with James Harden. On top of all of that, his availability is huge, which Darius Garland hasn't been. Darius Garland has been injured. That toe injury is a lot worse than what they told us about. But with all of that being said, what this really was about, this was about James Harden getting paid. If the Clippers would have put that 2-year deal on the table for $40 million, he would have signed it. He would have not been traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. They decided, to your point, when we talk about pre-agency, they've decided that they are going to extend him. That's the only reason why he's there. It's not just because he wants to win. The reason why I say that is because we've seen James Harden in a number of different situations where he's had an opportunity to win. And we've seen how that's gone. So I do understand why James Harden has done this. And this does make the Cleveland Cavaliers better. I'm not going to argue that point. It 100% makes this Cleveland Cavaliers team better. But let's not mistake that James Harden is on the other side of who he used to be. Still awesome. Made third team All-Pro last year. So still playing at an elite level. But for James Harden, this was basically about exit money. I don't really have that much time left. So I'm trying to get as much as I can possibly get. And if I can get on a crew where we're still good and we can compete for an NBA championship, then that's great. But I'm really trying to get my extension.
And listen, he's talked about pre-agency, and I love that term because with the second apron, it's making teams do crazy things. I think this is, like you said, from a player standpoint, he is the better player. He is better than Darius Garland, even at his advanced, I use that term loosely, age. He's still having a great season. Should have been an all-star, let's be honest. Can they coexist in the backcourt is what makes me nervous. Yes, James Harden is a willing distributor, but he can also get into issues, if you remember, in Philly, where he drops 9 points in a game 7 and just kind of disappears in the playoffs. So is this enough, even in the East, that we discuss how great the East is, how good the East is?
Sure.
Is this enough to make Cleveland get over the hump? Because here's what worries me.
Yeah.
They can't get by the Knicks. They can't get by the Celtics. Him and Donovan Mitchell are like, who's going to be taking the last shot at the end of the fourth quarter? Who's going to be doing these types of things? Well, then he's unhappy again.
Sure.
He's been on 5 teams in 5 years. So there's nothing historically, I believe. You tell me who you are, I'm going to believe you. So is he there for half a season? Gets his contract extension, and then Cleveland's looking to move him?
Probably. Yes. But the problem is at this, the evidence has shown us that this is his 5th team in 6 years. So that's exactly what's going on with him. But in the end, James Harden is who James Harden is. And again, Tone, we're talking about a team that's, I believe they're 5th right now in the East. Now, I believe they're 5th right now in the East. And with that being said, 4th, I'm sorry, they're in 4th place right now in the East. With that being said, this bolsters them. This makes their offense a lot better. Him playing with Evan Mobley in the pick and dive, him playing with Evan Mobley in the pick and pop, him having a lob threat in Jared Allen. I think that's going to make this offense way better. And I'm not concerned with James Harden having the ball and Donovan Mitchell having the ball. Donovan Mitchell played in Utah with Mike Conley. He played off the basketball. He has no problem playing off the basketball. So I'm not concerned about that at all.
Oh, I think this helps Donovan Mitchell 100%.
100% it does.
And Evan Mobley, for sure.
Yes, it 100% does. And I think that...
Listen, don't be surprised if Cleveland doesn't go from 4th to 2nd in the regular season. My concern is when the real season starts in the playoffs.
Which I've said to you, Tone, you and I have had this conversation before the season started. I thought that the Cleveland Cavaliers were good enough to win the NBA championship. And now that they have James Harden, I'm out. And the reason why I'm out...
They got better, and now you're out.
You know why I'm out. You know exactly why I'm out, Tone. You don't know, sort of, kind of. You know exactly why I'm out, because we know who this dude is. We know who he is.
You don't trust the beard in the playoffs.
I don't. I just don't. No, I don't.
Well, from a trade that did happen, let's stay in the East to a trade that may happen, may not happen. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the number one trade target of everybody. Now, we believe the Warriors are out after trading Kuminga and Heel. They still might be in it. You never know. There's still Butler, Draymond. There's still pieces in play, but my understanding is the Warriors said they're out. The Heat are still very active. Minnesota is very active. If you were a betting man, what are the odds that Giannis is a buck? These are your 2 options: a buck at the end of today, or somewhere else by the end of today.
If I was a betting man, I'm saying that Giannis will be a buck by the end of the day. I don't think he's going anywhere. If they were going to move him, I think that they've heard all the trade packages that they could possibly hear. And in the end, it's better to hold on to Giannis than to move on from him. If you think about what this group is right now, I mean, this is evidence. They're 8th in the league in points, middle of the road in rebounds. So in terms of a talent, you move off of Giannis. Who is their second best player? Ryan Rollins, Bobby Portis. I mean, who is their Miles Turner? That's their second best player. So if I'm moving off Giannis, that means that I have to start over, Tone. That's what I'm thinking. I have to start over completely. And remember where we're talking about. We're talking about Milwaukee. This ain't Miami. This ain't Los Angeles. This ain't New York, which means guys aren't lining up to come to Milwaukee. So I need draft picks. I need draft picks like they're going out of style. And who has those draft picks? I thought it was Oklahoma City. I thought Oklahoma City was the team that if I'm Milwaukee, I'm picking up the telephone and I'm calling them up. And I am not asking for some. I'm not asking for most. I'm asking for all of those draft picks. And if you can't give me all of them, how many of them can you give me? Because we have to start over. I'm going to have to build my team through the draft. I'm going to have to build my team through trades. And the only way that that's going to happen is having high draft picks. That's it. That's the only way that that's going to happen. They tried. I think they tried to open up some money for Giannis in Minnesota, but Giannis isn't their issue now. Get me wrong, Tone. The point that you just brought up with James Harden in Cleveland, it actually works. with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden in the backcourt. It 100% works with Giannis and Anthony Edwards, two great transition players, two great bucket getters. I think that it would work. I think that that's not their problem, though. Their problem is at the ball handling spot. Their problem is at the lead guard spot. And I don't think that they have that right now.
I think Milwaukee has made every wrong decision since winning the championship. I've told you this before.
Yeah.
Trading away Drew Holiday, hiring Adrian Griffin, and then quickly flipping him into Doc Rivers. And I didn't like, I hated the Damian Lillard trade.
You did not like that at all. You did.
So this team has gotten progressively worse. On top of that, Giannis has gotten progressively older and a little bit more injured. And Minnesota, whether it's this year at the trade deadline, in the offseason, the next year after that, they're going to have to rebuild. They're not a free agent destination. So why not get the most out of Giannis now? You can probably get either a player like this. The Warriors one really surprised me, because if you could get Jimmy Butler, who I believe is this year and next on a big contract, which means in 2 years, when those draft picks start kicking in, that you'd get 3 or 4 of them from Golden State. Golden State in 3-4 years is not going to have Steph. They're not going to have a healthy, maybe Giannis. They're going to be a bad team. So those draft picks now will actually have a lot of value with, $60 million coming off the books. If let's say if it was a Jimmy Butler included in that deal, those guys are gone. So from a Milwaukee standpoint, we shouldn't look at the Lakers of the world. We should look at the OKCs of the world. This is how we have to build our team. Get lucky with a young talent, bring in a bunch of draft picks, and hope that 1 or 2 of them hit, like OKC did by getting all of those draft picks, getting a young SGA, and look where they are now. That's how a small market team has to build. So I think they missed a huge opportunity if they don't make a deal today. Now, whether it's Minnesota, whether it's Miami, I think it's less about the players coming back and more about, like you said, those draft picks, because that's going to make the difference down the road. But listen, I went shopping. Me and Miss Fluent went shopping for houses a while ago, and we looked at all these houses. And what do you do? Well, we compare them to what we have. And we looked at this house, and we're like, that yard's smaller than ours. We looked at, this house, and the kitchen isn't as nice. And we went, you know what? I did buy a new house, my own. And that's what Milwaukee's doing. They're looking at everything else and being like, is it better than what I got?
I have right now is good.
But I think they're being short-sighted. I think they're looking at the right now, which is the problem. That's the problem. I think that's been their mistake over multiple things that they've done over the last couple of years.
Well, first of all, Tone, I think it's interesting that you bring up the draft picks, because that's a really good point about the Golden State Warriors having those draft picks. Okay, well, there's no guarantee that they're going to be bad. So if I end up moving off of Giannis and bringing him to Golden State, this may extend Steph's career. That's number one. Number two, Giannis right now, in terms of his trade value, I think it's high. As you know, I call draft day check day. That's the day when I get paid. Whatever you want, come get it. And I think that his value will be even higher on draft day, with teams looking to move picks, with teams looking to move players. And those draft picks that the Golden State Warriors were telling me that I was going to get 2 or 3 years from now. Remember, Tone, I'm moving off of Giannis today. I'm not moving off Giannis in 2 years. I'm moving off from now, which means that I need those draft picks today. Tone, you can't, like you brought up the house idea. Well, Tone, if you go to the bank and they tell you, okay, we're going to give you a loan for the house, but we'll give it to you in 2 years. Well, you don't need it in 2 years. You need you need the money now. Same logic with Giannis. These draft picks that they're talking about giving up, I don't need these draft picks in 2028, 2029. I need something right now to build on. So I think that come draft night, I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis got moved.
See, the thing I don't like about that is right now, I think you can get another team to panic and overpay. I think if you wait, now they're going to have the offseason to think about it, to like weigh their options. Like right now, like I'd be calling them right now around noon to, I think the deadline's at 3, at about 2 o'clock. Hey, we have this offer from someone else that we're thinking of taking. Can you top it? Even though you know that they don't. Now, if he stays in Milwaukee, you mentioned they're missing a point guard. There's a point guard in Memphis that they're shopping. They need to find him a new home. They just traded away their defensive player of the year, probably what you would call their best player, sent him off to Utah. John Morant is on the big board. I think there's no way he's in Memphis by the end of the day. But the
I'd be
question is,
surprised if he was
where is
still
he
at.
going?
If he was in Memphis by the end of the day, I'd be surprised. But here's the difference, though, Tone. Ja's another one of those guys, like we talked about with Giannis, where I think if he was going to get moved, it would have happened already. And I don't think that the demand for Ja is as high as we think it is. Because if it was, I think that they would have already come off of him. They already came off Dylan Brooks. They already came off of Desmond Bain. They already came off of Jaren Jackson, which they got a haul for, by the way, with the 3-1s. So with all of that being said, I mean, what's the
Ja's
asking
price? I heard is coming
Ja?
down. I heard his price is coming down.
I bet it is, Tone, to be quite honest with you. I think they'd hand him over for a bucket of extra crispy and a six-pack at this point, if we're being honest, considering what's been going on.
Maybe
and on top
Milwaukee
of that,
should
his
be calling
availability.
Memphis.
And I wouldn't be surprised. But here's the problem, though, Tone. The problem with Milwaukee is, one, they don't have draft picks. And the talent that they have in Milwaukee for Ja, the talent that they have, I mean, they don't really have anything that Memphis wants for Ja. That's not to say that they don't have anything that Memphis wants.
Turn him for a bucket of extra crispy and a six-pack.
I tell you what, though, that bucket of extra crispy and that six-pack, it's not an open six-pack, Tone. It's like a fresh six-pack out the refrigerator. And that bucket of extra crispy is right from, it's not used. I feel like with Ja, his availability has been a problem. In addition to his availability being a problem, his jump shot has abandoned him. There's a lot of inconsistencies with his game. Don't forget, we're talking about Ja Morant, who was in the MVP conversation a few years ago. We're going from that to a guy who at best, he's still a good guard. And can he get back to what he used to be? I don't know if there's teams that are interested in giving up a haul for him, considering what his health is. So if Milwaukee was involved in this, we'd have to get a third team involved in this to make it work, because what Milwaukee has, straight up, it's not going to work. Nope.
They're saying that they're not trying to find him the best situation for him. They're trying to find the best for them. But they've also said the price has come down. So whether it is, a third team involved, I actually like him in Milwaukee with Giannis and Turner if they're not going to move Giannis. But there's a lot of teams out there that can use a guard. I believe the Bulls might need another guard, so maybe they can put a
No, I think we're good. I think we're good in Chicago with our guard situation. We don't need any more guards.
I think there's a lot of places where he would make a lot of sense. But I don't know if they have, like, if the Rockets, if Milwaukee, do they have the trading pieces to pull something off? But like I said, I think you can get them for a steal. So,
well, really quickly, Tone, to your point.
You have to make a bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Really quickly, Tone, to your point. I love Giannis and Ja. I think that works. Yes, you got two super athletic players. Ja maybe can get back some of the stuff that he used to have when playing with Giannis, but I just think that in terms of them moving off of him and what Milwaukee has, I just don't think it's enough. We'd have to get a third team involved.
All right. If you had to pick one team, where's he going?
If I had to pick one team, Tone, I think that he's staying in Memphis, because I don't think that there's anybody that's interested right now. Yeah.
All right. Let's get him to LA. You and I have some grades now. We've graded some of our trades. Let's start, I want to say, with the Harden deal. Harden in Cleveland, because we agree, disagree on that. If you had to grade the deal, starting with you, of course, what do you rate it from Cleveland's perspective, getting James Harden?
Cleveland, like I said, I think Cleveland got better. And with Cleveland getting better, I ended up giving this grade. I think I gave this a B. Yeah, I think I ended up giving this a B, off the strength that they did get better at the lead guard spot. James Harden advances their offense, better downhill guy, better pick and pop guard, damn good one-on-one player, stretches the defense, which opens up the offense even more for guys like Evan Mobley, having a lob threat like Jared Allen. I think that now that collapses their defense and opens up even more lanes for Donovan Mitchell. I give it a B off the strength of him being that good offensively. I don't give it an A because of what they're going to have to sign him for in terms of an extension. This is a right now move, right? So this is a right now move. And with this being a right now move, they have to do it right now. So, like, this can't be something that we're looking for. Okay, we got a window of 2 years. No, we don't. We do not. Because that $40 million contract with James Harden at 38, 39. It's going to age like milk in the mahogany desert. I promise you that. So if they're going to do this, this has to happen right now. It's not going to be in 2 years. So I'll give it a B.
A B. All right. So I have the extension's 2 years. I think that he's going to get. So I'm not too worried about that. So here's the way I broke it down. I gave it an average score because I gave it a regular season A-, because they will look good in the regular season. They will go on a run. They'll probably finish with the 2nd or 3rd seed. They'll move up from that 4th seed. So it's an A- in the regular season. Unfortunately, it's a first at best 2nd round exit. So C- in the playoffs. So I averaged it out and gave them a B- for the trade because of regular season A, playoffs C, and then contract extension where they're going to be looking to trade him and his 40-50 million dollar contract in a year from now. Yeah. So B-. It looks good. Listen, anytime you can get a starting roster with a D Wade on it, it's the wrong D Wade, but it looks like this team should compete and should do well in the East right now, which is why they brought him in. To your point, he is better than Darius Garland. He is more available than Darius Garland. This is a team that should do well. The issue is, let's say they move to that 3rd or 2nd seed. Do you think they're getting... I think they lose to the Raptors. I think they lose to the Heat.
Okay, so you know how I feel.
If that's your first round matchup, I'm using today's standings, of course.
Of the teams in the East, I don't. We're adding James Harden. With the teams in the East, the team that I am the most. Let's be clear about one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Teams duck smoke all the time. Do not let these guys fool you by saying, we want this team. No, they don't. Teams duck smoke all the time. And the Cavs being in the 4th seed, having to see Philly, who, by the way, they own. I think that they've beaten Philly a number of different times this year. I hate the matchup for Philadelphia because that guard play is just so much better. Donovan Mitchell, I think he's averaging like 35, 36 a game against the 76ers this season, and that double big lineup that they have in Cleveland, I think that just wreaks havoc for the 76ers. And on top of that, their rotation, guys like Porter and guys like Tyson, those guys just perform so much better than what Philadelphia has. With that also being said, Tone, if they end up in that 3 spot, I don't want anything to do with Toronto. Nothing. And the reason why I don't want anything to do with Toronto is because that defensive scheme that they have against Cleveland, where they jump Donovan Mitchell, get the ball out of his hands, and he can be taken out of their offense. He's not been very good against Toronto this year. I don't like it at all. No. So if we can avoid Toronto, I think
they probably want to stay in the 4 seed so they can play Philadelphia if they stay as the 5th. Yeah, this is what I'm telling you. This is what's going to happen. They're going to move up and put themselves in a worse situation. Off to my, I know that you used to play college ball in Utah, so we should go to Utah. They got Jaren Jackson, which I feel of all the names that have been traded, this is the biggest one. So Jaren Jackson gets moved to Utah in a pretty big deal, but for Utah specifically, pairing him up with my guy Laurie. How did you rank this one?
I gave them a B also. From a fit standpoint, we're obviously going with a bigger lineup. And in addition to us going with a bigger lineup, I mean, they signed Laurie to that extension for the max. Jaren Jackson signs his extension, right? They still got Walker Kessler on his Rook deal. They still got Keontae George on his Rook deal. So, I mean, you got 2 max guys. This isn't something that's going to last long, Tone, off the strength of what the second apron is. And I know that the Ainge family, Danny Ainge isn't in the front office anymore. His son's running things. But with that being said, they're very careful in Utah about spending money. Very careful. So, I mean, with bagging Jaren Jackson, this is also a deal that's only going to last for a specific amount of time. I don't think that we have Jaren Jackson in Utah for 4 or 5 years. But I do like the triple big lineup. And the reason why I like the triple big lineup, because the double big lineup in the NBA works. But now I got 3 bigs, and now I can actually move Laurie to the 3 where he was actually good when he played in Chicago at the 3. He wasn't 24, 25 a game like he was in Utah, but he was good. I think the problem that we're having more than anything is who's going to rebound? Walker Kessler. He's your rebounder because Jaren Jackson's not going to rebound. Lauri Markkanen is not going to rebound, right? So with that being said, the rebound responsibilities sound like they're going to be solely on Walker Kessler. The rim protection, that's going to be on Walker Kessler and Jaren Jackson, who has been foul prone, and he can play himself out of games off the strength of that. But I actually like the roster, and Utah has shown me over the course of time, over the last 40 years, Tone, they had not missed the playoffs 4 consecutive years. That has not happened since they got Stockton and Malone. So they've shown me that they'll have a gap where they'll miss the playoffs a couple of years, but they'll get it back together. So I think this is starting that process of them getting it back together, and they're clearly improving, right? They're clearly improving.
For a couple of years, I thought Utah was going to be in the tanking. They're looking to move Lauri. Like they're just this. They seemed like a ship with off course. Sure. Then they make this move. And I gave it. I'll jump right in and say I gave it a B plus. And the more I think about it, the more I want to give it an A. But I gave it a B plus because I like Jaren Jackson next to Markkanen. They've got a young Ace Bailey. They've got, like you said, Keontae George. Like this team is they're going to be fast paced. We know Scott Morrison, their assistant coach. We talk to him quite often. This is going to be a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
Can they win games, to your point, when they're be getting out rebounded by 20 rebounds a night? That's going to be the question. Can they get, can Kessler be available and healthy? And, when you only play like however many games he's played this season, I think he's shooting like 75% from 3. That's not sustainable. No. But I like this lineup. They're young, they're athletic, they can score. Maybe Jaren Jackson's defense is enough to compensate for the rebounding, right? With Kessler healthy. Look at the lineup. Look at the lineup. Markkanen is 6'10"? He's your small forward.
That's what we got.
That is a small
forward at 6'10". I got Jaren Jackson at 6'11". Yeah.
Right, starting 5. You got everything you need. Like I'm really excited about Utah right now. And I think you might be wrong in the sense that this is only for a couple of years. I think this is such a good young core. We might see the Jazz being in the conversation. I think in 2 years we're talking, can the Jazz win a championship?
To be honest, I'm not going to go that far, Tone. I do like this group right now. And what the second apron has done, the second apron has hampered teams from holding on to their better players for an extended period of time. And it kind of sucks. But with that being said, Jaren Jackson does bolster a team who I think the Jazz are at the bottom of the league in defense. So he's going to help them defensively. No question about that. He's going to help them defensively. With that also being said, I think he's going to help them offensively. You got to stretch big. You got a guy who can knock down the long ball. You got a guy who can play in the mid-range. You got a guy who can handle the ball, which takes some of that responsibility off of guys like Keontae George. But remember, Tone, Keontae George is still on his rook deal. This kid Williams is on his rook deal. He hasn't really panned out the way that we thought that he would pan out, but I mean, it's they're trying when it comes to him. I think he's like 10 points a game, 7 points a game, something like that. But with that being said, I think that once Keontae George is up, they're going to have to pay him. In the process of them having to pay him, they've already paid Lauri Markkanen, which means he may be the odd man out because Lauri is 27, 28 years old. So when Lauri is time to re-up him again, to your point, when you're talking about 2-3 years, they might have to look in a different direction and maybe come off of him and see if they can get a haul for him. Because if they were going to move Lauri Markkanen, they were going to do it in, I think it was in the summer of last year when Pods held up the deal. But they haven't moved him. I think that they stayed the course, and we'll see what happens with this Jazz team.
Do you believe that though? Do you believe that when Danny Ainge allows people to know he's trading someone, he's not trading that person?
Absolutely not. In fact, he's just doing it to drop.
And I don't care that it's his son. Danny's whispering in the ear. Let's be honest. He's helping this process along. So that's why I like it. And listen, and they've got Kevin Love on the roster. And when Kevin Love's on your roster, right, almost every time you end up at least going to the NBA final. Wasn't there like a stretch of 5-6 years?
Kevin Love, man. But Kevin Love just generates wins. I don't know what it is about Kevin Love. I'm putting my money on it.
Yes, absolutely. So, but I like the Jazz. They might go on a run because let's not forget, is there really in the next 2 years you've got the usual suspects, right? Denver, Minnesota is going to be there, but there isn't. OKC's already now showing signs. Are they showing signs? I don't know. Speaking of NBA champions, yeah, go ahead.
Really quickly, Tom, really quickly, remember who Utah is, right? Utah is a team that's constructing right now. Utah isn't a team that's like trying to compete for the NBA championship. I think that they go the other way. And then I think that this is a move to bolster them for the coming season. I mean, I think they're like 4 games out of the play-in right now, 3 games out of the play-in right now. So, I mean, this is where they are. I mean, they're not close. If you look at where the play-in tournament is.
Seven games back of the play-in.
Yeah.
Listen, I think they can catch up to the Trailblazers, and if that's the case, do you want to be the Suns or the Warriors who has to play them?
Tone, I believe your soundboard. I'm hitting the button. Activate the tank. Activate the tank, sir. Yes, sir. Activate the tank.
This might be. Listen, like I said, this might be a little bit this year. I think this is a next year. Watch for the Jazz next year.
Yes,
let them all get kind of used to each other and figure it out. They'll tweak it a little bit more. I like where Utah is going. Let's go to my favorite trade. This was my favorite trade. Absolutely. Because Chicago, who has absolutely no bigs, got rid of the one that they had. Vooch! To the Celtics. And you know me as a Laker fan, I never want to say anything positive about the Celtics, but what a good trade. What a good trade for the Celtics right now, who, let me tell all the people in BR land, because if you haven't watched Fluent and Chill before, you don't know this, I called the Celtics being good. I told everybody and nobody would listen that, oh, the Celtics are going to be a lottery team. No, I told you. I said, this team will be in the mix in the East. And I was right. How do you grade Vooch to the Celtics?
Well, number one, I give this trade an A. And the reason why I give this trade an A, because you weren't paying Anthony Simons. He was coming off the books after the season. And Vooch comes off the books after the season too. However, he actually fits in with what they're doing in Chicago. Stretch big, who can rebound. He fits what they're doing in Boston. I'm sorry, not Chicago. He fits what they're doing. Stretch big, can operate out the high post, can operate at the elbow, can get on the glass. He will rebound, which is everything that Joe Mazzulla implements in his offense and his defense. Now, when you're talking about him coming off the books at the end of this year, this is perfect for the Boston Celtics, off the strength that they're going to get Jason Tatum back next year. In addition to them getting Jason Tatum back next year, they're going to have a lot of money this offseason. And with them having a lot of money this offseason, they're going to be able to go shopping. Boston is a destination. When you got a guy like Jason Tatum, when you got Jaylen Brown, right? When you have Pritchard, when you have guys like that, and you got a damn good team like Derek White, when we're really a 5-man, a younger version of Vooch, right? A younger version of that, away from really challenging for the NBA championship. I think this is a great trade for them, Tone, because I look at how Vooch fits into this offense. It's almost like, even though he's older, it's almost like he could be what Al Horford was for them, except less of a defender, but more of a stretch big, more of a passer. So I love this trade for them. Absolutely.
Because you stole the words right out of my mouth about Vooch being, he could be like a minus the defense, their next kind of Al Horford, because after this year, he'll probably stay on board, sign a team friendly deal, etc. I love this trade because I also gave it an A because I think he fits right in. The Celtics are going to shoot 53s a game throughout the playoffs with Vooch. So this is exactly a Joe Mazzulla type guy. Yep. But we got breaking news. We've got another. We got a trade. We got a trade. Let's bring in Jake Fischer to fill us in.
What we got, Jake?
Oh, here we go. The Los Angeles Lakers are trading Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second-round pick to Atlanta for Luke Kennard. Jake, tell us about this trade that just went down in Atlanta moving Luke Kennard for Gabe Vincent.
That's really interesting.
Here we go.
What's up, guys? If you can hear me, the Atlanta Hawks, back on December 15th, they kind of set out with an original goal of seeing what the expiring contracts of Kristaps Porzingis and Luke Kennard combined, that would have been around $41 million. They would have had other pieces to add as well, but that was the crux of what Atlanta originally set out to see what they could use on the marketplace to then buy and bring back something that, if you recall, after bringing in KP, after making that move for Nickeil Alexander-Walker that we talked about at the top of the show as it pertains to the Timberwolves, they thought they had some real playoff upside this season. Of course, a major losing streak, especially when things took a turn with Trae Young's injury, and then he came back and they lost 7 straight games. Atlanta has dramatically shifted away from being a team that was at one point in time chasing Anthony Davis, and they have been more of a seller, facilitator, a team taking back draft capital all year long, starting with the Vit Krejci deal from Sunday when they got some second-round picks back from Portland in that deal as well. So some good work here from the Hawks, I believe. They were originally looking at making a bigger center move, not just Anthony Davis, but down the line. They had been talking about Daniel Gafford. They made a call to the Clippers, to my understanding, about Ivica Zubac as well. But since they got Jock Landale yesterday from Utah, that's kind of their centerpiece. So I would still kind of look at the Hawks being a facilitator, a team that takes back salaries for second-round draft capital. On the flip side for the Lakers, we've had Lakers fans in our chat on this show every single day. Where's the Lakers move? People calling Rob Pelinka asleep at the wheel. The haters were out for Rob Pelinka. I think this is a very good low-cost addition for the Lakers. Luke Kennard is flawed to some degree. Defensively, not your greatest piece. But he is an absolute flamethrower, and the Lakers have needed consistent, reliable shooting on the wing next to Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, in between those two guys, and LeBron James. Kennard's also big. Like, he competes defensively. So this is finally like the long-lost wing addition that the Lakers were looking for, exploring. They had Gabe Vincent's expiring contract. They had Maxi Kleber's expiring deal. They were calling all around the league looking at what to do from here. They finally make a move. I think this is probably going to be it. There's still a lot of time left here. They still have that Maxi Kleber deal. But the other important piece of all this, the Lakers, in all of their shopping, they wanted to maintain cap space for this summer. They're the only team right now that projects to be competitive next season that's going to have cap space. And the other two teams that were supposed to have major space, Washington and Utah, they filled up that cap space getting in Anthony Davis, Trae Young, and Jaren Jackson Jr. So the Lakers will still have that cap space here. It's important because Luke Kennard is on that expiring deal. So he gives them help right now, but also keeps their future plans of being a player this summer available for the Lakers.
Jake, do you
believe that Lakers fans in the chat are going to be happy with a Luke Kennard trade as their big and only trade deadline?
They're going to be happy for some trade. The fact that they did one thing, Lakers fans in the chat are going to be pumped because they were dying for just one type of move.
Good to talk to you, Jake. Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you,
We're
guys.
going to get back to the big board and check back in with you in a minute. Hopefully there's a few more trades.
Phone.
Tone, I think that with the emergence of Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think he made Luke Kennard expendable. I think we got a guy who can get us buckets, a guy who can defend, he can't shoot it like Luke Kennard, but he can knock down an open shot and he can bolster your offense. So, and on top of that, he came in, not on a heavy deal. I think that he ended up making Luke Kennard expendable with the way he played. So I definitely think this helps your Lakers, Tone. This helps your Lakers.
All jokes aside, it does. All jokes aside, it's a good move. It's just not a flashy, big name kind of. It's one of those moves that will kind of fly under the radar, but actually will help a team get better. So
that's because
I'm good with it. I like it.
Okay, see, ladies and gentlemen, my man over here, he's trying to be cool, right? See, he's a Laker guy. He's a spoiled, rotten Laker guy, right? I just want to make sure that you guys notice. He's a spoiled, rotten Laker guy. And the fact that they didn't buy a Benz, the fact that they didn't get a Rolls Royce, now he's like, yeah, I thought we did it. When in reality, this thing is really going to help because my man is spoiled, rotten. He is. He's a spoiled.
I'm sorry if I'm expecting you to buy me a Benz and you put a tow hitch on my Bentley. I'm not going to be as excited. Listen, let's get back to Vooch because I really
yes, sir.
I think it's the only trade that I rated an A. So let's get back to Vooch to the Celtics because you talk a lot about his expiring contract and how this will open it up. I'm still holding out that Tatum sees this squad, and now with a big who can shoot the three, can stretch big, there's an opportunity for them to make it to the NBA final this year. Because here's the thing. You slide Jaylen Brown into that power forward and put Tatum into that small forward position, however you want to mix up the roster. This team is maybe the best roster again in the East. And
you do realize
I don't think I'm going to get a lot of pushback on that.
Everything that you're saying in theory sounds great. But Tony, I don't know if you noticed, but I haven't played basketball in almost a year. Not only have I not played basketball in almost a year, I haven't played 5-on-5. And now you're asking me which they're going to have him on a minutes restriction. You're asking me to come back into the lineup at the most crucial time of the year to win the NBA championship, Tone. That's not fair.
I'm asking you
man.
to come back after the All-Star break and ease in the last 30 games. And if it makes sense, cool. And if not, no problem. He's been playing 5-on-5. He's like, we've seen him working out. He looks fantastic. Okay. And how many opportunities do teams have? They should know better than anybody to win their conference and go to the NBA final. It is rare. If he sits and waits, sure he can, but so many other things can happen in the off season that I wouldn't risk it. I would say, hey, there's an opportunity here. We're third without him. Now we just got better. I'd make the move because here's an opportunity, like I said, that doesn't come around very often. It just doesn't.
I do love the Vooch trade though, Tone. To your point, I just think he gives them something that they didn't have.
I think it gives them that stretch big that they love.
Mm-hmm.
He gets them some rebounds. Like I think he's at 9 a game. Oh yeah, there it is. He's 9 a game.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives them flexibility too, because you mentioned he's an expiring contract. Well, Vooch is what, 35? I want to say
35. Yes, sir. 35.
So that contract expires, and is he getting a lot of interest from around the league? Or, hey, do you want to stay in Boston for a couple of years on a team-friendly deal with an opportunity to play with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum for a couple of years, end out your career? Hey, look what we did for Al Horford's career, right? He extended his career. He's still playing. He's the type of big that can play into that later part of your 30s because he's a stretch big. So
I can get with that.
This move is good for today, but I think it's good for tomorrow too, even though it's expiring. It gives them that flexibility.
I know we got to move on, but you brought up a really interesting point. I think that's a fact. I didn't think about that. The fact that Vooch, hey man, how about you hang around for a couple more years? We could use you, sure. Yeah, on a cheap deal. Yeah, I can get with that. Yeah, I could definitely get with that.
One of my most shocking deals. Anthony Davis spent a year in Dallas. They traded him for Luka, and he's on the move again. Oh, Dallas. How do you grade Anthony Davis joining Trae Young in Washington?
Correct. Well, so to your point, Tone, I mean, we had this conversation a couple of days ago. Oh, man. Luka's not coming back, and I think that we recognize that, right? Luka's not coming back, but with Luka not coming back, I would have much rather had seen what this group looked like with Anthony Davis and Derek Lively and Gafford and Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flagg, and with them getting a high draft pick this year. I would have much rather had seen what that looked like. But, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this, but my man Tony Tone here, he's very much a businessman. And the one thing that he taught me in business, when you fail fast. We screwed up, let's move on. Yeah, we screwed up. Let's move on. So if they got this wrong, which it's obvious that they did, if they got this wrong, okay, let's move on. And if they're moving on with Anthony Davis to Washington, which they're probably going to extend him because he's looking for an extension. And I don't think that Dallas was interested in a max extension with Anthony Davis, considering his health, coined by my man Tony Tone over here, who calls him day to day. I don't think that they were interested in maxing him out. Washington, on the other hand, this situation looks really good for him. And the reason why it looks good for him, that stretch that he could play the power forward. Why can he play the power forward? We got Alex Sarr here at the 5. And Alex Sarr, who I think could be an all-league defender this year. I don't know if he's played enough games, but I think he's playing at that level. And you got Trae Young at the lead guard spot with Trae Johnson and Keon, with Trae Johnson and Keyshawn George next season. Tone, I think this is a playoff team. If Anthony Davis can stay healthy and if Alex Sarr can be better than what and can be as good as I think he can be, I think this is a playoff team in the East next season. And I don't think that they're just a good team. I think they're a playoff team.
You know, there's an old. Did you know you didn't give your grade, but that's okay. We can move on. There's an old saying.
Oh,
right?
I did. I'm sorry. I apologize, Tone. I think this is an A. I apologize, Tone. This is an A. Yes.
Oh, you give it an A? Okay.
A. Yes.
I'm going to give it. No, let me tell you why first. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Sure.
Anthony Davis went to Dallas and everyone said, oh my God, I can't believe they made this move and Luka's in LA and they traded him for nothing. And I said, whoa. I said, you got Anthony Davis on a team with Daniel Gafford and Lively and PJ Washington and at the time, Kyrie and an older, but still Clay. This team, and I always say, if healthy, this team can make some noise.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe 4 of the 5 even played more than 10 games. Like they were all just hurt all the time, and it was a complete disaster. Well, that's the fool me once. I'm not getting fooled again. So he's going to Washington. I've already told you I don't think Trae Young plays winning basketball. So I'm rating this a C. And I'm rating it a C because Washington got something that they haven't had in a while. They got names. They got Trae Young and Anthony Davis. They're going to sell some tickets. And that's great. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to win games. He's not going to be healthy. Trae Young's going to be Trae Young. He's going to put up 25 and 12 and 17 turnovers. And they're not. They're going to play with your emotions. Anthony Davis will be healthy for a week. He'll go for, 30 and 10 and everyone will be super happy. And then, he'll stub his toe and he'll be out for a month. And then they'll lose a bunch of games. So I give it a C because it's great name recognition and it looks good on paper and everyone's really excited. The only good thing I think is that Anthony Davis is now on a team where there's zero expectations. Zero expectations. And no, it's Washington. No one's going to expect anything from them in Washington. So he can just play loose and play free. And when there's no center on the other side, he's going to put up big numbers. And the second even a half decent center comes up or even power forward, he's going to disappear like he always does. So the trade is a C because it's not going to work. That's why it's a C. And you want to disagree with me, but in the back of your mind, the parts that you don't want to say out loud.
No,
it's true.
I want to disagree with you because I have always been an Anthony Davis guy. I've always loved Anthony Davis, and the one thing that I can count on, in addition to him being hurt from time to time, I could count on him when he's on the floor. He's 24 and 11, one of the better defensive players in the game. I can count on
Agreed.
that. He is one of the better stretch bigs in the game. And the fact that he now is able to play his natural position, which he always wanted to play. That's what he complained about when he was in Los Angeles. He did not want to play the 5. He wanted to play the 4. We got Alex Sarr at the 5. Now we have him at the 4. Now he can be the roamer. He could be the glass. He could be the glass cleaner that he's always been. He could be the rim protector that he's always been. The health has been the biggest issue with him. It has not been his game. Yes, there are times when you can say Anthony Davis has been soft, but with a guy like Trae Young, the distributor that Trae Young is, the playmaker that Trae Young is, the guy who stretches the defense, the shot selection can be a little bit tricky, Tone. Yes, the shot selection can be a little bit tricky. But with that being said, he can get you buckets, and he will get guys like Anthony Davis involved in the game. And guys like Trey Johnson, who's one of the better sharpshooting rookies that I've ever seen, he's just going to get better playing with Trae Young. This is all going to come down to health. Now, the question is how much are they looking to extend Anthony Davis for in terms of a contract extension? Because he's 33 years old, Tone, so I'm not interested in going to 4 or 5 years at $68 million. I'm not sure that I'm willing to go that far. What I am willing to do, though, I am willing to extend him because I do think this is a playoff team in terms of talent.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think he's going to play enough games to get to that point where they make the playoffs. And Alex Sarr, you mentioned he can play center and Davis will be power forward. When Davis was at his best, he had a true big who was strong and could rebound. And it was Dwight Howard, it was JaVale McGee in LA. Alex Sarr ain't that. Alex Sarr is not that guy.
Not yet, Tone. But we get
not
there.
Ever.
We're actually getting there. Yes, we are getting there with Alex Sarr, one of the better rim protectors. I think he leads the league in blocks, if I'm not mistaken. I think he leads the league in shot blocks. In addition to him leading the league in shot blocks, he can stretch the defense, which actually makes Anthony Davis even better. He can play on the box. So now I got a double big lineup between both Anthony Davis and Alex Sarr, where I got a guy who I can dump the ball into in the post, and I can go to Anthony Davis in the post when it's necessary, but he doesn't want to play down there, which is fine. which is that's why I got Alex Sarr, and then I got a double big lineup where these both of these guys can get on the glass and protect the paint. So I mean, there it is right there. He's second in the league in blocks. There was a time when he was leading the league in blocks, so he's second in the league in blocks. One of the better rim protectors in the game, one of the better paint presence in the game. So now I got two of those guys with both him and Anthony Davis. If these two guys can stay healthy, I tell you, man, we got a real thing. We got something serious going on.
You said the key word, if they can stay healthy. Mm-hmm. What makes you think he can? That's why I said the only place AD would have made sense to me is Toronto, because they seem to be the only team that can take a player like Kawhi Leonard, like BI, and keep him healthy. That might have been the only thing. So unless they're getting their training staff, you're not going to see Anthony Davis if he plays 45 games next year. I'll finally buy you the coffee machine that I've been promising you.
Thank you very much. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. But to your point, Tone, I mean, I just saw him play 77 games just 2 years ago. And last year, before he got traded for Luka, I mean, he was on his way to playing 80% of the games. And then he got to Dallas, and then he broke down again, which sucks. I don't think that would have happened had he stayed in Los Angeles. I think that they were doing something. I mean, I feel like they were doing something substantial, but you cannot not trade for Luka. You cannot not do that. You have to do that.
Yeah, 100%. All right. We're kind of coming to the end. So final thoughts on everything that has happened, or what you think might happen the rest of the day?
Nothing, to be quite honest with you, Tone, because if I'm being honest with you, you and I have had this conversation in the past. The trade deadline, the day of the trade deadline, it's much to do about nothing. The big stuff normally happens days before or a week before, because, you know, the clock is ticking. But it's always an exciting time on the trade on trade deadline days. Always an exciting time. So I absolutely give it a B. I give it an A. Yes, I do.
I'm gonna give it the trade deadline day an A+, because it started off with Fluent and Chill on BR's NBA trade deadline mega stream. So that gives it an A+. But I agree with you. All the biggest names have been traded. We're gonna see a bunch of little things get kind of panned out today, some minor deals, some, you know, draft picks here or there. But overall, like I said, I think if I can make winners, I think Utah was the winner. I think Cleveland is the winner in the regular season and a loser in the playoffs. But I think Boston might have been the biggest winner in the short term. So that's it for us. Fluent and Chill. We're gonna give the show back. We're gonna throw it over to Dan and Grant, who are gonna take it over from here. Thanks, guys.
Love you.
What is up, everyone? I am Dan Favale coming at you with BR's Grant Hughes. Welcome to BR's Super Mega NBA Trade Deadline show. We've got a lot to get to. Grant, how are you feeling about the trade deadline so far?
I would say, unlike many of the assets being exchanged, I'm not distressed. Doesn't that feel kind of like a theme so far, where it's like a lot of these teams are exchanging problems, which we'll get into in detail?
Yeah, there's been a lot of just the destinations have been bordering on random, which I think speaks to how distressed some of the value of these players are. We want to hear your trade deadline takes, though, so drop those along in the chat. We are going to be joined by Bleacher Report NBA insider Jake Fischer, though, who's going to be able to take us through all the stuff that's going to happen. We're eventually going to get some of the rumors. Grant, what are you most excited to talk to Jake about right now?
Man, there's a lot to get through. I think in order, I want to get to the Harden Garland trade, because there's just these teams are exchanging guys that are 10 years apart. Both of them theoretically making kind of win now moves, except Garland's injury makes it more of a long-term thing. So kind of a lot to unpack there. Curious what Jake has been hearing just about like other teams around the league or other executives, and what the chatter is, kind of trying to figure out what both of these teams are after here. I mean, the Cavs side is fairly simple if you think Harden is better than Garland today, which is kind of hard to argue, but there's plenty of postseason questions to answer there as far as James Harden goes. That's kind of the whole deal with him. So fascinating to kind of dig into that one. What about you?
I think I'm most excited about the Jaren Jackson Jr. to Utah trade. That's the one you and I had discussed, but felt like it really did come out of nowhere. No one knew the Jazz were going to be buyers. You could say the same thing about the Wizards with AD and Trae Young, but that's a deal where it's, Utah, who's not trying to win games right now, I guess is planning on being really good next season. So I'm very interested to see how all of that came together, especially when you look at Memphis' side. They just renegotiated and extended Jaren Jackson Jr. and all the Josh stuff happening. It's not like it's new. So it was interesting that they decided to pivot in this direction as well as Utah going in that direction.
Yeah, I agree. And we'll get into that. We'll get into a few more things, but let's bring Jake on now. I'm sure he's hopefully got an extra battery for his phone. I'm sure this is about as busy as it gets. Yeah, I knew it. See, I didn't even see that off screen. I just guessed.
There you go. See the light?
Yeah. So Jake,
since like high school, the girl I was dating at the time, her older brother had a Mophie case. I've had a charging case ever since. Yeah.
I mean, cool flex. Tell Jake, since I brought up the James Harden Darius Garland trade, I really want to know, have you gotten a sense of, well, I'll give you kind of the bottom line here seems to be that the Cavs just are kind of out of the Darius Garland business, and maybe that's got to do with concerns about his injuries. He had these toe injuries and a surgery this past offseason. What are you hearing from people trying to explain this? Kind of a surprising trade given the age gap, given Harden's postseason track record.
Yeah, it's multifaceted. So the first thing overall, no matter what, the headline to me from Cleveland's standpoint, the Cavaliers, ever since they traded for Donovan Mitchell, you guys recall, Donovan Mitchell did not want to go to Cleveland. When he was leaving Utah, there were two spots he wanted to go to. New York, number one, without a doubt, or Miami. And since then, the Cavs have kind of been in this position where they've been recruiting Donovan Mitchell, just like college basketball teams are still recruiting their own players right now, even after they get that commitment, because they can leave and go to the transfer portal at any given chance. Well, the NBA doesn't have a transfer portal, but what we do have is when a player is eligible for a contract extension, just like we're talking about with Giannis this summer in Milwaukee, Donovan Mitchell is up for a contract extension this summer. And after that, he'll only have 1 year left guaranteed before his own player option for the 2027-2028 season. The Cavs also have not gotten out of the second round in all of Donovan's tenure, and they obviously stumbled out of the gates this season. They've had some more success of late, but that's also been while Darius Garland has been out with a toe injury. There's a lot of concern around the league about Darius Garland's health right now and his ability to be able to perform this season. So that A, would impact Cleveland's chances of really competing in the East. And B, they really need to compete in the East to convince Donovan Mitchell that they're a spot that he should extend with, or else, as one longtime executive told me on the phone yesterday, we are very close, in theory, potentially, to Donovan Mitchell being in the exact same situation in Cleveland that Giannis is in Milwaukee right now. So Cleveland got word from the Clippers and from James Harden's side, on the flip side of all this, that James Harden, he signed this kind of, they were describing it as a mutual option, this 1 year, 1+1, where it's a team option, where it's a player option for James Harden on that $42 million for next year, but it's only guaranteed at $13 million from the team side. So there was kind of this give and take, with also Harden having essentially a no trade clause, but veto rights on any deal this year. So Harden's kind of been behind the scenes, especially when the Clippers started out 6-21. Harden's kind of been looking around the league. Back when Atlanta was trying to trade Trae Young, there was definitely some back channel conversation going on there about, like, okay, would the Clippers be interested in a Trae Young for Harden's swap? I was told pretty definitively the Clippers really didn't have any interest there, but Harden definitely had Atlanta on his mind and would have been willing to waive those veto rights for Atlanta. He was also looking at the Timberwolves, because there's been all this talk of Minnesota looking at guards. The Timberwolves, though, have been saying all along they were not going to be in the John Morant sweepstakes or a big LaMelo Ball trade or a Trae Young trade, and that was also precluding James Harden as well. They get Ayo Dosunmu this morning. That's their guard move. So Harden, if he's not going to get his own new deal from the Clippers definitively, because the Clippers, from my conversations, made it pretty clear that they were not interested in giving Harden like definitive answers right now about what his future could be there financially. James Harden did what James Harden does. He looks around the league and he picks a spot that he wants to go to where he thinks he can get paid. And so to bring this back to Donovan Mitchell and his extension, if all goes well this year and they have a deep playoff run and the fit with Harden and Garland are together and it works out great, James Harden will be eligible to either tear up that player option or pick up that player option and sign another deal that the expectation right now would be 2 years long after this year, which will line up perfectly with the 2 years left on Donovan Mitchell's contract before his extension will kick in. So this is a move for Cleveland both now. I think around the league it's a consensus that James Harden is better than Darius Garland. But obviously the trade-off of the 10-year age gap and what have you, that benefits the Clippers to kind of get younger and move forward into their next iteration. But the situation from Cleveland is Darius Garland would have been up for his own contract extension this summer as well. So as Cleveland's already been in this position of navigating the second apron, having to make moves with DeAndre Hunter to shed salary and offload Lonzo Ball, they're out of second-round picks. They gave up every second-round pick they had just to get off of Lonzo Ball and all this stuff as well. So they will probably be in position now. Again, if all goes well, James Harden will be on the books for 2 more years after this season, which will then go off of Cleveland's bookkeeping before Donovan's next extension kicks in. I know I threw a lot of info at you guys there, but those are all the puzzle pieces that we have gathered as to what came together to make this Darius Garland for James Harden swap come to fruition.
So that's fascinating. I want to get to we definitely want to get to the Jaren Jackson stuff. But if you had to rank based on what you've heard and gathered over the course of the last couple of days in terms of like, how would you power rank like the motivating factors here for both sides, like between Donovan Mitchell, like the let's make Donovan Mitchell happy side?
I'm live on air. Let me text you.
This is what you had. When you get an insider, this is what you get. So there's let's please Donovan Mitchell. We don't believe in Darius Garland's health. And then the Clippers side, we don't want to pay James Harden. Like, which of those do you think was the chief motivating factor of this deal?
Great question. I think probably the Clippers not wanting to pay James Harden, because that is what sparked James Harden's own activity. Someone around the situation last night said to me, James Harden traded himself. Like, he went to the Clippers and was like, get me to the Cavaliers. And the Clippers were like, okay, Darius Garland, that's a pretty good return. I think it's interesting that piece I was talking about earlier, that the Clippers were not interested in Trae Young, but they are in Darius Garland. Very different players. Trae Young's far more of a pick-and-roll, dominant engine type guy. But the fact that Darius Garland's also a diminutive defensive, deficiency point guard, like that doesn't necessarily so add up to me. Like, why wouldn't you want Trae versus taking Darius Garland? The big difference there, though, from a contractual standpoint, and again, if our listeners, if our viewers aren't fully up to this right now, everything in the NBA right now with the constraints from these aprons, all these trades, there's an undercurrent to most of them. It's teams trying to get their business done before the upcoming transaction cycle, before the upcoming free agency window, and it's players trying to find their way to a team that will pay them before their contract comes up. So with the Trae Garland piece, Trae had this $50 million player option that so many teams were scared away from. For the Clippers, they get 2 years of Darius Garland now at a lower number, right around $40 million. That's just far more palatable. So it'll be interesting to see where the Clippers still go from here, because I reported last night they are still getting a ton of calls on Ivica Zubac, and it seems plausible that they could move him between now and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Indiana is definitely a team we're monitoring, but Zubac to me would still be someone that fits Darius Garland's timeline. So will they? I know they've hit or they've communicated a high price threshold, multiple first-round picks, definitely heavy draft capital that it would take to part with Zubac. So that'll be another indicator in terms of the Clippers' more like holistic general plan with Darius Garland moving forward, because Kawhi Leonard was only on the books through next year. The Clippers have largely had a strategy of keeping their books clean and available for 2027 free agency. Darius Garland's contract lines up with that pretty well too. So the rest of that Clippers puzzle is all coming together right now.
Jake, we have to ask you about the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. I think Memphis sent very clear signals even before the deal about what they were doing. Utah coming in, giving up what they did for Jaren Jackson Jr., some prospects, all those future picks. What was the level of surprise around the league, and what can you tell us about how that came together, or even Utah's plan when you're looking at Jaren Jackson Jr.'s deal being on the books with Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler's going into restricted free agency, and also Keontae George is going to get paid pretty soon too?
So I would say Utah trading for Jaren Jackson Jr. was unexpected, but not a surprise for two reasons. Number one, the second Memphis auctioned off Ja Morant, the second they publicly went out and said, we are listening to offers, come get our all-star point guard, that opened the door for a Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. Every single team executive I spoke to about Memphis trying to find out, what are the Grizzlies going to do? What's their asking price for Ja? Who's involved on Ja? What could they potentially get back? To a man, everyone said, well, Jaren's available too. We think we can get Jaren. And for Utah, the Jazz, they are obviously still in a tanking position, and it was very important for them in this deal that they did not give up their pick in this draft. The picks they gave up start in 2027. It's 2 picks in 27. It's the most favorable of Cleveland and Minnesota's. Both picks came in by way of the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert trades of a few summers ago. Then the Lakers 2027 pick, which is top 4 protected, that came in that 3-team deal from a couple trade deadlines ago where Russell Westbrook went to Utah and D'Angelo Russell went to the Lakers and Mike Conley went to Minnesota, if you guys remember that. And then the 2031 Phoenix pick that the Jazz got from turning that pick into 3 lesser firsts with the Suns last year. So all those picks, they're not Utah's own picks. And the most important piece, they keep this pick in this draft, which everyone thinks is a super deep draft, and the Jazz are still positioned to have a top selection in that choice. But the Jazz have made it no secret that they want to be good next year. They have tanked and tanked and tanked, and unfortunately for them, the lottery gods have not blessed them with a top selection. They have not cracked the top 4. And they are lucky to some extent that Ace Bailey and all that weird stuff off the floor with his agent and trying to steer him to Washington at 6, not working out at Philly, not working out with Charlotte at 4. The Jazz got someone who probably would have gone a bit higher. I mean, Concanipple is, of course, showing what he's doing, racking up Rookie of the Month after Rookie after month after Rookie of the Month awards. But there's a chance Ace Bailey would have gone 3 to Philadelphia if he actually went and worked out for the Sixers. So they're happy with VJ Edgecombe. They've kept him out of all trade conversations so far this summer. But I say all this to say, Ace Bailey is really the only top pick that the Jazz have to show for their years of rebuilding. Keontae George was at an all-star breakout, but they got him at 16, I believe, middle of the first round. They sent out Taylor Hendricks, a top 10 pick in this deal for Jaren Jackson Jr. Cody Williams has not amounted to anything. So playing the lottery over and over again, Jazz owner Ryan Smith, by all indications, is ready to win next season. This is the last year of the tank in Utah. So they go out and they do their business early, like we talked about. The Washington Wizards, they were going to have $80 million in cap space. They were going to have to spend it on someone. People kept saying, all right, if they keep Chris Middleton or CJ McCollum, they might as well just overpay those guys on a 1+1 type deal. They have to reach the salary floor. They fill up all that space with AD and Trae. Utah did the same thing here. The Jazz were going to be a player in free agency. I'm not the biggest Jaren Jackson Jr. fan, admittedly, but there probably wasn't going to be a young all-star, a defensive player of the year candidate who was going to be on the market and available for the taking. So they add him. And he, to your point, they just renegotiated and extended him in Memphis. He is locked into 4 years beyond this season, which is important for a small market team like Utah to have someone on team control. That'll line up pretty well with Lauri Markkanen's deal that he signed last year. He's got 3+ years left. Keontae George is under team control. So this is kind of their core group right now for the foreseeable future. Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr. To your last point, and I'll round all this out here, Walker Kessler, to my understanding as of now, is expected to be part of that group. He is a restricted free agent. The Jazz have said and messaged all along that they did not come to terms with him on a rookie scale extension in the fall because they wanted to keep his cap hold low in order to make a potential big free agent move. So now I think that is aligning with the fact that they've already done their free agent work with Jaren Jackson Jr. So I'm keeping an eye, though, again, on the Indiana Pacers. That's still one major domino of this whole trade landscape right now. And if they don't find a young center before today at 3 p.m. Eastern time, the Pacers are definitely going to be on center watch this summer. And they are the one team that I'm looking at that could be a threat to steal Walker Kessler from the Jazz at this juncture. Maybe Chicago as well, because they still have undetermined situations in their front court. But the Pacers and the Wizards were the two spots that we have been hearing are going to be waiting to give Walker Kessler an offer sheet if they can't trade for him right now. If they don't, and if Utah locks in and sticks with him, which again, that's what the Jazz are saying. The Jazz are saying they envision Walker Kessler still being around. Again, to finally bring this all to a close, the Jazz play three bigs all the time. They call it their Trace Leches lineup when they have Kelly Olynyk and Larry and Kyle Filipowski out there. They're going to have no qualms about playing Larry Markkinen at the three and playing him with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Walker Kessler, because both Larry and Jaren are shooters as well. So the Jazz are going big. The whole NBA's gone big. You know, we've had it in Minnesota for years now. Houston's had Steven Adams when healthy. Obviously, he's out for the year now with Alperen Sengun, and they brought in Clint Capella as well. Even Denver, Denver went and added Jonas Valanciunas this year to have him play at times with Nikola Jokic. So the big man is back in the NBA, and it's definitely back no bigger than in Utah.
Well, so Jake, you mentioned Anthony Davis in passing there, and I'm curious what your thoughts and maybe what you're hearing about Washington's kind of thinking behind that acquisition, and I guess you could throw Trae Young in there too, because in some ways it lines up with the idea of, well, we got to spend this money somewhere, and certainly both Young and AD their value has cratered from where it was not that long ago. But it feels different than the Utah move because Jaren Jackson's got $200 million left, right? The Utah move feels like, your sense is we want to be good now, and this is part of a longer term plan. What are people saying about the Washington thinking? Because Davis obviously not under contract for that long unless that massive extension happens. Young, same thing. Is that a long-term thing? We want these guys as pillars around our young core, or is that more of a we got to spend the money somewhere kind of thinking?
So I think it's similar to the NFL, where when you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, you have flexibility to go out and spend at other skill positions, right? The Wizards, without a doubt, they've clearly gotten some direction, whether it's from President of Basketball Operations Michael Winger or up top with new ownership, to push this thing forward and end their deconstruction phase, whatever verbiage they were calling it in their press conference. So, like I said, they had $60 million basically in expiring. Hold on one second again. I'm on the air. Can I text you? Appreciate it. The Wizards had $60 million in expiring with CJ McCollum and Chris Middleton. So to replace those guys with Trae Young, Miami. We're hearing some Miami buzz. Let's see what happens there. Back to the Wizards. I'm sorry. A lot of stuff going on. So the Wizards, basically, they're going to be able to extend both Trae Young and Anthony Davis before their rookie guys actually come up and have to get paid themselves. That's the challenge that Cleveland's facing right now, that Orlando's facing. When you have a rebuild and it works and you pay these guys, all of a sudden you can't keep everybody. So Washington's going to kind of split the difference here. They're going to be able to get two all-stars to bookend their lineup, Trae and AD, and they'll pay them for 2-3 years, whatever it is, before all these rookies are up for their big deals. And it should be pretty complementary with that lineup. Again, the bookends, point guard, big man. They think that Alex Sarr has some flexibility to play with another big man. We talked about this on yesterday's show. Washington was calling around with Chris Middleton and stuff for all types of bigs. They were in on Domantas Sabonis for Sacramento. They called New York trying to see if they would budge on Karl Anthony Towns. That didn't happen. So Anthony Davis, potentially the best big man available. That's where this all comes out to. So to me, to recap, and then I'll definitely get back to the phone here, it's them taking an opportunity with having $80 million to spend anyway, bringing two all-stars in for the cost of what, 2 first-round picks. It's a low cost to bring in that talent upside swing. The Wizards hope to be better next year, and they hope that AD and Trae Young will bring those young phenoms, the Trey Johnsons, the Alex Sars, the Keontae Georges up along with them, Bilal Coulibaly as well. So that's it for me.
Thanks so much, Jake. We're going to talk to you again soon and look forward to hearing more about that Miami buzz you're hearing at the moment. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Grant, are you ready to talk about some trades that we want to see with some guys that could be traded, and not necessarily being contingent upon the rumor mill, but this is just the teams that we want to see them go to if they're going to be available? Are you ready for that?
I'm so ready, Dan. Is there a name that we should start with? Like maybe one that has completely dominated the previous 6 months of trade discussions, maybe more than that?
You're that big of a Cam Thomas fan?
Yeah, I thought you might go Cam Thomas.
Let's start with Giannis. Where do you want to see Giannis? Where do you want? I don't want a prediction. Where do you want to see Giannis end up if he gets moved at the deadline?
So I actually have been consistent in this. The caveat is this is where I want to see every good or interesting player go. And I would like to see Giannis go to the Spurs if he's going to move. Now, the problem there is the Spurs have not shown any inclination at present to trade for him. And it also seems at the moment like maybe Giannis is not going to be traded, although the Miami buzz that Jake mentioned has my antenna up just a little bit. I mean, it's as simple as let's see what Giannis looks like next to Wemby, right? Like that's kind of the first point you make in any, wouldn't it be cool if this player went to San Antonio? I actually do think the fit is pretty good, or maybe great, because what do we know about Giannis? Well, it helps if he's got a rim protecting big who can space. All right. That's Wemby. I mean, plus like a million other qualities, right? If anything, Wemby is overqualified to play that limited role. But I think if there's a criticism, which I don't know that I would make this, but if there is a criticism of Wemby so far, is that it's like, it's a little hard to kind of determine what his role is on offense. You know, they've tried him in a lot of different capacities. The Spurs are very good. Wemby's going to be great at everything eventually. But that's kind of the reasoning, right? Like, I think Giannis and Wemby just as a front court duo puts the Spurs on par with like literally anybody and presents unsolvable problems for any team they might face in the playoffs, including the Thunder. So that's it for me. I mean, getting the package right that the Spurs would be willing to put on the table is maybe the trickiest part.
And that's what I find most fascinating, because I agree that Wemby and Giannis would be a fantastic fit. What is the opportunity cost they're willing to give up to make that happen, though? And I think the arguable points will be, will they give up Dylan Harper or Steph Castle? You're not getting both. And I think if you're bringing in Giannis, it would make sense for Steph Castle to be the guy going out, but he's a little more experienced. He's the guy who has shown more, even so, than Dylan Harper. I'm wondering, you're the Bucks. Is there a way with just salary and relative to all these other offers that we've heard about so far, could the Spurs just build this around non-Steph Castle and non-Dylan Harper pieces and all the picks? They can make the money work. And what's interesting about their pick situation is you can look at them and say, Spurs are going to be good. You don't want their picks, whether it's in 2027 or 2031. They have all these swaps on their books to where you could swap with the Kings at one point, right? Swaps with the Timberwolves. So teams that might have rickety futures. I'm just looking at some of the others offers out there from Miami or what Golden State was offering. I think even if you pull Steph Castle and Dylan Harper off the table, that the Spurs could arguably still have the best trade package for the Bucks.
I mean, that's, well, based on the fact that the Bucks don't seem compelled by any of the offers they've gotten to this point with Giannis. I mean, maybe that's more just because they're just still not going to pull the trigger until he just like, you know, skywrites trade me in Milwaukee. I just that would be, if I'm the Bucks though, and you're the Spurs, I'm the Bucks, you call me and say, look, here's what we believe to be a very compelling offer. Steph Castle is not in it. I'm I'm hanging up, I think, right? Like
Waiting for the summer.
Picks are nice,
at the
but
very least.
I gotta have, or waiting for the summer. I'm gonna need, if I'm trading Giannis.
De'Aaron Fox and like 4 first-round picks doesn't do it for you. That's not something you think about.
I don't think so. I think I can do better, or at least I want a young cornerstone. Fox is like a little past this age range that I can pitch to fans as, here's our guy, right? And Castle, the only thing I love more than sending interesting players to the Spurs is Steph Castle. I just think I don't care about the shooting concerns. I think he's going to be great. It's just a couple of potential positives here as we're talking about Giannis. Panda says Giannis defense would be insane. Yes, it would. Giannis would not have to play a major role there. He can both him and Wemby could just kind of be dueling free safeties. That's fun. Jets forever goes to Giannis to the Hornets. Sign me up. Where is Giannis not an interesting fit?
Jets forever. Ball. Shout out to Jets forever. That is could you imagine Giannis? I guess LaMelo Ball could be going out in that trade, but if it's, I don't know, if you have LaMelo and or Knipple with Brandon Miller and Giannis, that would be a fantastic fit. I can't picture the Hornets doing it. I don't know if Giannis wants to go there, but I love that. We also have in the chat from Jay, Giannis needs to go to New York for Towns or something else. The Spurs already messed up. They could have had Giannis. The Knicks also might have been able to have Giannis. They had an exclusive negotiating window over the summer, and they just don't have. If the Bucks end up taking that deal, I have a lot of questions about the thought processes in Milwaukee's front. The Knicks just don't have the assets in a vacuum to get this over. Maybe over the summer, if Giannis decides that, like, if he doesn't get moved and he really forces the issue, because they'll have 2 first-round picks. But if he goes to the Knicks or even the Wolves, who just are reportedly out on Giannis, but if he ends up with the Wolves who don't have any first-round picks to trade, it should be the Spurs or like the Rockets even. Like, those are the teams.
If it's the Knicks, one, it's got to happen when they can make their 26th selection for the Bucks and throw 2033 into the deal on draft night, right? But also, like, it would have to be Giannis not like putting his thumb on the scale, but like jumping his whole body on the scale and saying, trade me to New York, you owe this to me. To which the Bucks could say, like, actually, we don't, because you've strung us along for years with this, like, I don't know, I might like to be here, but kind of talk. That's because otherwise the Knicks just can't make competitive offers, right? Like, we got to be realistic about it.
There would need to be another team that's willing to give you lots of first round picks for Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby for anything to really make that happen.
Yeah.
Then you want to take us to the next name on our list here?
Yeah. So he popped up on the trade board, the big board, when we were talking to Jake. Domantas Sabonis. I mean, this is going back almost 2 years now, where I forget what the exact verbiage was, but he's evaluating, or I forget what the exact words were, but he was kind of maybe on the market, and then wasn't, and then was hurt for a lot of this year. If he is moved, and the Kings certainly are in a position where they've got a lot of veteran pieces that are overpaid that they probably like to get off of, were they rational actors, which remains debatable. Where would you like to see Sabonis end up if he's the King that moves? Because certainly compared to like Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan, he probably has the most trade value, right?
I would think so. I mean, the contract's a little, 3 years left? I think some teams will be squirmish about that. I want to see him go to the Raptors, sort of just like a supercharged Jakob Poeltl who's not made of a house of cards, basically. And I think some people, they might look at the fit in Toronto with Ingram and Scotty Barnes is there. I'm assuming RJ Barrett and Jakob Poeltl are going out as part of every deal. Sabonis has shown time and again that he can play alongside other ball dominant guards. You and I have gone back and forth about, is he actually someone who could space the floor? He can shoot some threes. And so that makes it a little bit more tenable to play him alongside Scotty Barnes, who's, his touch from 3-point range is forever in question. And I think that Sabonis just gets guys to move off the ball in a different way. And for the way that the Toronto Raptors want to play, that fits. And also you look at some of their needs where it's, you want a stronger presence on the defensive glass. It'd be nice to have a 5 who's more durable than Jakob Poeltl. And I know that Sabonis missed some time this year himself, but 1, does he miss as much time if the Kings don't stink? And 2, that was an anomaly for him. And so if the opportunity cost for Toronto is, okay, you're probably giving up a first, maybe even 2, because that Jakob Poeltl deal is so bad, I love the idea of him in Toronto with Ingram and Scotty Barnes.
Yeah, you run into all the standard issues of like his willingness, let's say, to shoot more threes. I think is a pretty critical factor here. Let's say he is. I think defensively, just in comparison to what the Kings have put around him, the idea that like the length between Colin Murray Boyles looks like a potentially one of the best defensive players in the league going forward. If he continues to develop as he has, Scotty Barnes has a lot of length. Like compared to just a Kings team that's had a bunch of small guards and or old guys and or guys that just have never played defense, I think Sabonis would be much better insulated. Like one of his key weaknesses is just gets attacked, right? Like we've seen that in the limited playoff action the Kings have engaged in. You see that night to night. All right, well, if you've got Scotty Barnes and Murray Boyles and like Jamal Shed pressure too. I wasn't even really thinking of Kyrie going back because you could do it like want to get into the 2027 cap space game. Although who knows, based on talking to Jake, it kind of seems like everybody is just going to say, screw it. What's cap space worth? Let's bring somebody in via trade and use up our money that way. Miami's a little like the Lakers though, in that maybe their cap space matters a little more. Maybe free agency is not dead for everyone. But Irving is kind of it's a fascinating move because you do see guys go there to rehab their reputations and their games. Irving showed enough in Dallas that really just physical rehab is all he needs at this point. I think that's an interesting get back for the Heat there. A couple chats here because I just mentioned the Lakers. This is top of mind. Jaron Taylor says the Lakers should trade Hachimura, Reeves, Vanderbilt, and whatever picks for Giannis. Where are those picks coming from? They have one. They have one to trade right now. They have one. This is a perfect example of if the Bucks don't trade Giannis, here this is why. Because the Lakers are among the teams that they can trade one now. That turns into three if they wait till the offseason. It's sorry to pour cold water on the Giannis stuff, but like perfect example.
What, like, can I ask you a hypothetical? It takes Reeves' cooperation, but this summer the Lakers have 3 first-round picks. if there's some Bleacher compensation stuff that comes into play, but there's a sign and trade scenario with Reeves and 3 first-round picks, and you're the Bucks to get Giannis. Where does that rank in the spectrum of the offers we've heard about so far from the main teams involved?
At least Reeves is a piece, and the base year compensation stuff makes it trickier. But
Well, it's
Reeves
just the
is
Lakers
type
have
of
cap
player-
space too, so you could figure it out. Like
Yeah.
that makes it a little easier as well.
Reeves is the type of player that I think, as the Bucks, is good enough to sell your fan base on. And I do think that's maybe I'm overstating how important that is in a Giannis trade, but I'm just imagining, were the Bucks my team, all I'm getting is picks and dead money for Giannis. Like that's going to be tough. I know the post Giannis era is going to be bleak, but Reeves and 3 firsts, that's competitive, right? That's better than the Knicks can put on the table. That's better than, the Wolves, probably better than the Wolves, because they have to do a bunch of other stuff and get a third team involved to get the picks that they would need. The Wolves have the players if they want to do it, I think, to make the Bucks interested. But yeah, I don't know. That's at least competitive. I don't know if that's the best they're going to do.
So there was another comment in the chat that says Devon Prangley, OKC, should trade for Connect. OKC should trade for Connect. Sure, if they want to do that. They have Jared McCain, so I don't think they need to go with Dalton Connect. We also had Marshawn Feimster. Back to Sabonis really quick, Graham, before we move on. What would you think about Domas Sabonis, not to be confused with Arvydas Sabonis, in a Blazers jersey?
Well, there is that angle of it, right? I think on some level, Blazers fans would be very happy with that. A little bit like Toronto, where the defensive infrastructure is pretty interesting. You have Tumani Kamara there. Denny Avdia was once billed as a defense first prospect. Now he's an all-star first option. I think Sabonis could lighten his load enough to where maybe Avdia gets back to the defensive level he was at. The fit's pretty good. Are we just done with Donovan Clingan as a potential future starter there? I know you're not. I'm just saying the collective we. I don't know. Portland might bump on that because Grant, just because. Yeah.
Is that Hartenstein has that team option this year. The Thunder are getting more expensive.
Do you have Hartenstein, though? That's the question.
There's a chance that they just get rid of him or he leaves. And so now you have Zubats on a more cost-controlled deal that I think is like at least $10 million less than Isaiah Hartenstein would be on the books for. And you could play him with Chet. You could play him without Chet. He's historically been more durable than both Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren. If you're the Thunder, one, Grant, how do you feel about that fit? And then two, what are you willing to give the Clippers back one of the 2 first-round picks of theirs that they control, or do you need more stuff out? Are you looking for another Clippers pick as part of that deal?
I love the fit. That's the easy part. I think we've established that Chet Holmgren is a luxury in playing center. I think he makes more sense as a free safety, as a 4 next to a big who's going to help the Thunder rebound and not get overpowered underneath. Love the fit with Zubats there. I wonder now, though, with James Harden gone and you're the Thunder, how are you feeling about the value of those Clippers picks, right? Presumably, I guess what I would say is, and you tell me if you agree, the downside of the Clippers' future, I'm talking near future, is lower if Harden is there just because of the disaster potential or the age-related decline or all this other stuff. Now that Garland's there, he's no picture of health, obviously, but he's a 26-year-old former All-Star. Maybe the Clippers aren't going to just fall completely apart. So maybe you're more willing, is what I'm saying, as the Thunder, to get off those picks because the upside's not as high. Does that track for you, or is it still just we're holding these things ransom? You're going to have to give us everything for your picks back, Clippers.
I think if I'm the Thunder, just because I know you said Chet at the 5 is a luxury, but because I could figure maybe Hartenstein comes back cheaper in the offseason. If I'm the Clippers, I want Zubats and then your 2030 pick and then a swap on your 2031 pick to give you back just to start. If we're talking about this year's pick or the 2027 draft pick. So that would be, I draw a line in the sand, but the idea of Zubac just as that physical body in OKC to really help insulate Chet would be great. And if you're the Clippers, you did get younger, as you mentioned. I think you could also point towards this roster just because they have Darius Garland isn't suddenly young. And so if you move
Right.
Zubats for who's coming back, I guess if are you getting Hartenstein in that deal? That's where it gets weird. Are you getting Lou Dort? So are you still planning on being good? That's where it gets, and we're also past the point this season where you could really tank. If you look at the West standings, the Clippers are probably just going to fall into a play-in spot. And as Jake Fischer, it's up on the screen for everyone watching, the Clippers also maintained a high asking price on Zubac. And so are they willing to attach picks to him to just get back their own picks? We have in the chat, Robert Jeremy 2774 is a Ivica Zubac, Benedict Mathurin trade. I don't know if I love the idea of Zubac with the Pacers. I don't know if he could play the way that they want to when Tyrese Halliburton comes back. That being said, Indiana's another, you look at the Wizards and the Jazz buying. If Indy doesn't have to give up its pick this year, like those two teams didn't, I think you could argue if you're planning to resume your status as title contenders in the East, go after Ivica. You need a bit. You can't go into next season with this center rotation.
Here's an angle worth discussing because the Thunder have looked human after looking completely immortal to start the season. Hulk Hogan notes, if the Thunder gets Zubats, that's automatic repeat. They better not let that happen. From the Thunder's perspective, what do you think their motivation level to get better is? Everybody's hurt. The game they played against the Spurs last night was like a joke. There were like 6 legitimate starters / rotation players out. And the gap between the Thunder and the rest of the West seems to have closed a little bit. Do you think how comfortable do you think the Thunder are with their current roster? And maybe how much urgency, if any, do you think they're feeling? Not just, it doesn't need to be Zubats, but to like get some kind of an upgrade, a bigger one than Jared McCain, for example.
I think the McCain trade is evidence that there is some level of urgency when looking at their own injuries. I don't think real, maybe panic type urgency would kick in unless they flame out in this year's playoffs. Because if I'm the Thunder, I'm also looking at the Timberwolves are just Jekyll and Hyde. They're better with Ayo Dosunmu, and they've proven they could beat really good teams, consecutive conference finals appearances, but they also they have these stretches, they have these nights where they look awful. The Thunder are, Jokic is back. That's great. Everybody else, Christian Brown just came back. Cam Johnson is out. Aaron Gordon is out. Again, that team is banged up. So I think you're looking at the landscape of the West and saying, all right, the Lakers they're in the mix, but are they going to beat us 4 times in 7 tries? As of right now, unless you're really worried, this would be the source of urgency. You have that SGA abdominal strain. Keeping him out past the All-Star break feels mostly precautionary. The J-Dub hamstring stuff is where it would get interesting, because if you're worried that he's either not going to be available or he's going to be the version of himself that he was before he went back on the sidelines, I think there's a real urgency then to, maybe we're not getting another top-tier shot creator, but we need to deepen ourselves to make sure that we can account for some of these flaws that keep popping up because of health.
Right. So we got to get Jake back on here. I am hoping that he is going to deliver some news to us on the tease that Miami might have been up to something when we last spoke to him. Jake, thanks for coming back on. What do you got?
No Miami stuff, unfortunately. But the Miami call did lead me to a roundabout way making more calls on Indiana, because the Pacers have been one of the more interesting, I'd say, shoppers on this whole trade deadline market. For a team that is clearly tanking, clearly looking to have a gap year while Tyrese Halliburton is out for the season with a torn Achilles, they have, without a doubt, been calling the league and canvassing the league for a new starting center that will replace Miles Turner after he left Indiana, the reigning Eastern Conference champions, the team that took OKC to 7 games, if you guys recall. They were this close to winning the title. You see it right there. They want to pair Pascal Siakam with another starting center. They have called all over the league, from Jarrett Allen in Cleveland to Atlanta about Onyeka Okongwu. The number one target they've had all along has been Ivica Zubac. I saw you guys put that tweet up on the screen a minute ago. Last night and this morning, it's been still ongoing and active conversations between Los Angeles and Ivica Zubac. To my understanding, Zubac is the Pacers' number one target. Roughly, I think it's about a 2 first-round pick evaluation, maybe then more, that the Clippers are looking for in return for Zubac. Gafford is the cheaper option, quote-unquote cheaper, being that the Mavericks have been holding a first-round pick evaluation and cost on him. So right now, that's kind of where I'm handicapping the Indiana Pacers' ongoing activity, that they're still looking at centers. There's still a third guy in the mix that, if you want to, I don't want to say it right now. If you want to start drawing a line to Miami and Indiana, how I got all here, maybe you can take a guess on that when I get off air. But Gafford is definitely 1B and Zubac is 1A right now for the Pacers. And there's people I'm talking to who think that Zubac to the Pacers will get done. It's a matter of getting this over the finish line here, but that's kind of the big thing on the marketplace right now that I have insight to that is seeming to be gaining traction.
Just a broad question, Jake. Is that surprising to you that Zubac is available for a good contract, right? Makes $18 million this year, presumably a good fit with Darius Garland, who you're fairly committed to as the Clippers, I assume, going forward. Is this just a situation of maybe just the market's right now for him, or is there?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to parse that, right? Are you surprised by Zubac being maybe a
then bring on James Harden after that? I think that's probably where the Clippers are looking at right now.
Jake, if the Clippers are viewing where they're at as maybe a quasi reset, is there any chance then if Zubac is going to get moved, Harden's already gone, are we going to hear any Kawhi Leonard chatter at that point then?
That's definitely been a question that I've heard around the league. People have wondered. I mean, even someone around Kawhi called me and said, "Hey, have you heard anything on Kawhi getting moved?" I think, not to be too tinfoil hat here, the whole league is whispering and speculating about some potential hammer that could fall on the Clippers by way of all this aspiration, investigation nonsense following the All-Star break. I have no idea what's true. Nobody has any idea what's true in terms of what type of punishment, if any, is going to fall on the Clippers. But I just say all that to say, if the whole league is of the at least impression that something could happen, whether that's a Kawhi suspension or his contract being voided, whatever. Again, that is completely baseless. I have no knowledge as what could be happening there. But if you're any team that has the thought of, should I call the Clippers and try to get Kawhi? If I'm hearing that teams are afraid of that potential ramification, they are too. So I've already been cautioned by several people around the league that would most likely deter several teams from going out and trying to bring in Kawhi with the fear and the uncertainty of what his availability could be. So that's kind of just my answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. We've got you for a few more minutes. There was one trade that has, unless you've got something else that's developing here. The Zubac stuff is really interesting. We didn't get to talk about the Kristaps Porzingis and his hand in ending the long national nightmare of the Jonathan Kuminga trade saga / standoff with the Warriors. Look, we've all speculated plenty on what kind of return Jonathan Kuminga might get for the Warriors as his value cratered. What can you say about how that deal came together? Maybe who initiated it? Like what the sort of motivation is for Golden State, because Porzingis' deal is expiring, obviously. Is that someone they intend to kind of road test and potentially re-sign? Like what can you tell us about that deal?
So one big piece of synergy here is that the Atlanta Hawks' new general manager, Ansi Salah, came to Atlanta by way of Golden State. So he has a ton of familiarity with Jonathan Kuminga, with his overall development program, where he was expected to be, what they were trying to develop him into within Steve Kerr's offense compared to Jonathan Kuminga's own skill set. So that connection to me is obvious and not coincidental. I think also there's a chance, with him being on a team option, that, again, Atlanta has wanted to have as much flexibility as they could, right? In terms of taking back future money and moving out long-term money. Like, they are very well positioned to have a ton of flexibility this summer. So Jonathan Kuminga's team option allows them more flexibility to basically decline that if they want to and bring him back at a lower deal over more years, if that's something that works out. I mean, his whole contract situation is going to definitely be dependent upon how he can flourish with the Hawks. He'll have a runway here to really kind of showcase himself and fight for a different contract, but I can almost guarantee you that Atlanta will be looking to tear up that team option and find a more longer-term deal on a lower AAV. From the Warriors side of things, they've been tracking Kristaps Porzingis and targeting him as someone of interest for them, to my belief, since 2022, when Dallas was kind of auctioning KP off and they were accepting that Porzingis' marriage with Luka Doncic was coming to an end. Remember that? Remember when that was a super team? Luka Doncic and KP? So that deal that went to Washington originally, Kristaps Porzingis, at that time Golden State was in the mix. They have for some time now, especially as Draymond Green has deteriorated a bit here, as he's been less of an offensive focal point, as he's been in terms of scoring, right? Draymond's still that hub, that DHO, backdoor bounce pass distributor, both out of the top of the key and the pinch post type stuff. But the more he has declined as a scorer, which that kind of really started in 2022 when Golden State won the title, right? That finals run, I think, was kind of the beginning of Draymond going the other side of the bell curve of being like an offensive weapon. They've always been targeting centers that can both rim protect and shoot. That was the hope with Al Horford, bringing him in this year. That's why you've seen Quentin Post have a lot of opportunity to thrive playing next to Draymond Green. That's also part of why the Kuminga fit was pretty doomed all along once they got Jimmy Butler. Steve Kerr was convinced the three of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Jonathan Kuminga did not provide enough shooting offensively. So they changed that issue out for a better shooter in Porzingis and a better rim protector in Porzingis that I think they really believe will all align much better than their current dynamic. The big issue, of course, and the risk is Porzingis' health. But being that it is an expiring contract, and also being that he's been injured and sick and in and out of the lineup for 2 years now, I'm sure the Warriors have some confidence that if this works out to their benefit, if he plays and performs to the point that they're going to want to bring him back, they will almost definitely be able to have him at a number below the $30 million he's at right now. So that's kind of the overall breakdown on that trade between both those sides.
This is related to the Warriors, but a lot of people have tried connecting the dots where they acquire Kristaps Porzingis, so they believe it pulls them out of the Giannis sweepstakes because now you have to use Jimmy Butler effectively as the outgoing salary. We also saw reporting after the Wolves traded for Ayo that now the Wolves believe they're out of the Giannis sweepstakes. Where do the Giannis sweepstakes actually stand? Could a deal actually materialize by 3 p.m. today, or are we at the point where we're more so looking at this being an off-season transaction?
You know, I've been skeptical of Minnesota getting this done all along. I was skeptical with Golden State too, because Giannis, I mean, I don't know if he told the Warriors directly or if his people communicated it directly, but we've talked about this here. He was absolutely not enchanted by the idea of going to the Bay. And I don't think the Bucks really loved what Golden State's offer was either. So to me, all those factors were always making Golden State an unlikely team. Minnesota has the best possible young player, in my opinion, to put and give Milwaukee a real blue chip prospect in Jaden McDaniels. To me, Jaden McDaniels is unequivocally a number 3 option on a championship contending team. Depending on how high you are on him, depending on what you think his development can continue to be offensively, maybe he's got upside of number 2, but at least he's got that in him. He is an elite all-NBA defensive talent and someone who's come miles in terms of his offensive creation, his ability to get downhill and finish in the paint. But outside of him, Minnesota doesn't have draft capital. They just don't. So I've heard they've made various conversations around the league trying to get additional picks, contacting Portland. Everyone's been contacting Portland because they control Milwaukee's picks through 28 through 30. But to me, the best in-season package right now has been Miami. The complication there is Miami's package gets better this summer when they have access to 2 more picks. The complication there is they won't have Terry Rozier's contract anymore. So that's one major expiring salary piece that would have gone back to Milwaukee. But the Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, Pele Larson, that group, they're not going anywhere. And you get 2 extra first-round picks from Miami this summer as well. So the other piece of all this, everyone I've talked to from New York, Minnesota, Golden State, Miami's kind of gone dark right now. They've all kind of been saying they never thought Milwaukee was so serious about trading Giannis. I mean, the Warriors people I spoke to last night basically said the Bucks weren't even calling us back. Like, we made our offers, we were saying, hello, Bueller, and they weren't getting anything. So that has led many people around the league, even people on Giannis Antetokounmpo's side, to my understanding. The last call I had this morning into someone with knowledge of Giannis' side of the equation, they were disappointed in kind of accepting that this seems likely he won't get dealt. Still 3 hours to go here. We'll see. But right now, I think the only scenario for Giannis to get traded at this moment would be Miami.
Okay. Quickly, Jake, I know you got to run. A couple teams that I imagine people are hoping get a little more involved at the 11th hour here than they've been. What have you heard about the Pistons? The Pistons made a small move. They dumped Jaden Ivey. They brought in, got a little more shooting. But they're a team that everyone has kind of been clamoring for, like, be the Michael Porter Jr. team, or let's upgrade the Tobias Harris spot. Have you heard anything about them? And have you heard anything about the Spurs looking at anything as they've kind of profiled much more as a contender than maybe people thought?
Yeah, the Pistons have been signaling for weeks now that they did not want to go out and be ultra aggressive, that they're kind of playing with house money. And I also think it doesn't really benefit them from an asset management standpoint to push their chips too early. Like, they have fully arrived ahead of schedule. They were not supposed to make the playoffs last year. They were not supposed to be the wire-to-wire #1 team in the Eastern Conference this year. They also know that they're going to have to pay Jalen Duren now after he bet on himself and didn't come to an extension agreement with the Pistons in the fall. He's become a first-time All-Star. The early numbers I'm hearing for him are going to be north of $40 million, so that's going to be very expensive. Then you're going to have to consider the fact that Asar Thompson will be up for his own rookie-scale extension this fall as well. So Detroit knows that this roster is going to be getting more and more expensive year over year. Like we talked about earlier, when you rebuild and you hit these guys, once they come up year after year after year, they go from making $5 to $10 million rookie scale contract salaries, and then they end up having to all get paid $100, $200 million. I think we're getting word right now that the Bucks are saying they're not trading Giannis.
This is my shocked face. Jake, this was great. Thank you so much for all this intel. We know you're a busy guy, so we appreciate you giving us your time.
Thank you, guys.
We've got more trade fits to get to, but Grant, I got to ask you, man, Jake Fischer with an excellent teaser. Who's that big man he's maybe talking about in Miami that could get moved?
Well, where I'm disappointed. So we're talking, isn't it Bam? And what is that like? Because Bam Adebayo makes us like stylistically, right? With what we think of when we think of the Pacers offense. He can pass the ball. He's a shooter now. That's fun. Great defensive anchor still. You and I are in the tank for Bam. That's we should put that disclaimer up, but that's a fascinating that Jake did not say was happening. But that's a fun hypothetical, right?
I'm assuming he wasn't talking about Khalil Ware, though. So I'm just gonna connect the dots and say Bam. The Pacers would be a great fit, but are they the team that could have the best, or that you can envision throwing out the best possible Bam package? I'm assuming, does that include this year's first round pick? We've been talking about Zubats, Gafford, all these other names where it's Indy's going to keep this year's first round pick because it's going to be, let's just say, a top 5 first round pick. If you throw that on the table for Bam, that gets incredibly interesting. And now I want it to happen just because we think that's what Fischer was alluding to. He didn't say it, just to be clear, but it seems like that's what he was talking about.
That is a very shiny object that I'm having a hard time taking my eyes off of all of a sudden. We have, though, Dan, a couple more things to get to. As it sounds like, according to Jake, that maybe the Bucks are done. So there's a couple other players that I think we both agree could stand a change of scenery. And if that happens, where would we like to see them go? I want to start just to troll you mostly as a recovering Knicks fan with Karl Anthony Towns. This is, I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but a very difficult player to trade right now, even though has put up all-star production. Just the money is enormous. The roster concessions you have to make to accommodate him also significant. Where, if Towns were to be traded, forget what the Knicks are getting back, just where's a good landing spot for him?
One, I'm offended that you think a $118 million center who can't play center is overpaid and that the contract is difficult to move.
It's a controversial take. I know. I don't feel comfortable out here on this limb.
I think you need to send him somewhere that can insulate him defensively, not necessarily even around the basket, but in front of him. That's what Minnesota had Rudy Gobert next to him. But if you're going to play him at center, there needs to be just a ton of talent in front of him. I'm going with the Orlando Magic. And their offense, despite trading for Desmond Bane, is still not great. Now, they haven't been healthy. When you look at their top-end lineup, it's actually fared pretty well. But you have Anthony Black is coming up on a new payday. You did extend Wendell Carter Jr. and Jalen Suggs. The Paolo Banchero extension kicks in next season. They did already duck the tax this year. There are configurations where if you trade Wendell Carter Jr. and then Jalen Suggs, that you could easily make it work. And I could make a case that if I'm the Knicks, you probably just need to pounce on that. You get deeper. Wendell Carter Jr. not as talented offensively, better defensively. You're losing Suggs, though, as Orlando. But when you look at what Anthony Black has been better than Jalen Suggs this year. Oh, we have a trade.
We've got a trade alert. Here we go. Well, the Bucks did make a trade, Dan. Wow. Should we just continue to say the Bucks made a trade and not say who it was? Everybody's watching can see it on that. You want to run through it for us?
Yeah, so the Bucks, according to Shams, are trading Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Phoenix Suns for Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis. I just want to go on the record and say this. If this doesn't get Giannis to sign his extension this October, I don't know what will. This is the type of move that just shows commitment to keeping him long-term. Look, sure. The Suns ducked the tax as part of this. You could argue that Milwaukee needs some maybe front court depth. I know there are people that were high on Nigel Hayes-Davis entering the season as sort of a do-everything wing on the fringes of the rotation, but this is a big... Unless there's another move to follow, this is one of those trades where are the Bucks just trying to do something for the sake of doing something at this point? I don't know if you have any hot takes on this one, though.
I think Giannis said, "Get me Nick Richards, or I'm out of here." Don't you? I think that was probably it. Okay. Good job, Bucks. You pulled off a deal. All right, let's get. So I think the Cat to Orlando idea is fascinating. I also, because you just tried to speak it into existence, I'm a big fan of Jalen Suggs next to Jalen Brunson in the Knicks backcourt. That there's some real synergy there. Some real I cover for you, you cover for me, offense, defense stuff. Next name, he got his two best teammates traded by getting suspended and being hurt all the time. Ja Morant. We talked to Jake, and most of the buzz suggests that it's I don't know. Nobody's sure what's happening with him. It seems like he may go somewhere. I'm going to nominate the Kings, partly for the comedy of it. The Kings are very much the island of misfit toys, and Morant's value has completely cratered to the point where you look at what Trae Young went for, which was essentially expiring money, and you wonder if, is Ja going to do better than that for Memphis? I don't know. The Kings are reeling. They are really in contention for the worst record in the league. They're aging. They're expensive. Morant, at least to me, gives them... Now, who knows if he'd want to be there? Probably not. But he doesn't want to be in Memphis, it doesn't seem like, based on how he's played, despite what he said. Doesn't Morant give the Kings this glimmer, something to hope for, right? Because he's not that far removed from, what was he, 7th or 9th in MVP voting a few years ago as an all-NBA, been most improved. At least as a Kings fan, you could look at Ja Morant coming aboard and say, what if he gets back to what he was? Isn't that better than anything they have going right now?
Sure. It doesn't. I find it so Kings that all the messaging from them coming out is that they are not interested in John Morant, and we're all just saying they're going to be the team that ends up trading for John Morant. But your premise is just correct, that he's the glimmer of hope where it's, oh, Sabonis is still there. How is that better than Fox and Sabonis and now Hunter's? And if you get off Zach LaVine's deal as part of the process, and so you're getting a little cheaper, even though John Morant's under contract, I think for a little bit longer. Sure, but I need to see what the opportunity cost is. If the Grizzlies want more in terms of pick equity, which is to say get any draft picks at all for John Morant than the Hawks got for Trae Young, I hope for Kings fans' sake that Sacramento isn't in on it. But he just feels like they still have too many guards when you look at Russ, LaVine, or I'll say not enough actual wings even after getting Hunter. But you're right. Ja would be a potential North Star there. I want to hear some more destinations from people in the chat on these players, though, because I'm very interested to see what you all have to say. Let's move on to Michael Porter Jr., though, Grant. You already alluded to what this is a collective pick for us. We're not going to differ at all.
Yep.
Pistons, just go out and get Michael Porter Jr. already. I know Jake talked about they're going to get more expensive. Duran's deal. Asar Thompson's going to need an extension this summer. I don't care just because Jake is right. He's so plugged in. But yeah, Michael Porter Jr. comes off the books by the time Asar Thompson gets more expensive. And so before you have to pay all three of your guys, like he's off the books at that point. He fits like a glove. He has been so good, not just as an overall jump shooter, but he's created a lot of his own looks. He's done a little bit more as a playmaker. This is someone who would just be so good on the Pistons, and it's not going to cost you a ton to get him. His value's gone up, but like this year's first round pick to the Pistons, is going to be number 25 or lower? Go pair that to something. You don't even have to get rid of Tobias Harris anymore because you can move Duncan Robinson after getting Kevin Huerter. That's my little spiel on why haven't the Detroit Pistons traded for Michael Porter Jr. already. This just makes too much sense.
Yeah, I can understand the reluctance. Lauri Markkanen's the other name. Now he's not going to be moved for several reasons because the Jazz have gone the other direction. But I can understand the Pistons hesitating on someone like Markkanen who has so much money for so long on this new extension that he got. The salary concerns with guys like Asar Thompson, and if you want to go, Jalen Duren obviously is going to get a pay raise, and Ron Holland is coming up. Presumably, some of those guys would go out for Markkanen, but I get that hesitation. Like, we got to pay our guys. We're not sure Markkanen is a sufficient upgrade at that price that it makes sense for us. MPJ is just different, right? Like, costs less now, on the books for less time. Comparable talent-wise, at least production-wise this year. I think Markkanen's a better player, but it's close enough that we could have a conversation about it. Look, I get wanting to just kind of see what this looks like as the Pistons. Like, we're ahead of schedule, yes, all conceded on all fronts. But Michael Porter Jr. is such a perfect fit for what they need. He's just like Tobias Harris times 7, right? Like a lot similar position. Like just fits that spot perfectly. So it's a little disappointing. Look, the Pistons are the best team in the East so far. So like, okay, I get it. If you want to just kind of, continue with the hand you have.
I'm sorry. The Cavaliers have entered we just traded for James Harden portion of their implosion. If you're the best team in the Eastern Conference, go out and get Michael Porter Jr. now. Like, I don't assign, and I'm not assigning this sentiment to you. You have the flexibility to do it now. It doesn't nuke your books or your assets. You're the best team in the East now. Continue to get better now. If you think he's going to come in and ruin the locker room, that's one thing. But for all the stuff that Michael Porter Jr. has said, for all even some of the injury concerns, he's been pretty durable over the past 3 years. And two, you never kind of heard, there was weird things with him and Michael Malone in Denver, but you never heard anything bad about that outside of that. And then in Brooklyn, you haven't heard anything bad about him as a teammate either. I did want to move on to Zion Williamson. Where would you like to see him go?
Where would I think there's a couple good options here. I'm going to lean Clippers. And the reason is I can see him fitting. This assumes Zubats goes nowhere, although maybe that shouldn't really impact it as much as I'm going to make the case. But I love Zubats and Garland as just, those are your bookends, right? Your center and your point guard. I think Zion as a secondary, like 1A, 1B with Garland. When Zion's right, he's a better shot generator than Garland is and better than virtually anybody. It's a buy low. I think I don't care that he's looked leaner and more explosive and all this. Every concern you've had about Zion over the past several years, all the concerns that led to the weird partial guarantees on his contract, they're still there for me. It's going to take more than one relatively healthy season on a team doing absolutely nothing before I move on from those. So that's all to say. I think the Clippers should be able to get Zion for quite a bit less than you might think. And I just like the idea of him with Zubats and Garland. I'm way more interested in that future as a Clippers fan than I am with them like trying to clear cap space and fill in some wings in between their bookends.
3 things on that. 1, very quickly, love it.
3.
2, you did not mention Kawhi Leonard as part of loving that. Do you envision the Clippers are also moving Kawhi Leonard, or?
I'm a little curious how much longer Kawhi Leonard's going to be there, aren't you? Isn't that a bit of a wild card where maybe there's a bit of a void in the there'll be some touches available potentially sometime soon? I don't know, just spitballing.
And the final thing is, so if you're the Clippers, it is a buy low on Zion, but the way he's been playing, I don't think the Pelicans are just going to take contracts and seconds. Are you willing to give up a first round pick? So it would have to be 2030 or later. And that's if it was going to convey sooner, it's an easier decision to make. But if it's 1 first round pick, 2030 or later, 2030, 2031 or 2032, are you doing it?
Yeah, probably not. Also, the Pelicans do not seem interested in a long-term thought process. And they might hear the offer of a 2030 pick and be like, well, I mean, nobody in charge will be here by then. So why, it's just, I don't know. It doesn't, although maybe that's an argument for them saying yes. Who cares? Zion's a tough move, but an interesting player that, I don't know, somewhat surprisingly ended up not being very highly discussed at this trade deadline.
By the way, I would trade the first round pick for him. If Kawhi is still going to be there, I would trade a first round pick for him.
All right. Another Pelicans player, and by the way, the Pelicans' hilarious messaging of we love our core. We're the worst team in basketball, but we got to keep it together. Trey Murphy III, there's a mint out there for him if he were on the market. We're running out of time. We got a couple hours left until the deadline. But is there a spot? He's a universal fit. Is there a spot that you like him going more than some others?
Well, maybe we'll find out because Jake Fischer is going to come back on, Grant, it sounds like, which is making me very excited. So let's see what Jake has to say now.
What's up,
Jake,
guys?
welcome back, man.
Chaos at the end. It really did seem like Miami was approaching possibly getting something done. I mean, I do not think it's coincidental that Milwaukee shut down officially all their conversations once it seemed clear that Miami was not going to be getting him, right? We lost Golden State last night. Minnesota seemed to move forward with everything else after making their Ayo Dosunmu move. Definitely had been hearing that Miami was looking at making secondary moves to potentially add more draft capital to send to Milwaukee, but they're out. Everyone's out. And again, I haven't talked to a team executive with one of the teams that was actually calling the Bucks that really ever believed that the Bucks were going to do this now. There is still some thought, as there always is in Milwaukee, that Giannis, he'll see they get a top draft pick in the lottery. They'll be able to trade it. They'll be able to do something else. I still have not been told to discount John Morant for the Bucks right here. But I think primarily Milwaukee's going to move forward with more low salary type moves. You know, they immediately swung this deal with Phoenix that brings Nigel Hayes-Davis and Nick Richards into Milwaukee for Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey that helps the Suns get under the luxury tax. We're definitely hearing the Bucks as one possible landing spot for Cam Thomas from Brooklyn, who did not go with the Nets to Orlando where they play tonight. They kept him off the trip. He's out for personal reasons. But those personal reasons are definitely potentially being traded. Chris Boucher is going to the Utah Jazz right now. He was definitely a young center that was caught up, I think, in the shuffle of various things. He was a potential target for Phoenix. So yeah, these dominoes are starting to fall. But yeah, I don't remember where you guys were, to be honest, before I came back in here. I just wanted to touch Giannis and kind of clear up where all the Miami noise was going. Yeah.
No, we got to stay on Giannis for a second because I don't think you reported it, but there were reports that the Bucks were countering. This is maybe 36 hours old or so. Do you have a sense of what that looked like? Because and if so, then how does that square with the Bucks like not calling the Warriors back, or like what really went on there? What were the Bucks ever? It's hard to know, but like, how serious was their engagement? Was any of this like performative for Giannis, or you know what I mean? Like, are they countering or not? Like, what was their interest level ultimately, as far as you can tell?
I don't think the Bucks were ever like really making so many counter offers to most teams. I'm still waiting right now to get more insight as to how serious back and forth that last final stretch with Miami was. But I'd say, to your question about like what was the point of all this, probably A, to kind of show Giannis, yes, but B, now the Bucks have a lot of data and information before they go back and do this again this summer, in theory. Again, they're going to try. They're going to hope. They're going to hope until the last dying breath that they can keep making moves to keep Giannis in the fold. But now they have all the information from Golden State. But it's different now, though, because like Jonathan Kuminga's off the table. I mean, clearly, if the Bucks were so into Jonathan Kuminga, maybe things are different. But some of these packages are going to be different now. So all the data they have acquired, some of that is going to be outdated. But they have this dialogue. They have these starting points to revisit in the summer. The tricky thing, though, I've heard this from multiple people with knowledge of the situation. If the Bucks are moving, more into end of season tank situation to try to get this top pick, to either have that top pick play next to Giannis, to have that person be, the next iteration of Milwaukee, whatever it is, Giannis, while he's coming back from the soleus strain, the word is undeniable that Giannis is going to want to play. So that's a confliction between where the Bucks want to be and what Giannis wants to do. Like, they've been terrible even with him, right? But they've been awful without him. So where does bringing back Giannis from this calf strain? He's going to want to play if healthy. The Bucks want to be bad to improve their lottery positioning. That's just going to be an interesting dynamic to check out. AD's already injured. Trae Young's already injured in Washington. We're not expecting a lot of opportunity for those guys to play. People have been joking to me on the phone all week, like, is Jaren Jackson going to land in Salt Lake and get a toothache and all of a sudden he can't play? Like, that type of stuff is going to be a theme around the league, because this draft is so good and all these teams have too much at stake. Milwaukee, as important as anyone. Yeah.
Is there a chance, Jake, that this ends up being worse for Milwaukee, though? Because if they get to the summer, there's this conflicting dynamic with Giannis if they decide to shut him down. He'll also have just the 1 year left on his contract before that player option to go into free agency. Doesn't it give him more leverage to say, I'm only going here? Absolutely. And so, okay, it's cool that they think that these packages are available, but they could get worse. Yeah.
That's a very fair point, and that's something that I've been considering, and I've written on the Stein line, my joint Substack effort with Marc Stein, that like there was kind of a pro and con to both, right? If they did it now, they would have that full carte blanche, to your point, Dan, of, well, he's got a playoff run this year and then a playoff run next year before all that stuff. But the question here will be, is that threat going to be so drastic of like Giannis won't go here, Giannis won't re-sign there, if a team like San Antonio falls short in the first round, or Houston gets smacked in the mouth, or let's say OKC, they almost lost to Denver in Game 7 in the second. Like the hope that Milwaukee will hedge is that there will be more teams in the marketplace for him after some type of first round exit. New York, if New York falls short, how much more aggressive will they be? So that's Milwaukee's hedge against Giannis's leverage. It's the hope that there will be far more teams that have some shortcoming in the playoffs or decide now, okay, it's the summertime, we weren't that good, let's go get the big man.
Quickly before we let you go, Jake, sorry, is there a team that very much wanted to be involved in the Giannis sweepstakes, could not put an offer on the table that was competitive now that may change when more picks become of it. Everybody's going to want to say the Lakers, for example, right?
Lakers for
Can
sure.
trade 1 first now, can trade 3 in the offseason. Is that a team you might expect to at least get a hat in the ring?
Lakers for sure. The Lakers were not involved right now, and they will be come summertime, without a doubt.
Okay.
Jake, thank you so much for the latest. This was great. Again, we appreciate you hopping on and giving us all that.
I was listening in the ear all the time. It was great.
Thanks, Jake.
See ya.
Man, I don't know what the Bucks are doing, but hey, they have Nick Richards now. Everything is going to be fine. Did you want to get Trey Murphy really quickly if the Spurs aren't going to get Giannis? I think he would be fun to see to go to San Antonio. Like that's just that's an upgrade in the front court alongside Wemby.
I think if you're going to be built around Castle and Harper, who I love across the board, but who they're shooting under 30% from 3 for most of the season, getting a lights out long range shooting wing who can also beat a closeout and dunk on everybody. Like that's a perfect fit for Trey Murphy. And again, like we keep saying with the Spurs, they've got the assets to kind of choose their own adventure. Look, can we just, if you take one thing away from this conversation, we've been talking for almost 90 minutes. Can the Spurs just get more fun? Can we, what are we doing? This is a generational super talent in Wemby. And I'm going to speak for you too. We just want one more really exciting superstar or at least star level player on that team. That's all we want. It's not going to happen at this deadline, but that's what we've been hoping for.
What about the final name we have on our little list before we have a few minutes left here? Draymond Green. If the Warriors are going to move him, which feels, well, they weren't going to move him for Giannis as soon as they moved Kuminga. So that was off the table. If there's a chance that they decide we need to move on from Draymond Green, where do you think he makes sense?
So first of all, I would just lead with, it did seem like that was a potential reality, right? Based on some of his comments and the reporting from Anthony Slater of The Athletic that, Green's been looped in on trade talks. He had a couple press conferences where he was very much like, it felt like a guy who kind of thought he might get broken up with and was like pre-emotionally hedging. Like I'm actually I'm good with this. This is actually good for me. Which
he did it for the podcast.
Commendable. Or he did it for the podcast. Whatever it is. Like I think he evinced like some real maturity and just like good perspective, right? Which like I don't know. I thought I'm making light of it, but like very like I'm impressed that he kind of took to being included in serious trade room. It's happened before. There was a Memphis thing, but that was more of a free agency situation. Anyway, if Draymond Green goes anywhere, it just has to be the Lakers. And that works on several levels to me. One, if you're built around Luka Doncic, probably going to need a defensive anchor. I think Green can still be that. His role offensively diminishes a lot, which, as Jake alluded to, probably fine because he doesn't have a lot of offensive value. Certainly doesn't have what he used to have. And then if the Lakers do get involved with a Giannis offer over the summer, that's a reasonable salary to throw into a package, right? I think there's a lot of ways that could work out for the Lakers and for Draymond. If LeBron's not there, does it work? I don't know. That's kind of maybe been one of the big allures, but what are your thoughts there? Or if you have another team, I'd be curious to hear it.
I think that's like a fair fit. I'm just curious the way the Lakers are built. Not that Draymond would be exposed defensively, but that's a lot to put on his shoulders at his age. And so I'm curious. I think the Lakers would be better, but is it too much to ask him to prop up? We know what LeBron's like on defense these days, or what Luka and Reeves are going to look like. Also, if you're the Lakers, Grant, they have the contracts to make stuff happen. What are you giving up your first round pick to get Draymond Green, or the Warriors the Warriors doing it as a solid to Draymond and sending him out for expiring? So they're getting Rui and just like other salary to make it work.
In my mind, it's probably expiring. I don't think the Lakers are going to give up first round equity there. Yeah, the King in the chat says trade for Lucas straight up. As a Warriors fan, I see no issues.
Did the Lakers hire Nico Harrison? That's right. Is he back? Is he back?
Yeah, man. So another one here from Card Collector's Corner. I would love Giannis for Shea. Man, I mean.
Wow.
If I'm the Bucks, I'm getting back into the I'm reneging on my we're not trading Giannis if that's on the table. I mean, like that's that's the first or second best player in the league for the third or fourth. I'm not sure why you're getting the Thunder to pull that off, though.
Grant, Relisock 4.
Oh.
DeAndre Ayton is way better than current Draymond. Could I get some thoughts on that one?
Well, I could imagine JJ Redick being furious at Draymond for a lot of reasons, but just deciding to like not play defense for entire games is not among them. I don't know. If you're playing fantasy basketball, I guess Ayton's points and rebounds are cool, but there's a reason a former number one pick keeps getting bounced around the league and bought out, right, by Portland.
Is there a fadeaway like jumper category for fantasy basketball when you have a wide open dunk? Because Ayton, like I think I'd want Ayton on my team to satisfy that box.
Very soft layups are cool. They're very in right now. So
max age 4250, maybe package with Rui for Draymond. I think, look, if I'm the Warriors and I'm not getting any picks back, absolutely. Because Rui is just, I know he's had the benefit of good table setters in LA. He's become a knockdown shooter from basically every area of the floor.
Mm-hmm. Nardo EBK says Draymond need to go to Detroit for real. I wouldn't be shocked if he ended his career in Detroit just because he's from Saginaw and like just, is always is up for Pistons games. It clearly matters to him being involved with the Pistons, playing against the Pistons, being on the Pistons. I can imagine serious appeal. Detroit doesn't need him right now. That defense is nails, and they got a bunch of bigs that are tough. Isaiah Stewart is, in fact, a better player than Draymond Green right now. I don't feel like that's controversial, and he's not even a starter most of the time. So, I could see an end to a career for Draymond for sure. But yeah, Best Fail says retirement home. Detroit would just be the location. All right. They'll retire.
That
Warrior,
team would win the
I
chip.
think.
That retirement home rec league, they would win the chip if they had Draymond, I think.
We've got quite some variance in the Draymond assessments. He either is going to bring you a title or he needs to sit in a lounge chair for a long time.
I wanted to ask you, though, while we have a couple minutes here, I think it's proven that Giannis kind of holding the trade deadline hostage isn't going to slow activity. But when you are looking at certain teams, when you look at what the Wolves, everyone was expecting the Wolves to do something bigger after that initial Mike Conley trade. The Warriors have done their business. The Knicks only traded Yabusele as of right now. The Spurs and the Rockets have done nothing. The OKC is basically housekeeping. Do you think it makes it a lot less likely that we see any of those teams, or even a team like the Raptors, take, I'll say, a bigger swing in the lead up to 3 p.m., knowing that, Giannis is in fact going to be available this offseason?
Yeah, I wonder, when we were talking to Jake and he kind of alluded to, saying when we do this all again in the summer, first of all, my stomach sank because I'm a little tired of Giannis holding everything up. I think he's fact that he might be
first. He hasn't done it yet.
He's got to do it. And he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Yeah. And so if I can envision the same hesitation among teams that think they have a shot at him for the next 2 hours or 2.5, extending into the offseason. I think he's still going to be the domino. The word domino will be used with Giannis until he's traded, because if you think there's even a remote chance you can get him, you are just going to keep the powder dry, right? Like I just, there will be other big names that become available because this is a cycle and it always happens. It's going to be hard for there to be a bigger one than Giannis still. So I just don't see a scenario where, if he doesn't sign that extension, which we better get information on that before October 1st, which is when he can actually sign it in Milwaukee. If we get word that we'll get the same, like, equivocating, all that stuff, we'll just be right back here doing this same thing. And it'll feel like deja vu, right? Like teams aren't going to go nuts, I don't think, in the next couple hours if they think they can get Giannis in July. That would be my guess. Do you agree?
Yes. And the final question, is there a player? The Bucks will have 3 first-round picks, presumably, this summer. What is the level? Doesn't have to be the exact name of the entire. What's the level of player that you think could get Giannis to say, all right, I'll sign the extension and stay here again. We'll do this a third time.
Yeah. No, to me, if I'm Giannis, it needs to be an all-NBA player, because you need 2 of those minimum if you're going to be a contender. And I'm not seeing a second one of those currently on the Bucks. For him, I imagine the bar's a little lower, maybe an all-star. I don't know who that is. I don't know who might actually be available. Honestly, I think Ja Morant might come close enough, because clearly he doesn't want to ask for the trade. If it's me, that's not nearly enough. But if it's Giannis, maybe. I don't know. It's got to minimum all-star though, right? It's got to be a needle mover, or else what are we doing? They still don't have any assets. So what's the future look like there?
LaMelo Ball or bust to me. That's about all the time you and I have, though. Are you ready to take us out of here?
Yeah, thanks everybody in the chat. Thanks to Jake for jumping in and out and providing some great information. If you're not checking in with him on the Stein line or he's doing BR streams all the time. Just phenomenal at what he does. Really appreciate him coming on for 3 different segments. Thanks to everybody
awesome.
that weighed in. Yeah, Jake's the best. We are going to toss it now to the next portion of the show here. It's going to be 3 Cone and Matt Geist and probably some more Jake Fischer. We'll see what else he's got if he can still stand up straight. Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Welcome into the BR studio. My name is Connor, go by Cone online, 3 Cone. This is my guy, Matt. Matt, how you doing?
I'm good, man. A little bit better that the Knicks just picked up Jose Alvarado.
Yeah, so Thunder fan, as you can't tell, or if you can't tell from the hoodie, Knicks fan over here. And Matt, how you feeling? I know you trade away Yabu. I know your favorite player, but you get back Dalen Terry, your new favorite player, and Jose Alvarado, Grand Theft Alvarado. Feels like a pretty good pickup for the Knicks.
It's exactly what they needed to. They just kind of needed a guy who can guard a few different positions off the bench, spark plug, energy guy, kind of like somebody that can complement Landry Shamet in a way coming off the bench. So I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, he's someone I can already tell from being at Knicks games, Madison Square Garden. Love every single steal from behind. They're going to be big fans of it. And as for my Thunder, they went ahead and grabbed Jared McCain. Big fan of that trade. And we'll talk about that in a bit. But first thing we got to go into is the fact that Giannis isn't getting moved. They were talking about it. I know Jake Fischer was talking about it a little bit. He said that an exec told him that the Bucks were never serious. And so we continue on with the Giannis rumors. How you feeling with nothing happening?
Yeah, I feel like it was going to take a lot to trade Giannis midseason, where you're just talking about that star of a player getting moved with the picks and the players and maybe multiple teams in it. Mm-hmm. I don't think the suitors will change too much in the offseason. Maybe there's a surprise suitor in a way, but if you're Milwaukee, you got to at least want a 2033 first-round pick, which would become eligible in the offseason, rather than just getting a 2026 first, which the teams that are getting Giannis are probably going to be pretty good in a way this year, so that pick won't be too valuable. So it was going to be tougher. I think this could go down at the deadline, but it feels inevitable that it'll happen this summer.
Yeah, I'm still in the train that it's going to happen. I know a lot of Bucks fans are talking about online like, nothing was ever going to happen. Giannis is going to be here forever. And maybe they get extremely lucky in the lottery. They jump up a bunch and they get a top pick, and that convinces Giannis to stay. I'm of the belief now that, we already did see one trade for them. They went ahead and grabbed Nick Richards, which doesn't sway things very much for the Bucks, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more moves, maybe like a John Morant if they take some swings. I don't love the idea of it. I'm still of the belief that the Giannis era, I know as much as it hurts to go ahead and divorce with a star who is probably the best player in franchise history, brought them a championship, it hurts for fans, but I do think it's in their long-term best interest. They just don't have the assets, the ability to upgrade and make the team a contender anytime soon, even in this weaker Eastern Conference right now. So I do still think something happens this summer, but while I did kind of feel like, getting this out of the way would be nice, you could also see some suitors, like teams that flame out in the playoffs that currently don't think they need Giannis, could potentially go after him. Maybe like a Houston thinks about it, or a San Antonio feels like they need a big-time upgrade.
Yeah, and there could be a team that made a trade this deadline, like the Cleveland Cavaliers. We talked about them, or we're going to talk about them probably a little bit. Yeah, like you said, there could be some surprise teams this offseason. I think it's nice when you look in history and you can synonymize like Dirk with the Mavericks, you'll synonymize Steph with the Warriors. It'll be the same thing with Giannis, at least we thought. But like you said, once the Dame trade kind of flamed out, Dame gets hurt, it really limited their ceiling with this core, with the second apron, with their lack of draft capital. So it does feel like in order for them to go forward, they're going to have to take this step back and trade Giannis, trade a top 3-4 player in their prime. And we've seen teams like the Houston Rockets after the Harden trade, or the Nets after the Kevin Durant trade. You can really just have a positive outlook going forward when you have the young core, when you have the picks in place. It's things that you might have to lose for a little bit, and the thing is that Milwaukee doesn't own their first round picks, so it's not like they can completely bottom out like some of these teams. But it just feels like that's the only way to go. And I don't know if they trade John Morant, will that even change anything over the next few weeks?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any realistic outcomes, any realistic prospects that make sense to really alter the future of this team. It did feel like the second that Dame got hurt, when that Achilles tear happened, that was the moment that to me really ended the Giannis era, because then they waive him and stretch his contract, they bring in Miles Turner, and I applaud the Bucks. They've done everything possible to win with Giannis. There's one thing you have to give them credit for, it's their aggression. They traded for Drew Holiday, they gave up a bunch, and then when things were falling apart, they lose the Heat in the first round, they trade for Damian Lillard out of nowhere when the Heat seemed like they were going to grab him. They've defied the odds up until this point. The fact that they've kept Giannis this long and they've remained as competitive as they they have. I know they haven't won a series in a little bit, but a lot of that is injury to Dame, injury to Giannis. They've just really kind of gotten unlucky since that 2021 run, and it just feels like that's kind of the way it goes in the NBA. Nothing's ever guaranteed. That's why, if you get one, you feel good about it, because the Bucks won in 2021. It's like they still got Giannis. They could go back-to-back. They could win 2. They could win 3, and it still feels like even though he's not moved now, we could see a move, going on at some point here soon this summer.
Yeah, like thankfully they were able to get that one. As you can see now here, the Knicks, I mean, a team that has won 8 in a row after the sky was falling after their 2-9 stretch.
Yeah, it was.
They're playing real good basketball as of late. They get one of the probably more energetic guys that can come off the bench in the backcourt. He returns home to New York, and honestly, for what the Knicks gave up in Gershon Yabusele for Dalen Terry, and then rerouting Terry in some seconds to get somebody like Alvarado, who could be kind of what they had last year in campaign, a completely different type of player, but kind of that energy guy off the bench that can really swing a playoff series, can swing an 8-minute stretch or even a 3-minute stretch in like the second quarter of a playoff game. And now he gets to go on a team that is for their hopes, like to be a top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference that can reach the NBA Finals this year. And it really gives them a nice kind of change of pace too, from like a Landry Shamet or Miles McBride in that backcourt, and a little bit more of a defensive-minded guy in Alvarado.
That's the big thing for me, the defense with y'all. When the Knicks are going through that skies falling stretch, the defense was the big problem. It's like, can Brunson and Cat coexist as your 2 lead stars, with neither one of them being a positive on the defensive end? They've ramped it up recently. A lot of credit to them. Mikal helps with that. OG Anunoby helps with that. Deuce McBride and Jose Alvarado. I'm someone who's all about not just getting depth pieces, but high upside depth pieces, guys that have the ability to pop off in a series. Jose Alvarado can hit a few threes. He can energize Madison Square Garden with a steal from behind and hit a 3. He's one of those guys. And, playing in his hometown up here in New York, I think it's going to be a great fit. I love the acquisition. I wasn't sure the Knicks were really going to do too much here at the deadline. It did feel like moving off of Yabu, getting in Dalen Terry, just getting off that contract. Like that in and of itself, I would have been like, okay, like I get it. They don't have a lot of ability to make moves. They're never going to get Giannis, much to the chagrin of I was at the Knicks-Lakers game the other day, and there was a Knicks fan behind me yelling anytime Cat made a mistake, like, you're getting traded for Giannis, you bum. So that guy's probably a little bit upset to hear this news. But yeah, I don't think the Knicks needed to make a huge swing or anything. Just add some depth, add some defense, some tenacity, someone who is very capable off the bench. And like now you got him and Deuce as those defenders, those guys that can give you an offensive punch, especially since Jordan Clarkson's not been playing as much recently. It's not worked out too well, him or Yabu, those 2 depth signings they made in the offseason. This is a great pivot.
Yeah, totally. It's just like for the Knicks, their lack of draft capital that they gave up for Mikal Bridges and even a first in the Cat trade, they didn't really have a lot of flexibility at the deadline, and what their Giannis offer was in the offseason probably hasn't changed too much in a way, and it's not really the best offer for Milwaukee to take the New York Knicks, swaps on swaps, and they can't trade the 2033 first yet. So if you're going to make a move on the margins, I'm glad they went out and got somebody like Jose Alvarado. They need just defenders off the bench, and he brings them that. And honestly, like with McBride's injury this year, with Clarkson getting benched and kind of just being in and out of the rotation, it makes a ton of sense for them just to add a piece that could even be back next year as well. I don't think this is a full-on rental. I think there's a possibility for him to be in the Knicks jersey in 2027, where this is their window. Like Brunson, Cat, Bridges, OG, and Hart, like these guys are in their prime. They're not like, hey, you're Thunder, where everybody's under the age of 26, it feels like, and they're not going anywhere. This is the time for the Knicks to hit their ceiling with this roster. So I think the fact that they were able to get somebody like Alvarado, take advantage of the Pelicans having a disappointing season and him potentially leaving in free agency, I think it made all the sense in the world.
No, man, you don't get it. The Pelicans are a playoff team. That's what they keep saying. Is honestly, one of my favorite things about this trade is that the Pelicans actually did something. Like, we're going to talk about some predictions and stuff like that. One of my predictions was that the Pelicans do literally nothing. Like, they are just in this absolute purgatory. Not even purgatory, because they're bad. It's not like they're a middle-of-the-pack team. I think the Pelicans need to have a fire sale and blow it up. I think Herb Jones should be on the market. I think they should be trading Trey Murphy. I know we've heard Yves Missi in some rumors. Like, anybody that can give them some value back, they should be going ahead and dealing away. People keep saying, oh, but they don't have their pick. It doesn't matter. They're still one of the worst teams in the NBA regardless. Yes, exactly. I'm a psych major, sunk cost fallacy, that whole thing. It's this is the type of stuff that runs through my head with NBA discourse. Like, there is no reason for them to hold on to these guys when they can get real value back, especially for a guy like Trey Murphy, who he's a premium on this market right now. He just had 44 points, hit 12 threes against the Bucks literally last night. He's someone that any team would like to go out there and have. I'm sure teams are offering them a ton of capital. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't a lot of interest as we go ahead and flash up our predictions here. Yeah, my first one was that the Pelicans trade nobody. They traded someone. So already I'm proven wrong, although I also mentioned Giannis won't be dealt. So so 1-1 here right now. But I'm just glad the Pelicans are doing at least something. I hope more moves are to come. Obviously, we talked about Giannis not being dealt. My other prediction was that the Mavericks continue their fire sale or go like really into a fire sale. I think they should deal away Gafford. I think they should deal away Najee Marshall. Kyrie doesn't feel like he's going to be moved. It's hard to move someone right now, but I think in the offseason, especially if he comes back this year and plays a little bit, which I don't think he will. I think they're trying to grab a top pick. They should consider moving him. I know you want good players around Cooper Flag, and he's really good already, so it feels weird to deal guys away. But I think you can get so many assets, and your priority should be getting things that you can then, move later down the line to get the right pieces around Cooper Flag. Because right now, they've got good players, but the spacing is bad for him, and do anything possible to prioritize moving down in the standings and getting a top lottery pick to play alongside him. If you can get like a Darren Peterson or an AJ or a Cam Boozer, like one of those guys, especially if it's Darren Peterson, to play with Cooper Flag, you're talking about one of the best duos in the NBA from day one.
It's incredible how good Cooper Flag has been already, and he's somebody that turned 19 in November, December, and he's already one of the more imposing offensive players like on the Mavericks already. You could say he's, now that Anthony Davis is gone, like the healthy Maverick, he's the guy that they're running their offense through, and they have been over, honestly, the course of the season. I totally agree. They should really kind of lean in around Cooper Flag, maybe not too much in a way because they don't own their first round pick next year with that going to Charlotte, so you don't want to like completely tear it down. And I love watching Najee Marshall and PJ and Christie fly around, but so do a lot of teams, and that's why they're probably going to get the most in return than somebody that's like maybe Gafford with his contract, or you don't know about Lively's health status right now either. I wonder when Kyrie eventually comes back, because I feel like we're going to see him this year, how will that dialogue go into the offseason? Could we see him get traded in the offseason? Or is he going to be a guy that's just going to be kind of a co-starter, Cooper Flag, throughout this rookie contract? So you could definitely see both sides there as they continue to build around Cooper Flag going forward. And as you mentioned, like picturing Darren Peterson and Cooper Flag in like the backcourt or on the perimeter together, I mean, you're set up for the next 10 years. I know we said that for maybe Luka Doncic in Dallas, but I think you definitely have something to get excited about.
You never know when Nico Harrison could just come out of nowhere and all of a sudden he's in control, just puppeteering the Mavericks front office. As a Thunder fan, like I'm sick of good players coming to the Western Conference. My fear was that Giannis was going to get traded to the Wolves, and it's like, okay, now the top 5 players in basketball are all out West. But instead, he stays out East, so that's good to see. But your predictions are interesting. Yours are more specific than mine. I see you mentioning Zubats going to the Indiana Pacers. That's something I like the idea of a lot. I know we've been hearing rumors. I know Jake Fischer was mentioning, who we'll be talking to at some point here on the stream. He mentioned that is something the Pacers are pursuing. They need a big after Miles Turner left, someone to play alongside Halliburton going forward. Gafford could be someone, we talk about my Mavericks fire sale, but I would love Zubats over there in Indiana. Yeah,
because I didn't think that the Clippers were going to trade Zubats, and then once you trade away Harden for Garland and you're getting a little bit younger, it makes sense to field calls for Zubats, and a big man of his caliber could definitely go for quite the haul on the open market for a team that doesn't have much draft capital to use going forward. So we also saw, I'll use a Luka comparison here. Gafford was a good center in Washington. He leveled up with the Mavericks in 2024 when you have somebody that has the offensive engine ability of like a Luka Doncic and a Tyrese Halliburton. So think about if some center, Zubats and Yves Missi, one of those guys, goes to the Pacers and you get to play with one of the best playmakers, one of the best change of pace guys, one of the best court vision players in the NBA, and Tyrese Halliburton, we're going to look at you in a completely different tier. We're going to see you maybe deep in an Eastern Conference playoff run. And I think the Pacers owning all of their first round picks basically going forward, Benedict Mathurin maybe could be on the move. I think they would have an intriguing offer to the Clippers if they can meet in the middle there. Yeah,
especially since all the reports are for the Clippers. Love that we put out next my prediction. Yeah, appreciate that production. Thank you so much.
I'm about to have 3 X's.
One day, yours are a little bit more specific. The one day the Pelicans want to actually make a move is the day I would go ahead and predict they do nothing. With Tyrese Halliburton, you can put almost any big next to him, but in that Eastern Conference, again, we talk about being weaker, but teams are making moves. The Knicks are improving. I believe that James Harden makes the Cavaliers better. They're moving. Jason Tatum, if he doesn't come back this season, will be back next year. The Pistons are on the rise. The Eastern Conference has some real teams. I mean, the Wizards are making moves out there. The Wizards out of nowhere. So it makes sense to continue to try and improve, grab a new big in Zubats who can help you with that defensive identity. But even if it's just Gafford, I wouldn't give up too much for Zubac. I would be willing to throw in a couple of firsts if I'm Indiana, because I do think he'd benefit Halliburton a lot, and he gives you a real scoring threat to it, that big man spot like Miles Turner was. He doesn't shoot threes, but I think that post presence, I mean, you see how good Zubac has been able to be with James Harden. Harden is one of the all-time greatest, like, offensive floor raisers, point guards, playmakers, vision guys. Halliburton isn't quite like there yet, but he's becoming that type of guy very quickly. We saw in the finals run how he elevates everybody at such a high level. I think him alongside Zubac, last year Zoo was already kind of fringe All-NBA. I think he could do similar stuff, and even if it's just Gafford, I think Gafford would be incredible there. So I love that idea. You also mentioned Herb Jones to the Lakers. Again, the Pelicans, maybe they continue things going. Yeah. I'd like that a lot. I love the idea of Herb going to LA, and he is a type of player, he's able to hit some threes, not at the highest clip or the craziest volume, but the fact that he can just hit them, and more importantly for the Lakers, can play defense. Like, the Lakers made one trade today, and it was Gabe Vincent for Luke Kennard, nothing too crazy. It's nice for them to get a volume shooter playing alongside, or I feel like Kennard should shoot more threes than he does.
Yeah,
efficient shooter at least. But going off of Luke and LeBron, he should be getting a lot of good looks. But another guy that can't defend, like someone who could play defense, would be incredible for the Lakers. Literally anybody.
Yeah, I mean, we're not far removed from Herb Jones being on an all-defensive first team and a top 5 defensive player of the year finish in 2024 when he was really healthy. And now he's going to get even better looks playing off of Luka, LeBron, and Reeves in Los Angeles. I also think with the extension about to kick in for Herb Jones, it could diminish his value just a little bit on the market as well. And I think since we're a little bit removed from that top 5 defensive player of the year finish, it could be in the Lakers ballpark of what they're willing to offer. I totally get, though, if the Lakers only do the Luke Kennard trade because they want to have all their picks still in their possession in the offseason, if they're actually serious about adding a big man to this roster, maybe an all-star caliber big man. But I just think Herb Jones is exactly what they need. I think they're asking a lot out of Rui to be their point of attack defender at times, to be their main stopper, to use his, I think, limited frame at times to fight over screens. Now, he's been a good bench piece for the Lakers, but their bench also, it does not give Rui a lot of help from time to time. So I think Herb Jones would be a phenomenal add. I think it's a little bit more difficult. I don't know if, like, you can package a Kleba and a Vanderbilt in a way, but then you got to kick in some draft capital, obviously. But then again, it goes back, will the Lakers rather keep that draft capital if they're a Giannis team in the offseason? Yeah, right, or something like that happens. So I could see both sides here. It's like, are they willing to add this elite defender around LeBron James if this is his final year in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I mean, the LeBron stuff puts everything up in the air as well. Like, do you want to make more moves now and give yourself a chance to compete? Because, there are juggernauts in the West, like the Thunder and the Nuggets, and the Spurs have really leveled up. The Rockets, especially if they're able to add a guard in some way here at the deadline. We'll see if they're capable of that. But, like, the Wolves have been so good. There's so many good teams, but the Lakers are in the mix right now, at least if you want to make yourself a little bit competitive, and Herb Jones wouldn't be a rental. My thing is, I'm starting to feel like the Lakers aren't going to really do much at all because... So, the issue is normally, I would say, there's no way they get Giannis, but they also just trade for Luka Doncic, for Anthony Davis in one first round. Yeah, Rob Pelinka apparently just has, like, hypnotism as, like, an ability in his back pocket. So, I don't know. Maybe anything's possible. Lakers fans now are making jersey swaps, and I can't tell them any of them aren't justified because that happens. So, yeah, I mean, Giannis, they could be in play now that he's not getting moved. That could be someone that they're considering, or just any big. I mean, I actually like Zubac a lot for the Lakers too. If they would the Clippers make that move to another
former
LA
Lakers
team?
Zubac.
Yeah, former Lakers Zubac, Laker legend. I don't know if they would trade him, right across the way. But if they were interested, I mean, if they're just looking at picks, then that's something that I'd be intrigued by if I'm the Clippers, because those picks could be very, very valuable. Even though they have Luka right now, with LeBron retiring, you never really know down the line. And then your last one, also actually real quick, the Clippers, anything they want to do to go ahead and make that pick better for OKC, I'd really appreciate. Ja Morant going to the Sacramento Kings is your last prediction. I really hope for Ja's sake that's not the case. Also for the Kings' sake, because I want the Kings to blow it up. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of interest in many of their pieces, but they're a team that's just, I feel so bad for the Kings. If there's any team that I feel like has to win the lottery to just fix everything, it's Sacramento right now.
Yeah, I don't always have to agree if I like the prediction. I don't really like it for the Sacramento Kings to trade for Ja Morant in a way, because they need to be trading off all their older core. They need to kind of keep building around Keegan Murray, Reno, Clifford, Carter, just see what they could do in the second half, and then you hope the lottery gods are on your side and you're able to land one of the top picks in the 26th draft. But then again, if you're looking at what Ja's going for, and if it's really just like DeRozan, Monk, and like I want to say like you could throw away a later first-round pick, but it's the Sacramento Kings. They could definitely give away a top pick in the future. So I'd be a little skeptical of that. It just really depends where Ja's value is at. And it feels like it's got to a point after they trade Bane in the offseason, they trade Triple J to Utah. It makes all the sense in the world to trade John Morant. Maybe Ty Jerome, the way he's playing, is the franchise point guard there in Memphis. So if the value is low enough, I mean, it doesn't hurt for Sacramento. They've been looking for their franchise point guard ever since they had 2 of them on their roster, and now they have 0 of them.
Got rid of both of them.
Yeah, so it's like, it's tough because if Ja Morant is willing to sign an extension, you maybe think about that. This would be Ja's team. It's just if Ja Morant doesn't want to go to Sacramento, then it's really tough to justify making a move like this. But hey, maybe we say that at the time and it ends up working out.
Yeah, I know there was the one report that the Grizzlies are kind of just like, hey, whatever team gives us the best offer for Ja, we'll take it. And I mean, any first-round pick you could get from the Sacramento Kings, I think that would be a valuable asset. We'll see what else happens with them. You know, Sabonis is in rumors. That's been rumored to the Raptors for, it feels like, years at this point. It's been like 2 weeks. It's felt like the longest 2 weeks ever of just like, yeah, Sabonis is probably going to go to the Raptors. And now it seems like maybe not. They added Trace Jackson-Davis last night. I hope someone frees Russell Westbrook from Sacramento. My guy, one of my favorite players ever, of course, Thunder legend there. I really hope he gets the chance to play somewhere where he can be more competitive because he's been so solid this season after nobody was giving him a chance in the summer. You know, he took Dennis Schroeder's starting job and has been pretty good for them. Chris Paul, we'll see what happens with him as well. We talk about Toronto. He got traded there, not expected to report to the team. There are some reports he might have played his last game ever. I really hope that's not the case for...
Someone's got to give him something, right? Like one retirement game, like something like that.
Yeah, if I'm Sacramento, I'm like, hey, Chris Paul, do you want to play like a few last games? Or just sell some tickets. Be like, hey, come and hang out. I see Tales from the Trip in the chat saying feel bad for Sac fans. Yeah, Sacramento Kings fans are definitely a group that I feel bad about for maybe more than any other fan base. Like it's just
tough, man.
Just never really gets better.
The 2010s were so brutal, and then we finally thought we were out of it, and then you have Halliburton, you have Fox, and then now we're just kind of doing the same thing with them. Maybe they'll get lucky in the lottery. We'll see. If you got to see like Chris Paul play like one final game on a team, like would you welcome him on the Thunder? You guys already clinched the 1 seed. Just a retirement game like in April.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love it. Chris Paul is one of my favorite players ever. He was huge for us in that 2020 season, you know, going into the bubble, leading the Thunder to a top 4 seed. That loss just barely, you know, Game 7 Lou Dort going up against the Houston Rockets. Chris Paul is awesome. I'm a big fan of CP3, again, one of my favorite players ever. And I hate the way this retirement tour has gone. It's been such a weird season for the Clippers.
Yeah.
We think about they started 6-21. I'm like, oh, okay, the Thunder might get the top pick. And then they just all of a sudden fight all the way back. They're in the play and they're just below 500. And that's with the Chris Paul stuff having happened, especially when they were like 6-21, the Chris Paul stuff happened. You're like, yeah, this is just the season from hell for the Clippers. And then all of a sudden they figure it out. Then James Harden wants to be traded. And now it's like, could Zubac be moved? I'm personally of the belief that they should consider trading Kawhi Leonard. If they're going to make these moves, again, we talk about sunk costs, they're not going to move down that far. Like they've made up so much ground. They're not going to catch a Sacramento Kings or a Grizzlies as they're blowing it up or the Pelicans. They should consider trading Kawhi Leonard if he has real value. And I think if he's on the market, if some team put him out, or if, you know, he was put out there, multiple teams should make calls about Kawhi, who's playing some of the best basketball of his life right now.
Yeah, I saw that like out of the top point per game scorers, like only Anthony Edwards was the only reserve that was scoring more than Kawhi Leonard, and Kawhi Leonard didn't make the initial All-Star game roster, which was kind of crazy. I totally agree. I mean, Kawhi's a free agent in 2027, so it makes all the sense in the world to capitalize now like you just did on James Harden. You got somebody 10 years younger than Harden. Is he better than Harden today in Garland? It's debatable. Most people would say no, but at least it gives you a little bit brighter of a future in Los Angeles, a team that doesn't have much of a young core, that doesn't have many of their picks. And Kawhi is still playing like a top 15 guy in the league.
Yeah.
That's won 2 NBA Finals before, so he's been on the big stage. I totally agree. I would think about trading him, and you could still do what you want to do in 2027, which was the original plan. It's funny, too, because every team behind the Clippers in the standings is kind of like just like we want to lose as many games. Dallas, Memphis, I guess everybody but New Orleans. So honestly, I think even if they traded Kawhi, they would still play in the play-in tournament. And then you're just hoping. I think the rest of the NBA is hoping we're not giving Oklahoma City Thunder a top pick in the draft, because then we might have to just reset
guys.
the NBA. Honestly,
what's the problem? Come on, guys.
It's like when it's like you got trade negotiation difficulty on like 20 and 2K rebuild, and that's what the Thunder are becoming if they get all these prospects.
I love the Jerry McCann edition. I'm a huge fan of it. Needed another shooter, taking a chance on a young guy who was seemingly going to run away with Rookie of the Year last year if he didn't get injured. So I'm a big fan of that swing from Sam Presti. There's a reason you get all those picks, and some people want the Thunder to go all in for Giannis, but that changes the identity of the team so much that's not necessary. And I mean, we pull up our hot takes now. I think the McCain trade is one of Presti's best moves. I think it is super under the radar for people who might not be as in tune with the NBA. You know, it's not going to have the profile of like a Giannis trade or something like that, but I do think adding Jared McCain on a really, like, it's a first-round pick in 3 seconds. We've got a billion of those. Brings in a guy who is young, who's on a cheap contract, who has, you know, not played as good as he did last season, but has still been pretty decent, especially as of late. Since the calendar turned over to 2026, he's been hitting roughly 40% of his threes. He's right around 38% on the season. Has had quite a few games. Like, he got back into a rhythm, and one of the knocks is he's not really a great defender. If there's any defensive infrastructure that makes sense for Jared McCain, it's Oklahoma City, which is one of the best defenses we've ever seen. And now him alongside AJ Mitchell off the bench as two creators, as two offensive weapons. You know, the Thunder generate one of the highest rates of wide open threes in the NBA. I think McCain is going to benefit in a huge way. So yes, I'm a homer, obviously, but I do think the McCain trade, there's a reason that Sixers fans are so devastated by this move. And I hope the Sixers do something else, because if this was it for them for the deadline, I'm going to feel really bad for them.
Yeah, it felt kind of short-sighted. Like, why did we have to move McCain now in a way? He started to play good again against Milwaukee and Charlotte. He was in the G League. I mean, he had like 3 different injuries over the last year, so it's going to take some time. I mean, I love this for the Thunder just because he's got 3 more years, including this year, under a cheap rookie deal because he was a non-lottery pick. So his contract is way cheaper than somebody else that would have been drafted in the top 10 or whatever. And this gives you such a good movement shooter that, like, you might give up a pick like that's 25, and it's so hard for like the 25th overall pick to ever have a 25-game stretch in their career that McCain already had last year. So we've already seen this guy be a spark off the bench that could be such a good movement three-point shooter, find the open spots. And if you're playing next to Shea, where like he's going to have so much gravity and get double-teamed immediately, he's going to get so many open looks in the corner as well. I love this for OKC. It's such a good buy low here where you give up 1 first. That's most likely not going to be in the lottery. It's the Houston Rockets first. Like, the Rockets are still a good team, no matter if they're getting blown out to the Celtics without Jalen Brown or not. But yeah, this feels weird for Philly. I do wonder if there's something else. Maybe now they are able to re-sign Grimes in the offseason. It felt a little weird, like they didn't have like a true backup ball handler after Maxey. Like Grimes, McCain, and Edgecombe were kind of like shooting guards in a way. So maybe they thought that was the reason to trade McCain.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've got to do something else. Embiid said, he's like, hey, you know, we're playing good this season. And like, Embiid's back to Embiid. He's been playing again at an all-NBA level. I believe he should be named an all-star when Giannis most likely doesn't play in the all-star game. Shea's not going to play, so maybe like him and a Şengün. Also sounds like Ant might not play. There's a few guys that are mentioning that they're injured, might end up playing in it. So yeah, I would love to see Embiid get a nod there. He's been amazing, but love the move for us. Hopefully the Sixers do something else for my brother Ryan. Shout out to him who's watching this, I believe. He said he was going to watch it during class, so we'll see if he actually did. I'll ask him if he...
Multitasking?
Yeah, I'll ask him if he heard my shout or not. We'll see if he's actually a real one or not. But they just, when Embiid's playing like this, I think you have to take advantage. And with Edgecombe being so good as a rookie and Maxey really taking that step forward as an all-NBA guy, an all-star starter, they, in my opinion, are in a spot to really go ahead and make moves. But I want to talk real quick about the Cavaliers. We, both had a take about them on our hot takes. I'm a big fan of the James Harden trade. I think it was great for the Cavaliers. I know some people don't love it. You've got the opinion that the Cavs are going to sign LeBron in the offseason. I don't have that one. I also do think, though, the Cavs are going to sign LeBron. And I think this move is an indicator of the desperation that's there in Cleveland right now. When they came into the season, they were my pick to win the Eastern Conference. I'm guessing you probably picked the Knicks. I don't know where you had the Cavaliers finishing in the East.
I had Cavs 1 seed, but Knicks finals.
Okay, gotcha. See, I had Knicks 1 seed, Cavs finals was the way I had it. So we were both big believers in the Cavaliers. And to me, it felt pretty clear that the Cavs were like, at the minimum, the second best team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
We're talking about a squad that last year won over 60 games, got injured in the playoffs, and sure didn't go over the hump, but like Lonzo Ball felt like he made sense. You come into the season with Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, another year for them to continue to build chemistry, specifically under Kenny Atkinson, where Mobley took a leap last season, and it's like, hey, now this year, it feels like Evan Mobley is going to take a big jump. I'm a big Evan Mobley guy. Hasn't exactly materialized. They've not felt like the same team. They've been playing better as of late, but we continue to get reports that, even going back to right after they traded for Donovan Mitchell, it's like, can they keep Spida in Cleveland? And all the reports have been as of late that if they disappoint in the playoffs again, there's a chance that he doesn't sign an extension this offseason. Then they have to think about a trade. They're desperate, and I think it's deservedly so in this East. You've got to make swings, and Harden is a better player than Garland right now. Garland is younger. He has a ton of upside still. He's been, an all-star, all-NBA caliber guy when he's been healthy, and last season he played over 70 games, but in the playoffs the toe injury popped up. It's popped up a lot this season. It makes me think that they don't feel great about that injury going forward. And Harden is a guy who elevates everybody around him. He's one of the best elevators of all time, floor raisers, table setters. I think Jared Allen and Evan Mobley are going to get spoon-fed so many buckets now. I think he and Donovan Mitchell can coexist in a great way. I saw some people say that they don't think that could work, but Harden's played with so many ball-dominant players in the past, and it's worked. He can take a backseat if need. I mean, he's done it with Kawhi Leonard. He stepped up. He's so portable, and he's able to fluctuate his usage to whatever the team needs. I think Harden is one of the most underrated, like, mercenary type of players. Everywhere he goes, the team gets better, and I think it's going to be the same thing for the Cavaliers. I know it hurts to trade a young guy in Garland, but it's a small backcourt that hasn't really worked up until this point, and the Cavs, I think, are rightfully desperate.
Yeah, you're trading for a 36-year-old James Harden. This is like boomer bust, I think, potential. I totally agree where it's like, Garland, you're worried about the health. He got hurt in the Pacers series last go around when you win 64 games and you're expected to make it out of the Eastern Conference. And then I thought maybe we were actually going to see a move from Cleveland in the offseason, but then Tatum and Halliburton go down, so they're looking at the East. We just won 64 games with those guys healthy. Yeah. We can run the table again here in the East, at least throughout the regular season. Maybe we're realizing how much like Ty Jerome meant to this team, and obviously Max Strus hasn't played yet this year. But we're saying it's very disappointing, and it is relative to our expectations. They're 31-21, like fourth in the East. They could still get the 2 seed by the end of the year, only 2.5 games back. And Harden will help you. He'll be out there. He's better than Darius Garland today. Even though 10 years older, you can kind of go back and forth with the trade value there, what you think is the asset value between those two. But yeah, this definitely makes them better. Harden's not asked to be the number one. This is still Donovan Mitchell's team. And I assume that they're going to give Donovan Mitchell the 5 for whatever contract extension in the offseason when he becomes eligible. Because he's got that same timeline as Giannis, where it's like extension eligible kind of in the fall, and then he could be a free agent in 2027. And that's like another asset you can't lose for nothing. So then if he doesn't sign that extension, what's our conversation there? So you do have that added level of pressure to try to make a run this year, at least make it to the conference finals for the first time in Donovan Mitchell's career, which he hasn't been there yet.
Yeah, I mean, it is a swing, and giving up Garland for Harden, I'm sure, is not something that Cavs fans were expecting. No one was expecting. It came out of nowhere. It's like the Clippers turned it around, and I want to credit the Clippers too. I see, one of your takes, we talked about the Kawhi trade, Clippers trade Kawhi in the offseason. I've been a proponent beyond the fact that I just want the Thunder to get a top pick from them. But just from a team building perspective, I think capitalizing on the value that Harden and Kawhi Leonard have right now, where Harden is playing this amazing basketball still, and Kawhi Leonard has been incredible as well this season, I think it just makes sense. Same thing if you get him for Zubats. Their plan anyways, it sounds like, is to reset in 2027. Why not go ahead and get that process started? I know you don't want to give good picks to other teams, but you already traded them. It's not like if you're good, you're just going to get that pick back. That's my thing with some people. They're like, oh, my team can't blow it up or trade this guy away. We don't have our own pick. Yeah, you're not going to get that pick back unless you trade that player for the pick in the first place. So you get a young guy in Garland who makes you a lot younger. He begins a youth movement a little bit. He's someone that I think could be really good in that system. Is someone to build around for the future. And I do think someone that players will want to come play with in 2027 if they're making moves with a bunch of open cap space.
Totally. We saw the Orlando Magic trade for Desmond Bane in the offseason, and everybody thought the best asset Memphis got was the Phoenix Suns first-round pick, and Phoenix is like, we don't have our first-round pick, why should we trade Kevin Durant? Phoenix is going to make the playoffs, and they're okay with giving 22 to a team 100%. So it's not a guarantee that if the Clippers traded away Kawhi, you're going to be bad. If you have a great core of role players around Zubats and Garland and Derrick Jones Jr., you could definitely be a playing tournament at the minimum in the Western Conference if these guys are healthy, playing hard every night going forward. And you're going to get probably a good player in a way for Kawhi Leonard if you traded him, given his contract size. So I wonder what conversations they'll have with Kawhi in the offseason as well, if that is going to be something that comes to fruition, because then maybe a team that misses out on Giannis could pivot to Kawhi, will be a lot cheaper, a little bit older, but also an expiring contract. So he's not going to go for so much, but it could make enough sense for both sides for the Clippers to hit a little bit of a reset button, and for a team that maybe gets a round 1 or round 2 exit to kind of take that leap. Kind of like the Houston Rockets when they traded for Kevin Durant after losing in round 1. They're like, we have this core around Kevin Durant. We can make a play for him and not really feel it at all. So maybe a team does that with Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I tweeted out last night about that teams should be calling on Kawhi Leonard, and I had a couple of people comment that the Pistons should be a team that calls up. And I do think the Pistons should take a swing. One of my hot takes is that the Pistons pretty much stand pat. I would love to see them make a move. I think it would make sense. They've been surprisingly good this season. Everyone knew the Pistons were going to be good. Nobody picked them to be the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. I mean, right now, I think they might be tied with us, the Thunder, in the loss column or one behind. Like they've been
That's crazy.
They've been incredible this season. Huge fan of what the Pistons have done so far this year. And I'm a believer they should take a swing. I love the idea of Michael Porter Jr. to the Pistons. That is a move that if I'm them, I would really consider making. They could desperately use some more shooting. They've been an amazing defensive team, but the three-point shooting and specifically no real second guy next to Cade. Now, Jalen Duren is awesome, and he's rightfully an all-star. Love the leap he's taken, but I don't know if I believe that he's going to be like the super reliable second option in the playoffs that the Pistons might need.
Yeah.
And to me, it feels like they're kind of taking a 2024 Thunder, where the Thunder took that jump to the 1 seed. There were clearly some flaws in the roster. They didn't really do much at the deadline. They added Gordon Hayward. That didn't work out. The Pistons have added Kevin Huerter, who is a shooter, so that's decent. Giving up Jaden Ivey. But it feels like more moves could be made. The Thunder didn't really make any. They lose round 2. They reassess in the offseason. They had Hartenstein, they had Caruso, and then that next year they're like that real championship contender. I could see something similar for the Pistons where they're like, okay, let's just stress test this in the playoffs, see how it goes. But also it feels like that Western Conference was a lot better than this Eastern Conference is right now with the 2024 Thunder and this team. If I'm them, I'm willing to be aggressive, especially if it is a guy like MPJ who you could get for Tobias Harris, Karis LeVert, and like maybe a couple first-round picks. And if I'm the Pistons, I'm planning to be good for a while with Cade Cunningham in this group. And MPJ, I'm a believer that what he's doing is legitimate. I don't know if he's going to be, he's not going to be like a 26-point-per-game scorer on the Pistons quite the way he is in Brooklyn, but the fact that it's on this type of efficiency, I believe MPJ is that type of guy. He's ready for a bigger role. And if you add him to this team, I mean, MPJ, Cade, Jalen Duren, Asar Thompson, like Duncan Robinson, that type of team, feels like they might become the favorites in the Eastern Conference, like legitimately. They're already in that conversation, but it feels like it legitimizes them.
Yeah, it's crazy what Michael Porter Jr. is doing this season, and when he's not out there, like the Nets offense just absolutely craters because this guy is taking extremely difficult shots, and they're just going in, and he's got the track record, he's got the pedigree, he was a top high school recruit, he showed up for the Nuggets in big games as well, and he's taking every advantage of being like a number one for the first time in his career, and this is what people thought he could be coming out of college before the back injury. So I totally agree if Detroit is willing to say, you know what, we have Cade Cunningham, we have Jalen Duren, we have a young core, we are not going to really lose sleep trading away a 2029 first-round pick. So if you could find a way that, I think Tobias Harris is like a great locker room guy, and he's a good player for them in the role he needs to be in, but if there's a way to upgrade Tobias Harris to like a Trey Murphy, a Michael Porter Jr., I think you got to go out and take it in a way, because right now is the cheapest this team will ever be, right? You're paying Cade off the rookie extension. If he ever gets the Supermax, that's going to be crazy. Jalen Duren's about to get paid. They traded Jaden Ivey because they knew they probably weren't going to pay him this offseason. So I do wonder if they would go that route as well. It's just weird because they have Robinson, Huerter, and LeVert all making kind of roughly similar amount. I wonder if like there was a LeVert trade still to happen since they picked up Huerter from the Bulls.
It does feel like they could. LeVert's not been the best fit over there in Detroit. I haven't loved his fit with that team. I do think adding another ball handler like Danish Jenkins has been pretty solid for them off the bench, but bringing in someone else, with Jaden Ivey, he didn't play a lot this season. He wasn't the player that he was, last year before the injury, but I think they could use a little bit more on-ball juice. They added Dennis Schroeder last season right around the deadline, and that was a big plus for them. He did a lot for them in that series against your Knicks. I know that they made it a tough out on New York.
He was a good defender on us, for sure.
Yeah, so that the Pistons, I think they should make a move. I don't know if they actually will. And then our last take, my last one is that the Wizards I think could be a top 8 team in the East next season. You have the Washington, Utah make the play-in. I obviously agree with that on Washington. Same thing with Utah. I like what the Wizards have done. They've been one of my biggest winners of the deadline. I've seen some people go like, what are they doing? They're terrible right now. Why are they making these trades? Trae Young probably isn't going to play the rest of the season. AD has the hand thing. He's got a very justifiable reason to now get the surgery on his hand, be good to go for next season. I like what they're building a lot. I know a lot of people don't really watch the Washington Wizards all that much, but Trae Young, an elite playmaker. I know a lot of people are kind of out on him, but this feels like a pretty good setup for him to be successful. AD is the best big man that Trae Young has ever played with, and now you have him and Alex Sarr as that defensive front court. Sarr has been incredible this season. Has taken a big leap that people really aren't talking about. Them two down low is going to be really tough defensively. You could put Bilal in there for more defense, or if you want some elite shooting off of Trae Young, you could add Trey Johnson to that starting lineup. Keyshawn George is really taking a step too as kind of a do-it-all wing, and they're still at the bottom of the East right now, right there in that conversation. They could add like a Darren Peterson and AJ Cambuser. Imagine they get Darren Peterson and it's Trey, Darren Peterson, Keyshawn George, Alex Sarr, and Anthony Davis as your 5, with still Trey Johnson and Bud Carrington and Will Riley and Champagny and Vucevic, and like you're going to have other picks and you can make more moves. They're clearly being aggressive. I like what the Wizards have done a lot. I'm a big fan. My original take was that they would be top 6. I'm like, I might need to cool a little bit, and I put top 8 instead. But I'm super high on what the Wizards have done. They really haven't given up many assets either. Like, no picks at all. It was CJ McCollum and Corey Kispert for Trey Young. And for Anthony Davis, it was a couple first-round picks that really aren't that good.
No, not at all. I agree, because it reminds me a little bit of what the Pistons did when they were really bad in 2024. And they're like, we need to get grown-ups. We need to get veterans around Cade. So they go out to get Tim Hardaway Jr. They go out to get Tobias Harris, Malik Beasley. They're kind of doing that in Washington, but on an extreme higher risk, high reward scenario where AD and Trey Young, as you mentioned, did not cost them their fair market value given where they were with their contracts in this point in their careers. I like this a lot with them on these contracts. Now, if AD gets like a 3-year extension on top of this, and now we're worrying about AD's health 4 years from now, we're same with Trey Young, I might not like it a little bit as much, but honestly, if they're going to play under these contracts, you have so many young guys that play hard every single night, and they just need like a grown-up floor general, not many better than Trey Young. You could talk about his defense, but he's going to elevate their offense and help Sarr's and Keyshawn's and Trey Johnson's development for sure. Anthony Davis and Sarr in the front court, I mean, that excites me defensively, what they could do with each other. And AD can go back to the 4. They can have Sarr at the 4. And they, like you mentioned too, a top pick in the draft. I mean, we're talking about the Wizards as like one of the best teams like future-wise in the Eastern Conference, with or without Trey Young and Anthony Davis. Honestly, they're kind of playing with house money. They didn't give up a lot for these guys. Those picks aren't going to be much. They didn't even have to give up a pick for Trey Young. So it's exciting to see. I think I hedged mine a little bit by saying that they're a playing team rather than a top 8 seed, because there is a scenario where it just doesn't work out with Trey Young at the 1, and maybe there's some injuries with them next year, and we're just like playing the what-if game with these guys as well going forward. So I hedged it, but honestly, in the East, they could definitely take a little bit of a leap next year going forward, and the lottery will definitely tell us a little bit more from that. But hey, you got to be excited. It's like Boston's been excited, New York's been exciting, Philly's been exciting. We got to get DC, like that another Northeast city up there, to be an exciting market again, and hopefully this changes it.
Yeah, and I mean, they haven't won 50 games in like a billion years. So just getting more players to help them win at some point or soon, similar to what you said with the Pistons. Also, the Rockets did that a couple years ago, adding Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, and it's like, okay, what are they doing? They're not really there yet, and these players are better than those guys. And yeah, I mean, if it doesn't work out, then okay, cool. You didn't really give up that much for Anthony Davis and Trey Young. Like, it's an experiment. We'll see if it works. But I like the move a lot. And then the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade came out of literally nowhere for the Utah Jazz, but I'm a big fan of it. I love the addition of him next to Lowry and Walker Kessler in that front court. The size is ridiculous with that trio. You know, Lowry had some success playing 3 in Cleveland and at times over here in Utah, and especially in his like first season. So you've got him as an offensive punch, Walker Kessler and Jaren as defenders. Walker Kessler helps with the rebounding, and just those 3 guys in general, I think, will make up overall for the rebounding, the size. Jaren lacks the rebounding. You know, that's never been one of his strengths. This is a good spot to put him in. You know, Keontae's become a legitimate all-star caliber guard. It feels like his scoring is elite. His defense isn't great, but with that front court, you're going to probably be fine. You just figure out who's going at the 2. Again, we're talking about another team that could add like a Darren Peterson in that backcourt, or maybe it's just Ace Bailey, who now fits in really well as a little bit of a do-it-all guy, especially if he can develop defensively. Will Hardy rather is a really good coach for that team too. I love what they've done over here with this team. Another squad that, you know, those, sure, they get 3 first-round picks, but none of them were really that valuable, and they still get back like Vince Williams, who's a really solid player, and Jacques Landale, who's been awesome as a backup big for the Grizzlies this season too. I think this was a home run trade for them.
Yeah, because we thought they would go maybe the other direction. They would trade away Lowry, Markkanen, and they would look to maybe reshuffle this core around Ace, George, and Walker Kessler. I like this a lot for them, and it makes sense to trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. now, where he's only costing $35 million. The contract's going to go up to $49 million in the offseason. So you're able to do it without having to trade a decent contract. You're able to keep Sensabaugh, Collier, obviously Ace Bailey in this trade as well. Filipowski, another team like the Wizards, they're not going to be trying too much in the second half. Like, I wonder what the over-under would be for like Jaren Jackson Jr. games in a Jazz jersey in the second half, and like Anthony Davis and the Wizards. Because if this team gets a top pick in the draft, we're also talking about them as just like a loaded Western Conference team. And Jaren Jackson Jr. gives them a little bit of defense that they're going to lack with Markkanen out there on the perimeter as well. Because Triple J could still guard guys extremely well on the perimeter. He could still be a great post defender. He's a good shot blocker. And if you have him out there with Walker Kessler and Larry Markkanen, you hope that can kind of hide the rebounding issues just a little bit. You have Keontae George in the backcourt who could win Most Improved Player at the end of the season. And they gave up essentially their first-round pick next year. It's like the Cavs, the Jazz, and the Timberwolves first.
Yeah.
If the Jazz are picking at 15, hey, you can live with that. You're giving up the Lakers first next year. They're most likely going to have Luka Doncic. They're going to be a good team. And the Suns 2031 is probably the most valuable pick. I think it made sense for Memphis to kind of not go 1 foot into the rebuild, 1 foot out, go all the way in, especially why the Western Conference is just a gauntlet right now. You'd rather start the rebuild now, and then maybe when some teams start to dip out a little bit, you can be on the rise. So I liked it for both teams. It's definitely a little more high risk given what you gave up for Triple J and the contract compared to AD, but Jaren Jackson Jr. is also a lot younger than Anthony Davis and now brings Utah back to hopefully a respectable team like they were before they traded away Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the season, Danny Ainge is saying, like, hey, we don't want to really tank anymore. We want to be competitive. And we're like, that's a lie. But it's clear that at least after this season, that is the plan. They want to be more competitive. So I'm excited about that. And it's a team that not only has size, but shooting. They've got a lot of young talent that can continue to develop. I like the move a lot. It is a little bit riskier, it feels like, but ultimately, it's something that I feel like works out, especially considering that, again, Jaren is relatively young. So it's been a fun deadline so far.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly.
we didn't get the Giannis trade like we thought we might, but the fact that we're getting like shocking moves like the Jaren one, I was walking to go get some food. I had not eaten all day because there were a bunch of moves happening and I'm trying to do some work, making content around the deadline. And then I'm like, okay, I think I'm safe. I'm going to go get something to eat. And I had to turn around and immediately walk
Always
back.
happens.
The second the Jaren trade happened, I'm walking through the streets of New York, dodging snow, the huge snow piles I'm sure you've seen coming into the city. And I almost knocked someone over as I like stopped dead in my tracks. Like, what just happened? So it's nice that we're continuing to get those big time surprises.
It's funny that happened to me too, because I was actually going to get a coffee. I was like, I got to get outside. I've been talking too much trade deadline. And then my fiance convinced me to walk a little bit longer. You don't get your steps in, right? I'm like, but what if somebody gets traded? What if Giannis gets traded on my walk? And then, of course, as I get it, Jaren Jackson Jr. gets traded. I'm like, what? I'm like speed walking throughout the city to come back. So it's funny when some of these happen. And I think those trades are really exciting when nobody's talking about them. Like, maybe you hear something about Jaren Jackson Jr. Could they if they're trading Ja? But nobody's mentioning the Jazz. Nobody's mentioning Triple J really that much. And then it comes out of left field. And it kind of just shows why the NBA trade deadline is like nothing else. It's the best thing out there.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't know if Jaren was going to get moved. And then the notification pops up at the top of the screen. It says breaking, Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded to that. And it cuts off.
Yeah, cut off. And I was like the next.
You could have given me like probably 26 guesses maybe, and then I would have gotten to the Utah Jazz. They were nowhere on my radar for making that type of upgrade, but that's why we love the trade deadline. What kind of unexpected stuff happens. We'll see if Utah does anything else, if Memphis does anything else either. The John Morant thing is the big thing we're waiting on at the moment, the big kind of domino to fall next, it feels like, in terms of expected things. I would trade John Morant, and it does also feel like the Jaren thing is in part because they're not expecting to get a lot back for John Morant. Now if fans, you trade Ja and they're like, oh, the return wasn't great, they could be like, well, at least we got like 3 first-round picks for Jaren Jackson Jr. There's something there. But speaking of trades, we drew up some trades that we'd like to see. I tried to put together some packages. I don't know how I feel great about them. I wish I didn't put specifics up there. But I see we have a couple of the same ones. I'm
already wrong with my first one.
Yeah, Giannis to the Heat. Yeah, put an X up there for him. I got the X in the last one. Someone put an X up there in production on Matt's top prediction.
Yeah,
but I also have one for the Heat. Or speaking about John Morant, him to Miami for Rozier Fontecchio in a first-round pick. I think if the Heat are going to do something, I wouldn't mind them taking a swing on Ja. There aren't a lot of teams that I love it necessarily for, because I'm not the highest on Ja as someone who can't really shoot, a bit of a smaller, not really defensive guard. But if I'm the Heat, it is an open Eastern Conference. You can take a swing. I think if there's any team that could get the most out of Ja, it would be them. You put him next to Bam Adebayo. I think that could be a really fun duo. Still have a scorer like a Norman Powell. And I do think if you get the best out of Ja, who's been playing better as of late since that really, really rough start to the season, then, you're a team that isn't going to be a contender or anything like that, but you become competitive, and it at least gives you some type of meaningful upgrade, because the Heat have again struck out for the 4,000th time on a star player like they did, with Dame and Bradley Beal at one point, although the Beal thing seems like they dodged a bullet there, and now Giannis doesn't go to Miami.
Yeah, well, if you're Pat Riley, do you really want to trade Pele Larson for Giannis Antetokounmpo? That's true. That might hold you up a little bit.
Something I really didn't think about. Great point.
So, I mean, it makes sense for, I think, Miami. Yeah, if Ja wants to be Miami and you're trading away just matching salary, you're trading him for what feels like 20 cents on the dollar, and you're buying absolute the lowest point in John Morant's trade value in his career so far, I think it's worth a shot for Miami. We've seen them do this in the past before with a bunch of different players. So I think you buy low for Ja, you get him to the Eastern Conference, you get a big name down there as well. And honestly, trading for Ja doesn't eliminate you from Giannis at all. It can still give you flexibility in the offseason. And if we got to pay the Terry Rozier contract for him to not play for us, I should be able to trade away Terry Rozier.
Yeah.
So I think they should use that salary. You could trade Fontecchio. You keep Ware. You keep Pelle Larson. You keep Jakob Jonas. You keep all these young guys around Ja. This feels like a no-brainer. Honestly, I think it makes sense for both teams. I wonder if, like, when the Heat can trade their 26th first on draft night is when we would see a Ja to Miami trade. It stinks they can't trade that here at the deadline. So maybe that's something that could transpire. But I do like this for both teams.
Yeah, I appreciate, by the way, production putting the X next to Matt's top trade. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing me justice. I needed that.
It doesn't
one.
feel good seeing the X now.
No, yeah, it doesn't feel great, huh? Yeah,
No.
Yeah, wait till we see 3 X's next to yours later on. But yeah, I like the idea of Ja over here. We'll see if he stays for the rest of the deadline. There is obviously the chance that happens, but I think it's just in their best interest to kind of start to move things on. You don't really need to drag this further. If you're already trading Jaren, like the Ja trade is inevitable, I would get it done at this point if there is decent value, because there's also always the chance that he gets hurt again like later in the season, and then it's his value falls off a cliff even more. We both have MPJ to the Pistons. The package I put together was MPJ to Detroit for Tobias Harris, Karis LeVert, 2 firsts, and a swap. One of those firsts would probably be protected. It's a decent bid to give up for MPJ, but we talked about, we both love the fit. We also both have Zubats to Indiana. We talked about that. The package I put together was Jarris Walker, Benedict Mathurin, and a first. Jarris has 2 years left, so he's off the books by that mythical 2027 free agency.
Where they're signing Giannis and Jokic.
Yeah, they're so hype about, as if, it's Giannis isn't going to get traded and Jokic isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Jarris Walker, so he's expiring in a couple of years. Benedict Mathurin also expiring after this season. They would have to theoretically pay him, or you just let him come off the books. Maybe you give him a back half of the season to prove himself and see what happens. And also, sign and trade then becomes a possibility with him as well. And a first-round pick, would love it. It sounds like if they're going to trade Zubats, it's going to be more than 1 first, so it might have to be a couple of those. But we already kind of talked about why we love the Zubats fit, the Michael Porter Jr. fit with those 2 teams. The Trey Murphy third to the Spurs thing, that's something that as a Thunder fan I absolutely don't want to see, but as a basketball fan, if the Spurs are going to make a move, they could use a shooter. They could really use like a Harrison Barnes upgrade at that 4, that 3 spot. And I mean, Trey Murphy would be incredible next to Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that was my idea with it too, because Harrison Barnes at $19 million, free agent at the end of the year, you're losing that tradable contract at $19 million, and you're not going to want to trade a Vassell or Keldon Johnson at this point as well.
Yeah.
So why don't you leverage that salary for Trey Murphy, who's under one of the best contracts in the NBA, around $30 million a year for like the next 4 seasons. Like that, for his production, it's probably worth like $20 million more than that. So I think it's worth a chance for San Antonio to get maybe the perfect guy next to Wemby in that front court, who I think the Spurs have their issues sometimes with some athletic teams out there with Harrison Barnes guarding guys on the perimeter. But I think if you have somebody like Trey Murphy who can get downhill, who could be an elite 3-point shooter, catch and shoot, pull up, no matter what you need from him, he will give it to you. And he's fitting the timeline as well. And I think just gives them just a position of need. They have a lot of guards. They have kind of like those swing guards in Johnson and Vassell, but you get more length and versatility out of Trey Murphy next to Wemby. So if they're serious about like maximizing this Wemby rookie contract before he starts to break the bank, I love the idea of Trey Murphy. They still have some valuable first-round picks. Like they have the Hawks first-rounder this year, which could be a lottery pick. They have the Hawks swap next year. They do have or it might be vice versa there. And then they also have a Kings first-round pick down the line. So they have clearly the ammo, and I'm not saying you got to trade Vassell or Keldon Johnson. Like, could Carter Bryant be on the table or somebody like that? I know you can't have all expensive players in the world, but if there's somebody that could upgrade Harrison Barnes, same thing with like Tobias Harris in Detroit, like Trey Murphy checks off all the boxes. And I agree, you got to pay something to get something, and I think San Antonio has enough to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team, we want to talk about Giannis packages. Like, if they decide to pull the trigger, they've got one of the best ones out there with Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle as potential pieces they could move and $1 billion first-round picks. The Spurs are in such a scary spot, being this good already with Victor Wembanyama, already a top 5, top 6 player in basketball, especially if they add a guy like Trey Murphy. You add a little bit more shooting. That's their big flaw right now in the playoffs is the spacing isn't exactly the greatest. Wemby's still kind of coming into his own a little bit as an offensive player, so giving him as much space as possible to operate would be huge for him.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So between the Spurs 3 guards of Harper, Castle, and Fox, who would you take as the next one to get traded if one of them ever got traded?
If one of them got traded, that's tough. My leaning, I think, I wouldn't say Dylan Harper. because
I think the ceiling's too high. The
Yeah.
rookie contract, no.
I think with the contract, it's just too good right now. Maybe De'Aaron Fox?
That's what I was thinking too, because then you cut the tax bill. He's making a lot of money. He can get you somebody else out there. I think he has still positive trade value, obviously. So I thought about that a little bit. That could end up being Fox in the year.
I think they just love Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, that young tandem in their backcourt. I think it makes things complicated because when they trade for De'Aaron Fox, they didn't know they were getting Dylan Harper. They didn't know they were getting the second overall pick. And now you do kind of maybe have to figure out at some point, do we trade a De'Aaron Fox? And if they wanted to make a Giannis trade, if the Bucks want somebody to keep them somewhat competitive for the moment, Fox is that type of guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's Fox, which feels crazy to say a player like him being traded, but just a little bit older, making more money, and yeah, you got to prioritize having some flexibility because you're going to have to pay Castle here soon, and you're going to have to pay Dylan Harper down the line. Trading away De'Aaron Fox and prioritizing, a younger timeline with the CBA, I think is something that can benefit them a lot. So yeah, hope they don't get Trey Murphy. I hope your trade is wrong. I hope we throw another X up there on your side.
You're gonna get 5 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it can't be 5 because I have some of the same trades and I don't exactly want X's. So I think you can get like 3 between the Zubats and MPJ ones. Well, you can have a couple checks. We'll allow that. And then one I have drawn up is Ty Jerome to Houston for Dorian Finney-Smith, a protected first and a second. Ty Jerome's been awesome for Memphis in the few games he's played this season. The Rockets desperately need guard play with Fred VanVleet out for this season. Reed Shepherd's been fine, but he's a huge turnstile on defense, and there are still some ups and downs for a young player. DFS has been really bad this season. He just recently came back from injury, and they do have, Jabari Smith, they have Tari Eason guys out there on the wings that they can play in those types of spots. It's, it might be preemptive to give up on DFS this quickly and to make this type of upgrade, but he's been so good in his first few games, and I'm really high on Ty Jerome. I think he's an awesome player. He's a floor spacer. He's a ball handler, a playmaker. He brings a lot of stuff that Houston needs. I mean, you see how ugly that offense gets sometimes with them. I mean, teams over the last few games have just been putting their bigs on Amin Thompson, sagging off Şengün, extra pressure on Durant, and it's shut them down like every single time.
I love the graphic that he's 27th in scoring. In a small sample size this year.
Yeah, put this man on the All-Star game. What are we doing?
Yeah, these are All-Star numbers. These are all NBA numbers, honestly.
There we go.
Yeah, honestly, I love this idea for Houston. This is somebody, like, if you miss out on Kobe White, you miss out on Ida Sinmu, you miss out on maybe Jared McKean for Houston, you can make a play for Ty Jerome. It would make sense for Memphis to trade away Ty Jerome. If a team is willing to give you a first-round pick for 3 games, that's all they've seen, I think it's worth it. I would make that trade 100%. I wonder if Memphis maybe wants to wait and see, right? Like, we don't need to trade Ty Jerome right away. He's under contract next year.
Yeah.
He has a player option for 2028. So I think it's interesting, though, because Houston still has some valuable picks in their possession. Yeah. I mean, the Suns pick in 27 felt like it was the cream of the crop that they owned, and now it's like, man, Phoenix might be pretty good next year in a way. And they had the Brooklyn swap as well. So they have some valuable picks. We'll see if they end up trading anybody at the deadline. It's just like Fred VanVleet out for the year, Adams out for the year. I mean, I was rewatching the Rockets Celtics game this morning, and it's like, you lost by 31 to the, or 21, whatever it was, to the Celtics at home with no Jaylen Brown.
Ron Harper Jr. guarding Kevin Durant to start off the game.
Yeah, well, like Barry Shireman, I think, got close to a double-double or whatever. He played well. It makes no sense with what's going on with Houston. I think they've not shot the 3-ball well, which was, I think, something going into the year. They've had injuries. That's obviously going to play into it. I mean, they're still the 4 seed. They still have a top net rating in the NBA, and they still have Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün. I just think, like, if you're going to trade for Kevin Durant, you also need to realize that you need to maximize the last good years we have of KD.
Yeah.
I don't think they can stay quiet. They got to make something. Maybe it's a guy on the buyout market, and that's what we get with somebody going to Houston. It's just like, it stinks that they don't make a single move to capitalize KD still playing at an all-NBA level this late in his career.
Yeah, the Fred VanVleet Adams injuries are super tough. Fred is, of course, huge for them as that ball handler, that playmaker, table setter. Adams is a huge part of their rebounding, just going to destroy you on the glass identity. It feels like this is kind of a lost season for the Rockets, which is so tough when you trade for Kevin Durant at 37 years old, I believe, 37. He's still amazing. Like, I don't think Kevin Durant's going to regress for a few years to anything below a superstar. But the fact that you're getting this production, you can't really capitalize on it. It just sucks for the Rockets, but there's really nothing you can do. Again, it's like nothing's guaranteed in the NBA. 1 injury happens, 2 injuries happen, and suddenly it's like, do we need to trade a first-round pick for Ty Jerome right now to go ahead and save our season?
Exactly.
Funnily enough, I actually had Ida Sumu to the Wolves on here.
There we go.
We sent these trades in last night, so I did predict that one. Give me a check.
I think you got the exact, was it 2 seconds or maybe?
I think it was 3 seconds.
Oh, you were so close.
I was so close. I think it might have been 4 second-round picks.
Oh, okay. So but honestly, like Dillingham in seconds, you got the framework down.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of made sense to me. Like the Wolves, my opinion was that if a Giannis trade happened, it was going to happen last night. And then the Warriors are like, we're kind of out. They trade Kuminga and they get Porzingis. And then it's like the Wolves, it just feels hard for them to make it work. I figured they'd be really aggressive with Tim Connolly. That's kind of his MO, but it just felt to me like they weren't going to do it right there at the deadline. Teams were going to demand, okay, are you going to trade Giannis? Yes or no? We need an answer because we have to explore backup plans. And when it didn't happen last night, I believe that it was just kind of dead in the water. So I'm like, okay, the Wolves, they need a guard. Io fits really well. Rob Dillingham, unfortunately, just a really bad miss for them in the draft. They traded 2 firsts to go ahead and get him, and then they go ahead and deal him away almost immediately. But I do think, I would assume, there's a check. Appreciate it. There we go.
I got to see one. It feels good probably to see a check.
That was like the best thing that's happened to me all day. But getting Io DeSunmu, over 40% three-point shooter, can handle the ball, can play make. Not been his best defensive season, but in a better defensive context in Minnesota, I think that's something that could ramp up. But I'm excited for the Wolves. I think this is a great addition, one that's going to fly under the radar a little bit for some more casual fans, people that haven't really watched the Bulls as much this season. But he's someone that, if the Thunder were going to go ahead and make a trade for a guard that can shoot before they made the Jeremy McCain move, Io is one of the guys on my radar. And so for him to go to Minnesota, I think that's a great pickup.
For sure. And I think like them maybe moving on from Conley, there's a chance they could re-sign him. But yeah, they needed to add somebody, honestly. And DeSunmu's been having a career year at the right time. I think I like this a little bit more for Minnesota because I think he does give you similar passing in a way. I definitely like Kobe White's playmaking a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I value DeSunmu like a little bit bigger out there. I think a little bit stronger as a defender. And this is Ant's team. Like Randall and like all those guys will come after Ant. I think DeSunmu is exactly the type of guy they needed. Like I can't put into like words how much of an upgrade this is over what Rob Dillingham and Mike Conley have been for them this year. Like Bones Highland, who was a league afterthought, has been outplaying Mike Conley at this age and Dillingham, which is unfortunate. And yeah, when you mentioned the Dillingham trade, it makes me think like if they don't make that trade and say they had 2 extra firsts to trade, is Giannis a Timberwolf right now?
Yeah, there were a lot of moves. The Knicks trading for McHale, giving up all those picks, and the Wolves with the Dillingham thing. Like there were a lot of moves where it's like, if that didn't happen, could you be having Giannis right now? And that's the way it goes in the NBA. But yeah, I also like Io better than Kobe White. I was never the biggest fan of the Kobe idea for Minnesota. Yeah, he adds some punch offensively, adds some shooting. I like the idea of it, but I like the idea more of going ahead and adding a guy like Io who can play make a little bit more, doesn't really need the ball in his hands as much. The Bulls, I mean, we'll see if they make another move. They have to. It feels like they have a million guards. It's
this
Josh
roster
Giddey
is crazy.
and Josh Giddey and Simons and Trey Jones, and they've got Rob Dillingham. Like it's Colin Sexton. They've got a million guys. They got to make some type of move to get rid of at least one of these guards right now. Like my guy Ousmane Dieng, Thunder legend, shout out to him, is going to be playing center for them at this point. It's going to be like him and Lachlan and Jalen Smith as their bigs. They got to do something. We'll see what they ultimately do. And then your last trade, Drew Holiday to the Hornets. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, so this one was a little bit like still taking into account like what they did for Kobe White. It could change, it could not, but I just think like the Hornets too, for what Holiday's value might be in the open market, I'm not sure what Portland is going to do, if Krejci's going to be the only move. Drew Holiday's like the perfect veteran, the perfect defender, the perfect guy next to LaMelo Ball in the backcourt. And then we kind of slide everybody down a little bit. I guess it's Khan, Miller, and then Moose at the 5. But they still have Miles Bridges. It's just the idea of maybe buying low on Drew Holiday. We're not going to be a big free agency destination. Yeah. Maybe we picked up Kobe White. You might have to trade away like it's tough to get there with like Mann and Green and Grant Williams, but it's possible in a way. But I just think like getting like a veteran like Drew Holiday could be a true culture changer. I think that's what he was going to be in Portland this year. It's just they've had so many injuries, so now you never really got to see that team at full strength. And it was just a fun idea in a way, just to see like Drew maybe get on the move, because I'm trying to think what team would trade for Drew. And now I'm just thinking like what I've seen from Drew this year. The contract, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. Like, what if New Orleans traded for Drew Holiday instead of Jordan Poole in the offseason? Are they a more competent team this year in a way in terms of their record? I think Charlotte could look to make a move like that. But I totally think that they could also be in the Zubats big man market, where it feels like Moussa Diabate has been so much fun to watch this year. He might be the perfect like high energy backup center, which every team needs. But then you go out and get that like elite lob threat, elite screen setter and rim protector that's been there in big games, and maybe they're a team that goes after a Gafford, a Zubat, somebody we've talked about as well. It's just like, I got Hornets fever. They've been so much fun to watch this year. January Hornets are going to go down in history.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So it's just nice that everybody's healthy, and I think Holiday would just be like a low risk, low cost move if Portland was willing to trade away Drew given his age.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget the game where the Thunder got annihilated at home by the Hornets, and everybody's like, what is going on with the Thunder? Are they broken? No, the Hornets are the greatest team of all time, and we were the first ones to figure it out. They've been awesome this season. LaMelo, Con, Brandon Miller, that's an amazing offensive trio. I agree they need to add something defensively to this team, whether it is like a Drew Holiday. I think it'd be really good, too, if they were able to upgrade maybe like the Miles Bridges spot. To me, that feels like the spot that they could upgrade, get a little bit more of a defensive-minded someone at the 4. I don't really know who it is on the market. I tried to brainstorm some guys, and it's tough to find that exact perfect player to fit at the 4 for the Hornets. And it's also tough to, really mess with this thing with how well they're playing right now. Like, maybe they don't make a move. I mean, I think Kobe White already is a really good addition. Sexton has been great for them, but Kobe gives them higher upside offensively. They now have, I think it's like 5 of the top 25 3-point attempt rate guys in the NBA or something along those lines. Like LaMelo is going to get them up, and Brandon Miller is going to get them up, and Nipple and Kobe White. We're talking about a team that can shoot anybody out of the gym, maybe the single best volume 3-point shooting team in the entire NBA at this point. It's been super fun. Like, they are taking a step forward. We talk about this East with the Wizards making improvements and now the Hornets doing the exact same. Then at the same time, we talk about the Kobe White trade. I'm just glad the Bulls, they have a million guards right now, but I'm glad they're finally doing something. It is kind of funny, though, that they just can't get a first-round pick. They're physically incapable. It's like they actually, I think, have gotten, 11 second-round picks or something like that over their last few trades. It's been unbelievable that they can't seem to get a first, but all in all, I'm just glad that they're choosing a direction, and the direction is not going for the play-in championship for the 12th straight year.
Oh, my God. If they didn't make a single move at the deadline and they were like, we're happy, maybe they light buy or soft buy in a way, I would just been like, what's the point here? We're always going to be too good to get a top pick in the draft, but they're not going to be good enough to end up winning a playoff series or maybe even making out of the play-in tournament. So I know we're kind of joking about that they got a lot of guards, and that's objectively true. I think this is a step in the right direction for Chicago. Yeah, for sure. Like when they flashed the roster, I said it was kind of a hilarious roster because that's what it should be, honestly. Like, you're building around Giddey and Buzelis and Essengay next year, and hopefully for them, a top pick in the draft, and you're never going to maximize your chances unless you start to lose games. I know no franchise wants to lose games, but that's where they need to go.
Yeah, and we've got our friend Jake Fischer up here. Jake, I know you ain't got a chance to eat yet. You get a chance to eat, man?
I got a chance to eat. We're fueled, we're hydrated. You guys have been holding it down. You've been crushing it. I saw that prediction of the IO deal. Look at that.
Thank you. I know. I had to get one right. Matt was getting all these check marks. I was getting all these X's, man. Something had to go right for me. So
I was telling our team last night, though, like, what you guys do, I mean, you guys have both racked up, hundreds of thousands of followers on YouTube. You guys are doing great stuff, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, man. And I mean, we appreciate what you've been doing, man. You've been keeping up with the rumor mills, putting tweets out there and stuff. I know one of the most recent things was the fact that the Giannis trade isn't happening. Loved your quote that one executive told you that the Bucks were never serious. I think that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, is that kind of what you've been hearing?
You, not hilarious to the teams that are together, that's for sure.
Yeah, much funner to us.
I mean, we started to get that sentiment last night when Golden State pivoted. I mean, I think some of the Warriors were still saying, we're not out on Giannis just yet. But, I mean, without Jonathan Kuminga, there really was no, I think, direct pathway to getting Giannis Antetokounmpo for Golden State because the Warriors have been pretty adamant that they don't want to trade Jimmy Butler. So today, I put out this morning the Wolves and the Heat both thought that they were going to be at least in play for Giannis. Minnesota clearly bowed out first, and they pivoted and went and got Ayo Dosunmu from Chicago, who we talked about it on that first block, is going to basically slot right in off the bench and fill Nickeil Alexander-Walker's role that the Wolves have been missing for all season. I mean, Nickeil was one of the top free agents of last year, and ironically enough, I was saying that I thought Ayo Dosunmu, if he became a free agent this summer, would have had a similar market to Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So Minnesota gets their kind of pre-agency addition now because they wouldn't have had the cap space to sign Ayo. So they get him in the door. They'll have his bird rights. I expect that so long as it goes well, he stays healthy, that Minnesota anticipates keeping Dosunmu beyond this season. And then it was down to Miami, and I saw Twitter kind of took it a little too far, or not. Well, they just got excited when I got a call, and I was like, oh, we're hearing some Miami buzz. I was hearing there was maybe a 3-team thing. They were trying to figure out how to get more draft capital to send to Milwaukee. And then I'm still trying to piece together, it's hard right now. I'll find out more definitely after the deadline ends, probably, when you can finally get people on the phones and the teams break out of their war rooms and whatnot. But whatever happened, Miami was the last team clearly in the mix, and they backed out as well. So Milwaukee, at this point, I reported, they were starting to contact teams as early as this morning. So they knew, even while Minnesota and Miami were still trying, they started contacting teams this morning saying, the Bucks are willing to take on minimum salary contracts, other type of contracts. So potentially Cam Thomas upcoming here from Brooklyn is one thing we're waiting on. And I'm still getting some buzz right now that Milwaukee's looking to buy in some capacity too. Multiple people around the league have been texting me in the last hour during my lunch break while I spilled some salad dressing down here, you can't see it, that Ja Morant is still potentially in the mix for Milwaukee, and that they are still looking at some type of some type of move that would buy to Giannis, which again, if you guys recall, that was kind of the signal Milwaukee was sending out early December 15th. Like, we're not selling Giannis. We're trying to add. We're trying to go get DeAndre Hunter or Miles Bridges or whoever. The only other guys that we were really hearing linked to Milwaukee in that is Miles Bridges, who's still kind of available. Hunter went to Sacramento, right? Jeremy Grant still in the mix with Portland. Like, I haven't heard his name at all today, so we'll see there. But yeah, we're still looking at Milwaukee taking in some type of vet minimum or a Cam Thomas, a low tier salary for some draft assets, and then potentially adding around Giannis too. And we got an hour and 18 minutes left. If it's not Milwaukee, where's Ja Morant going to go? Those are the questions that we're going to be trying to figure out here on the computer and the phone while I'm also talking to you guys.
I want to say with the computer, excellent work hiding the salad dressing stain. Can't see it even a little bit. Hope it comes out easily for you in the laundry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As long as it wasn't on the jacket, that's all that matters.
Yeah, no, the jacket is fresh, by the way. So yeah, good thing that one's not getting messed up. But yeah, the Ja Morant thing feels like the big thing at the moment, that the next, one of the biggest dominoes to fall remaining. Yeah, Milwaukee, have you heard anything? I know you talked about the Miami buzz. I did see that on Twitter right before we hopped on here. I saw your the tweets about that, with you getting that type of call. Have you heard anything else about Miami now with the Giannis stuff out of the picture? Any type of moves, anything going on there?
Still waiting to get more further word. The Heat were very invested in this Giannis talk and approach and pursuit for the last week plus or so. I really, last night, I went to bed not considering Miami active in pursuing Ja Morant. Things certainly could have changed today, but as of last night, they had not really been actively pursuing Ja Morant, to my understanding, while they were going on. I got a lot of friends in the South Beach area by way of an ex-partnership, and a lot of those people were DMing me on Instagram, like, are we getting Giannis and Ja? That never seemed to be in the cards here, but now that they're definitively not in on Giannis, maybe a Ja flip could happen, but all along, I've been told from people who would know that the Heat were never making aggressive offers for Ja Morant, that they definitely have called, they definitely registered interest, but they wanted to get him for something that would amount to what Atlanta got back for Trae Young, what the Wizards spent for Trae Young. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Memphis. Memphis has been, again, as of last night, I heard Memphis has been hopeful that they will get first-round draft capital for Ja Morant. We will see if that price will get met here in the next hour and 15 minutes.
And if it's not Milwaukee or Miami, could you see another team maybe try to swoop in for Ja Morant over the next hour? I know we've kind of briefly heard Sacramento, but maybe that comes back on if Ja Morant would be open to maybe an eventual extension in Sacramento. Have you heard anything more about that specifically?
No. So there's been some mixed intel on that. The Kings have been saying pretty definitively that they are not in on Ja. They have said time and again, we don't want Ja Morant. I have heard that Ja Morant doesn't want to go to Sacramento. And I don't think that, the Grizzlies are hoping that there would be some type of activity from Sacramento by the finish line here. But the Kings would be making a wild about face, because I've talked to so many people with knowledge of Sacramento who've all said that they don't want Ja and that they know Ja doesn't want them. So if that does happen, I'll be surprised. Okay. But you can quote me on that and make me a meme.
Well, we appreciate when a team recognizes that it's not going to work, because a lot of teams try and force things anyways. I guess with the Ja Morant stuff, that he feels like one of the biggest dominoes to fall, but I know there are some other big names out there. Is there any of the other larger names at the moment that you've been hearing anything on at this moment?
The big thing that I have been tracking from last night through this morning outside of Ja has been Ivica Zubac. The Pacers have certainly been calling on him in Los Angeles for several weeks now, and I definitely know that last night I heard it from various sources with knowledge of the situation that the Pacers were having calls with the Clippers trying to bring Zubac into Indiana. Indiana has been looking, whether it's by way of Benedict Mathurin, who will be a restricted free agent this summer. They've been looking at figuring out how to add, again, we've been talking about this throughout today, pre-agency. Can you bring in a piece right now that will help you for next season? Whether it's a player wanting to get to a spot that he can find a next contract that he might not have been able to have found on the open market, whether it's a team trying to add a piece similar to what Toronto did with Brandon Ingram a year ago, right? The Pacers have been searching far and wide for a big man. They've had interest in Onyeka Okongwu from Atlanta, Cleveland, Jared Allen, they've called there. Right now, through today, the word has been consistent that Indiana has Ivica Zubac number 1, Daniel Gafford number 2. So we'll see. For now, I think that Zubac, if he gets moved, it will be to the Pacers, but they have a high asking price. I've been told they want the equivalent of 2 first-round picks, maybe more, in order to part with Zubac. The Pacers have plenty of picks on the table or in their cupboard to do so. Will they send 2 plus to get Zubac? Will they just go down to Dallas and get Daniel Gafford for 1? That's the other big domino here that I'm waiting to see what falls.
And it makes sense, too, for them to have a high asking price for Zubac, given, like, all-NBA caliber player last year, the contract he's on, which is so desired in today's NBA. Do you think this has changed their stance on Zubac to be more open to trading him after they traded away James Harden for Darius Garland, going a little bit younger, and then reshuffling this roster for the next few seasons?
I'd say yes and no. I mean, they were listening on Zubac and probably knew that Zubac had this market well before they knew that they were going to be trading James Harden. The James Harden thing kind of took place, I'd say, in the last week or so, where James Harden wanted to get clarity from the Clippers on what his contract could look like beyond this season. And look, I really do think that the Clippers winning all these games kind of expedited the situation, because if the Clippers were still, 10-30, 12-40 compared to this run to being 500, now there's some idea, there was an idea before the Harden trade, and maybe even still, depending on what happens with Zoo, there was some thought that the Clippers would make a nice little plucky play-in push. James Harden doesn't want to be making a plucky play-in push. James Harden wants to try to compete for a championship, and he wants to do that in a spot where he's going to get paid. So credit to that guy, because every single time James Harden has said, I want to get traded and I want to get traded to that team, he's gotten it done. Like Giannis, all this waffling, will he, won't he kind of stuff, that's been dragging on for 5 years now? James Harden said, get me out of Houston, I want to go to Brooklyn or Philly. Get me out of Brooklyn, I want to go to Philly. In Philly, he said, Daryl Morey's a liar, get me to the Clippers. And the Clippers, he said, I want to go to Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell, he'd like to play with me. He sees an opportunity for a little 2-year deal to extend and kind of line up with Mitchell before his extension kicks in. So that's how that all happened. I think, to bring it back to Zubac, I think the Clippers are just now understanding that they serve to benefit from adding draft capital back into their cupboard, because they still have first-round picks out the door. This year's pick is going to Oklahoma City by way of that Paul George trade way back when. Their 2028 first is unprotected going to Philly, who they traded to get James Harden. So I think there is some type of looking in the mirror, readdressing things in the Clippers, that if we can get these picks back for Zubac, we might have to do so. But I don't think they're shifting into a full-on rebuild to bring us to a close, because all along, the Clippers have wanted to maintain flexibility to spend in the summer of 2027. So they don't want to do anything that's going to, A, jeopardize that, but B, they want to use that opportunity to be good again. So don't see them entering some years-long rebuild situation. I think it's more so just trying to maintain flexibility to get back into the marketplace and try to compete again in the Western Conference in 2027.
Yeah, as a Thunder fan, I think they should just go full out rebuild. I know who cares if they're not going to top pick. It's no big deal or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was shocking to hear the James Harden to Cleveland stuff. Literally felt like it came out of nowhere. And it brings up a lot of questions about the Clippers, but I want to go over to the Cavaliers for a second and just the big man market in general. Beyond Zubats, I know we had seen some reports about them looking at some other potential moves, Jared Allen, thinking a little bit about could that be something that they make happen. And then you get to lower level bigs like a Daniel Gafford, for example, and what's been going on over there in Dallas. So I was just wondering if there's anything on the Jared Allen stuff, and then in general for Dallas, is there anything there? Love to see Jake getting some calls and some notifications over there too, doing some work for us. We appreciate you. Just anything there on the Dallas front with Daniel Gafford, any other suitors beyond Indiana? And is this something where we could see like a Najee Marshall move, a Klay Thompson even as a name that I know has come up in some rumors?
I'm not expecting a Klay Thompson trade. I'm not expecting a Najee Marshall trade. I think the only Dallas player who's still on the block in some capacity is Daniel Gafford. But again, the Mavericks are only going to do so if they get first-round draft pick capital for him. They're not just going to sell him low. And I do think they have a chance at getting him for a first. If it doesn't work out with Indy, like we were just saying for Zubac, I think Daniel Gafford, I've been told Daniel Gafford is the Pacers' like 1B to Ivica Zubac's 1A. So we'll find out the procedure there again over the next hour, and we will see. I think that's really the only other major center domino, Zubac and Gafford. Like Nick Richards has already been traded. I thought he could still be someone that goes to Toronto in theory, but the Raptors go and they got Trace Jackson Davis last night. I think that's, unless I'm drawing a blank right now, I think the center market really just comes down to those two guys. Philly, they're going to move Eric Gordon, I believe, in a deal that will be a salary dump. Will they still have some opportunity to bring on a veteran big man? Depending, Chris Boucher is still out there. He got traded to Utah from Boston, but he's not necessarily done. He could stay there, but Chris Boucher, I think, is still looking to be in a winning situation right now. And the Phoenix Suns, they have not bought the foreman. The Suns did their number one priority of getting under the luxury tax, but their second goal was to add a forward, potentially a scoring forward. I think probably someone with a shooting touch as well. So that's another piece on this big man puzzle that we're tracking here over the next hour or two.
Yeah, and we saw that Jared McCain trade kind of come out of left field a little bit too. I know it's been a little bit of an underwhelming season with McCain, and now you have Edgecombe and Maxey as the primary guys in that backcourt. And you mentioned that Eric Gordon could also be on the move. Do you think the McCain, or anything you've heard, was a precursor to something bigger or another trade for Philadelphia? Or maybe this is more looking at just kind of the future and maybe in the offseason?
I don't think it was a precursor for anything massive. I think the Sixers really just saw an opportunity to get under the luxury tax and get some major draft capital in return. Jared McCain has like rookie of the year upside a year ago, but he hasn't really fallen, in favor there once VJ Edgecombe came into the fold. Like he was pretty much behind all of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Quentin Grimes. Nick Nurse was not choosing to utilize him to the extent that he probably will be used in Oklahoma City while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is hurt. I think also like the Sixers took Jared McCain middle of the first round a year ago, 2 years ago, and now they get the Rockets 2026 first round pick. So that'll be somewhere in the back half of the first round, right? Somewhere 20 to 30. Depends. The West is so volatile. Like that pick could end up being 17, 18, like right around where they picked Jared McCain anyway. So to get that and 2/3, I don't think it's like a terrible value move, but obviously the Thunder liked him to the extent that they went out and paid almost 2 first-round picks for him. I think for Philly, though, the main aftermath of that, especially if they get off Eric Gordon too, they have to convert Dominic Barlow off a 2-way contract. And I believe there is some opportunity for him to get paid above the veteran minimum. Usually when guys on 2-ways get converted, like this happened in Detroit. Danis Jenkins, I reported this last week, who's been starting a lot for the Pistons, who's been really, really solid for them. The Pistons offered him a 1+1 minimum salary deal. he declined that because he's going to bet on himself to make more money this summer. Dominic Barlow, I believe, has an opportunity to make more than that 1+1 in Philly too. So this stuff, I think, gives them more flexibility to make Barlow happen right now. He's been starting for them a bunch this season. Keep that in mind. And then also, they're going to need some wiggle room to bring back Quentin Grimes after his rookie scale extension didn't happen. He'll be a restricted free agent this summer. So I think the McCain deal was far more setting up Philly with flexibility to bring Barlow onto the full-time roster and to retain Quentin Grimes next season, as opposed to them making some bigger trade that's going to add a major piece here before the deadline concludes.
Yeah, I mean, it's my brother's a Sixers fan. He's devastated by the McCain move, so he was probably hoping to hear something different. Yeah, I mean, our poor brothers as Sixers fans. I wanted to bring up real quick, Matt's team here is the Knicks, and Ben Stiller, I heard, responded to a tweet of yours. Wanted to hear if what are your thoughts on that going on? Big Severance guy here, so love to see that. Night at the Museum, but also if there's anything else for the Knicks out there. Of course, they added Jose Alvarado. Trade away Yabu, brought in Dalen Terry. Is there anything else, or is that kind of they don't have a lot of capital? Is that kind of the extent of their swings?
No, I think this is basically the goal that New York had. They wanted to turn Yabusele into Jose Alvarado directly, but part of why New York wanted to get rid of Yabusele was because he's got a player option for next season. He's not in their rotation right now, so they didn't want to have someone on the books. I mean, he's going to pick up that player option. Short of him going to Chicago now and having just an absolute baller next 20, 30 games where he plays himself into a bigger deal. Look, Gershon Yabusele, at one point in time, people were projecting him to be maybe a mid-level salary guy, and that was not available for him last summer. This $5.5 million, 2-year, $10 million deal that he got was the best that was out there for him. So he's picking up that player option. You can take that to the bank. The Knicks didn't want that on their salary books, and the Pelicans did not want that back for Jose Alvarado. So there was plenty of talk of New York trying to turn Yabu for Jose Alvarado directly. So the fact that this is kind of a roundabout way where the Knicks sent Yabu to Chicago for Dalen Terry, who was on a 1-year expiring deal, and then sent Dalen Terry to New Orleans for Jose Alvarado. That's kind of how it all ended up coming to fruition. To me, that checks both the Knicks boxes. They wanted a backup guard, and they wanted to get off Yabusele. And I guess the third box was Alvarado was, I think, the strongest name for them. They were linked to Ayo Dosunmu and Keon Ellis and stuff as well, but I just don't think they had the capital to get in for those guys.
Yeah, I was shocked when the Knicks didn't have to include any second-round draft capital to Chicago because of Yabu's player option next year. I guess because Chicago having a lot of guards on their team, they didn't mind the front court option in Yabu going forward, which I guess was a big help to facilitating this 3-team deal where the Knicks only had to give second-round draft capital to one team going forward. And as you mentioned, the Knicks didn't have too much to do with this year at the deadline. Do you think that the Pelicans are maybe done with this? And obviously a team that doesn't have their first-round pick doesn't want to maybe just trade everybody away, and they still have a good enough core in place that can get you excited about 2027 and onwards? Or do you think maybe Alvarado, given his contract, could be the only guy moved at this year's deadline?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I don't know. Eric Gordon is going to the Grizzlies right now. I don't know if that's a 3-team deal specifically between the procedurally it might go down as separate. All the sequencing of all this stuff is very tricky, but I think for New York at this point, this is their playoff group, and they've got. I mean, James Dolan came out and said this on local radio here on WFAN that he anticipates the Knicks to compete for a championship. So Jose Alvarado will come in and be that guard to help fortify the bench. And that's the ceiling on this team. They think they won that NBA Cup, and they didn't want to put that banner up because they have a bigger goal in mind. So we'll see what potential other moves could happen in New York this summer if they fall short. That's the next transactional piece to keep an eye on with the Knicks. This is their group. They're trying to win the championship, not just the Eastern Conference. So if they don't, what are the ramifications of that? That to me is the big question mark about Madison Square Garden right now.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, bringing up my brother, went to the Sixers-Knicks game right after they won the NBA Cup with him. He happened to come up and visit, and I got this nice little towel that said NBA Cup champions on it. So they didn't hang a banner, but I got a towel out of it. So, it's a little bit of something. But we'll let you take a break real quick, Jake. You got about an hour till the deadline. Appreciate everything that you're doing for us here, working the phones, and we'll catch up with you again in a little bit. There you go. We got you. Okay, so we're going to talk real quick about a few trades that went down while we were talking to Jake about some rumors and some upcoming stuff. The first thing is the Eric Gordon deal. He's going to Memphis. The Jaren Jackson Jr. Desmond Bane replacement, who knows? But he goes over to Memphis alongside a second-round pick, gives the Sixers the ability to completely convert the two-way of Dominic Barlow, who's been really good for the Sixers this season. He stepped up in a big way, only 23 years old still. Has done kind of some two-way G League type stuff with the Spurs most recently. But it's not exciting, not a sexy deadline for the Sixers by any means, but getting off his money and having the ability to utilize Barlow to his full capacity is a big win. Yeah, definitely, and especially with the Paul George suspension, they need any type of size out there as they can get going forward. And honestly, you find somebody like Barlow, like we've seen a lot of good two-way conversions this year with Dennis Jenkins and Spencer Jones, and these guys have really been coming up, by the way, the two-way this season. So this could be a nice cheap piece. And when you're having 90% of your cap space to 3 players, and Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey, you need to hit on the margins as much as possible. So this makes a ton of sense going forward. Yeah, it's kind of nice hearing like trades go through like this way. Like for us, it's just like you're looking at your phone, it's a Shams like tweet notification or Jake's tweet notification going forward. So it's nice to kind of hear it a different way for once. Like I don't know what's coming, honestly. Like when he said Eric Gordon, I was like, oh, okay, so what's yeah, there we go. Something happened. So yeah, the Grizzlies, just taking on money, taking on a pick with the rebuild coming forward. It's unsurprising. It's what they should do. It's what they're going to continue to do as they begin this new era that they're going towards. But yeah, I know that was one of the trades. I'm hearing we have a couple more trades as well. Don't know how large they are necessarily. But the Eric Gordon one is the first of those. I did see someone in the chat mention Minot going to the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, I saw Minot one of those. Brooklyn. Yeah, the Celtics are trading Josh Minot to the Brooklyn Nets, which I'm kind of surprised about. I wonder what the Celtics are planning with this. I'm not sure where they are tax aprons wise. Maybe it's one of those types of moves. But Minot, he's been pretty solid this year for the Celtics. He's definitely not a nothing piece for the Brooklyn Nets. They just waived Haywood Highsmith earlier today. So bringing in a guy, Josh Minot, maybe just taking a flyer on a young guy who's played pretty well for a pretty good team in Boston this season, has played pretty well defensively, has knocked down some threes. I like this pickup for the Brooklyn Nets. I don't know what it means going forward for the Celtics because I did think he gave them some pretty good minutes. Maybe, again, another move is coming, or it could just be salary, tax apron type stuff. I'm not exactly sure where they're at on that. Yeah, this is just what the Nets have been doing, honestly. Like, they were involved in the Chris Paul trade. Like, they got Ochai Agbaji. Like, they're just, honestly, they know their ceiling this year. They know what team they are. They know kind of where they're going. So any second-round draft capital that you can make to look a trade look a little nicer down the line. Oh, this team got 3 seconds, and maybe it's some swaps and seconds down the line. They're going to do that as much as possible going forward. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the Nets too, like they're another team that their trajectory changes so much with the lottery, like a lot of these teams. And their ceiling next year, I think, is a little bit lower right now compared to like Washington and Utah. For sure. Because the free agency landscape is definitely up in the air in a way. Who knows, like with James Harden and LeBron James, I don't think either one of them are going to Brooklyn. But they're a team that is going to have a lot of cap space. They have a young team, may or may not trade Michael Porter Jr. They don't own their first-round pick next year as well. So I do wonder what direction they're going to go in throughout the deadline and into the offseason as well. Because in the East, anything can happen. But hey, Charlotte's been on the rise. Washington's going to be on the rise. Indiana's going to be better next year. Who knows about Milwaukee? They might end up keeping Giannis and have John Morant at this point. We don't know. So Brooklyn's going to, I think, have some work cut out for them too if they don't want to give a nice pick to the Houston Rockets. Yeah, I saw my brother in the chat. They popped this comment up there saying the Sixers were poverty. So things aren't going super well for him right now. But yeah, overall, we'll see what ends up happening here. Good point, Stock Money, the fact that Minot has been out of the rotation for a little bit, but decent piece. I don't hate the pickup for Brooklyn. And then we've got one more trade is what we're hearing at this moment. We'll see what this is. I saw it was Hunter Tyson on the move. Yeah, Brooklyn Nets getting involved again. Hunter Tyson and a 2032 second-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for the less favorable of the Clippers-Hawks 2026 second. Denver gets an open roster spot for the buyout market and gets out of the luxury tax. Also big because it's something else that allows him to convert Spencer Jones, who's been so good. You talked about
they actually just did that too.
Oh, did
as
they?
we were
Nice.
speaking,
okay. Yeah, so Spencer Jones is someone who's been so good for the Nuggets this season. He's done big things for them in the absence of like Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson and all these injuries that they've dealt with. He's been fantastic. I mean, you talk about someone who just came in to a team that's hoping to compete for a championship and made an impact from the get-go. He's been that type of guy. So to see him get that converted contract is super cool. Congratulations, and super excited about him. And yeah, getting rid of Hunter Tyson, a 2032 second-round pick, which is crazy that we're talking about 2032 picks. It doesn't even sound like a real year.
No.
Never mind. You said at one point 2033 pick for Giannis. I'm like, oh my gosh, where did the time go?
Yeah.
So yeah, but Brooklyn doing exactly what they should do as a team that's rebuilding, just taking on salary, helping teams facilitate trades, taking on picks. They're doing all the right things. It's nothing sexy. It's what you got to go through when you're a rebuilding team. But I mean, hey, maybe there's a world where Hunter Tyson becomes something and you flip him, or Josh Minot, one of those guys could always work out in some decent way.
Totally. As you were talking, I was looking up the second round draft pick order, and this might not even be fully updated in a way. Like as of now, maybe before these trades have even gotten, only 7 teams own their direct second round pick anymore. So 23 of them have either been swapped or traded outright, and it's just like we see so many of these deals kind of go on the margins as well, where it's like the Nets are like, or the Nuggets aren't giving up anything valuable, like super valuable, to get out of the luxury tax, but we see this time and time again.
Yeah.
Miami did that with Hayward Highsmith in the offseason, and that's what rebuilding teams like Brooklyn should do. Help teams get out of the luxury tax. You're getting a swap, and who knows, maybe that's a chance where you can land a guy like an Andrew Nemhard or a nice second round pick that's maybe there between 30 and 40, and that's where the swap came in, rather than picking like 50 to 60 where the hit rate is a little bit lesser going forward. So they might seem, I think, smaller now, but hey, they could have ramifications down the line for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's random trades that pop up all the time. The Thunder right now have the Jazz's pick if it lands outside the top 8 because they took on Derek Favors' contract back in 2021. It's like stuff you never really think about. But yeah, some smaller trades going on right now. We are less than an hour away, though, from the trade deadline. I would go ahead and take a look at some players that are currently available, a big board of guys that could potentially be moved, and talk about some of those guys that, could find new homes. Speaking of that, by the way, you talk about the second round pick thing. The crazy stat, the fact that only Mitchell Robinson is he's the last guy from the 2018 draft, not that long ago, to be playing for the same team that drafted him. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, We've gotten closer. We're almost there. Appreciate all y'all's chats, by the way. Bulls need a big, they kind of have a few guards, if you have noticed. Yes, Domantas Sabonis is someone we haven't talked about too much. We didn't get to talk him too much with Jake, but the fact that Jake said that that's kind of the big man market right now is like a Daniel Gafford and a Zubats makes me think that we're not really hearing anything on Sabonis. Draymond Green, it felt so weird to me. Because I didn't expect him to get Giannis, but Draymond's like talking his press conference like, if I get traded, like it's whatever, it's been a great ride. I was just like, I don't think he's going to get traded because I don't think they're getting Giannis. Is there still something insane out there that could transpire involving Draymond Green's contract? It just felt weird to me that, I know he's never really been in rumors like that before, but out of all times, he's like so clearly like, if this is it, goodbye, like I appreciate y'all and everything. It just felt weird and like very pointed to me, the fact that he made the decision to do that.
For sure, and it's like his contract where he could be a free agent technically this summer, but Draymond in like mid 20 millions, like would he actually opt out of that going forward? Like we never really got to quantify the value of what Draymond Green would be on the trade market, because I think he's one of those players that is so valuable to Golden State, but you really got to have him in the right system anywhere else. And we've never seen Draymond play without Steph Curry really in his career, so we would like have to wait and see. And is he still going to be that defensive enforcer, that rim protector, kind of that middle linebacker out there that can call out plays for everybody defensively, or just be the quarterback of the defense in a way? So I wondered, if it was Milwaukee, but then why would Milwaukee want Draymond? So like, would they reroute him to somebody else? He's always kind of been linked in the past, I feel like, to the Pistons, because he went to school at Michigan State, so he could return there to Michigan in a way. I mean, the Warriors trading Kuminga for Porzingis, it's a team optioning Kuminga for an expiring in Porzingis. I am thrilled about the concept of Steph and KP, but it's just, I was thrilled about the concept of Trae Young and Kristaps. We've just seen Kristaps struggle to stay healthy on the floor. He's dealt with some like Achilles injuries this year. He's got the illness as well that's kind of been coming up with him dating back to the playoffs last year. So this, I still think, is a solid lineup, and hey, you're at least trying something around Steph, especially if Kuminga had next to no value on the market.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on like them adding Kristaps? Do you think it really changes where you could see them heading down the stretch?
Not really this season. As soon as Jimmy goes down, like
it's
if
tough,
they had Porzingis and they still had Jimmy, I'd be like, whoa, like this is something.
Yeah.
You do have to think about Porzingis' health. Like I don't know how often he's going to be able to play, but at least I like them taking a shot on something. And if Porzingis, maybe he really shines in the few games that he plays, but he doesn't play a lot. And then now that he's already here in your system, maybe you re-sign him this offseason for relatively cheap, like below the value he might have gotten otherwise. Because the concept of Porzingis is perfect. Next to Draymond Green and next to Steph Curry, I like him a lot for this team. He's been so impactful. All like the advanced metrics say that when Porzingis is out there, he's one of the more impactful players in basketball. It's just how often is he actually going to be out there? And beyond this season, he is an expiring contract. Will he be there when Jimmy Butler comes back? I've seen a lot of Warriors fans, be mad that this is the move that they made, that they didn't get Giannis or nothing else happened. It just wasn't realistic, in my opinion. I never really saw the Warriors as like that serious of a Giannis suitor or to make anything happen beyond Porzingis or, some other minimal upgrade, because they don't have like the most intriguing package of young players, especially with the Kuminga thing. Like, there were some Warriors fans that were sad they got Porzingis for Kuminga. I think getting that is great. Like, that's a great ultimate addition. And Kuminga, he wasn't being played. Everybody knows that Kuminga hates you and that you hate Kuminga. So you have no leverage there. Honestly, I don't really love it that much from the Hawks' perspective. I don't love Kuminga as a fit next to Jalen Johnson. I think it's kind of wonky. The good thing is that Kuminga isn't like on your books super long term. So if it doesn't work out, you can still get off of his money pretty quickly here. And you do take a chance on a younger player for a guy who's expiring. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. I don't see a world where Kuminga makes a lot of sense to Jalen Johnson. I'm just not the biggest Jonathan Kuminga upside guy the way that some people are.
Yeah, it's really weird what Atlanta's trying to do right now. I kind of thought about this too. Like, they kind of remind me of the Pelicans. I think they have a lot of like individual talented players, but do they really just like work together on a basketball court? I think we're just throwing a bunch of different things out there. It was like Trae Young with Porzingis. Now it's McCollum out there and Kuminga out there. And it's going to be interesting to see how they look towards the end of the season. Now, for them, it's just like, if it works, great. We have this asset in Kuminga. If it doesn't work, like you said, off the team option. And we don't own our first round pick, but we own the Pelicans Bucks, which is like, you're going to have 2 bites at the apple that can get you a lottery pick either way. So honestly, I agree. I don't like the fit either with Kuminga in Atlanta, but I think like long term, based on Kuminga's age, what he could maybe be, it at least excites me a little bit. But I do agree in terms of basketball core, like in terms of them, like in their offensive game plan, I don't really know if it's going to result in wins in the second half. I think Atlanta's just throwing a bunch of different things out there. So we'll see. Can he buy in defensively? Is he going to knock down threes? Is he going to move without the ball? Is he going to be passive? Or is he going to be tunnel vision like he kind of was at times in Golden State? Maybe he just needs to change the scenery. Maybe it's going to work out in Atlanta. But it was definitely shocking when that was the end Kuminga trade. That felt like it's been going on for like 3 years.
I'm just glad we don't have to do Kuminga trade rumors for another 5 months.
You didn't miss the whole thing all summer, where it was the only thing we were talking about in August.
Oh my gosh, man.
Where's Kuminga going?
Bro, I was sitting there at like a Yankees game with my brother and my fiance, and I'm getting Jonathan Kuminga reports. I'm like, I just can't do this anymore. I've been so done with it. But apparently we've got a trade, so we're gonna go to Jake for a trade here in a moment. So Jake, we got something going on?
It's crazy. I just saw it.
Jake will be with us. Jake will be with us for the trade in a moment, probably.
Yeah, I'm still trying to piece together the full terms here, but like we were just saying, started tracking it last night. Ivica Zubac to the Pacers. The Pacers looking for a big man was something that we have been tracking for months now, from December 15th when everything started. And look, I just saw Tony Jones tweet this. I do wonder if this is going to entice some teams to call on Kawhi Leonard, but I don't think that's going to happen. Again, we're waiting on the final terms here, but I've got it from multiple league sources that the Indiana Pacers are trading their starting center, Ivica Zubac, to the the Clippers are trading him to the Pacers, sorry. There's going to be draft capital in this no matter what. They wanted multiple first-round picks. To do so, they wanted Dallas wanted just 1 first-round pick for Daniel Gafford. So we are waiting for the terms. I'm looking at my iMessages on my computer. The second I get them, hopefully I get them first, I'll keep you posted. But yeah, the Pacers called around. They called on Onyeka Okongwu, Jared Allen, blah, 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 blah. Zubac was their guy, and they get him now. So the interesting piece of all this is that pre-agency, Zubac, how will he fit next to Tyrese Halliburton? There are some people who would say that James Harden turned Zubac into X, Y, and Z and that pick and roll pairing in Los Angeles, but Zubac is a damn good player in his own right. He was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He's got touch in the pocket. He can turn over both shoulders. He's not the stretch pick and 5 though. That I guess pick and 5. He's not the stretch 5 man, that pick and pop guy that Miles Turner was with Indiana though. So I'll be curious to see exactly how he fits with Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese has never played really with that like consistent role man. Like Pascal's more of a short mid-range kind of guy. Turner pick and pop dude. So that fit will be intriguing to see exactly how it works out. But clearly the Pacers think it's enough value, enough importance to go out and get it done. Again, waiting on the terms still. I do not have them. So that'll be the other. I mean, the Pacers are going to have to send out roughly $20 million in salary. So whether that's Obi Toppin or a combination of Benedict Mathurin and some other stuff. I mean, I'm pulling up their salary sheet right now.
Yeah, I made a trade. My mock trade was Jarris Walker, Benedict Mathurin. Those two guys make the money work, Mathurin and Jarris Walker, alongside draft capital. Because, I mean, I know they want that 2027, cap space available. Jarris Walker would expire by that point. Young player to take a chance on Mathurin, also kind of see how it goes. That was what I kind of envisioned for the trade. I'm just really curious about, the pick value. Like, how many did they get back? You said that they were, like, asking for a lot, that it was going to be multiple first-round picks. I mean, is there a world where it's their pick this year? I would imagine they would really not want to give that up, but to prize you
shocked. I'd be shocked if they, look, if they give up this year's first, great work from the Clippers.
Yeah.
Great work from the Clippers. But I would be surprised because this whole strategy from Indiana was we're taking a gap year. We're going to reap the benefits of it, tanking-wise, because they have all their draft picks. And then they're going to get a center in the door, have him move forward next year with whatever this top pick is and compete right back in the top of the Eastern Conference. That's their goal. So I would be surprised if that 26th pick is gone.
And it's wild to think about that they lose Miles Turner in free agency, and now Zubac is going to cost less against their cap sheet than what Miles Turner inevitably got from the Milwaukee Bucks going forward. And you just having like a floor-spacing power forward in Pascal Siakam with the offensive engine that Halliburton is, I mean, I would also be very shocked if they traded away their first rounder this year, but a potential top 5 pick with Halliburton returning, even if Halliburton's 80% next year in a wide open Eastern Conference, I feel like this team has to jump to the top of everybody's kind of like formidable Eastern Conference teams in 2027.
They're going to be unbelievable. I mean, Zoo is just a better player than Miles Turner. He's not, that same stretch type of big, but they can have someone in that backup role. And you talk about a screen setter, and I think Halliburton can do a lot of similar stuff to what Harden did for Zubac, those two guys playing alongside each other. I absolutely love this for the Pacers. Assuming, they didn't give up that 2026 pick, which, like both of y'all are saying, I'd be shocked if they did that.
Yeah, you'd rather Zubac over Gafford.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Zoo's, like, you think about, imagine him setting a big body screen and then diving to the basket with Halliburton and you put shooters around him. It's going to be, like, they're going to be even on another level offensively, I would imagine, next season with what they can do. And they add a top pick, if it is a Darren Peterson or a Cam Boozer or an AJ DeBance, like any of these types of top 5 guys, even like a Caleb Wilson or someone like that. I mean, we're talking about a team that's just went to the NBA Finals and looks like they're going to be significantly better next season.
Yeah, and I just like the fact that they were able to get this done. As Jake mentioned, it's like pre-agency in a way, so they got their guy. They don't have to worry about a center all offseason long.
Yeah.
There's no like center at the top of the NBA draft either that they'd feel comfortable probably putting at the 5 spot right away. So I think you got it's been a disappointing year in Indiana. Obviously, you have like the high of playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and now you're watching your team like struggle to be the 15th, 14th seed in the Eastern Conference. I mean, this is definitely like a nice thing to the fan base too to get excited about. Now we're talking about 2027 in a way. And I am wondering like if they parted away with any fan favorites, like Obi Toppin, like he kind of gave your Thunder some troubles last year in the playoffs.
Don't even bring it up. Don't bring it up.
And some of those role players in a way.
Please tell me they trade away TJ McConnell. I can't watch him fry us from the mid-range every single second.
That would be shocking if they traded away TJ, how much he meant to that city in a way. And
for real.
What it was like first half, TJ McConnell, and like Game 6 was just like.
In like Game 5 in the third quarter, he's hitting mid-range jumpers over Chet Holmgren. I'm like, please stop doing that, man. You're not supposed to be able to do that. He had like 10 points in the quarter. But yeah, it's one of those things where, I saw Jake's report about it last night. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. It was like one of my favorite fits for a potential deadline move. And I mean, I'm like, if I'm a team, I'm calling about Kawhi Leonard, at least a little bit. I am trying to see what value they have on him. He's playing some of the best basketball of his life. I know the injury stuff is a concern. He's in his mid-30s, but Kawhi is so good that if it's not that, depending on the asking price, I'd be willing to take a swing, especially if I'm a team that's like right there. Kawhi's just so easily plug and play.
Yeah.
One piece of this trade, guys, I just got word. Benedict Mathurin is going to the Clippers, so still waiting on draft capital, other salary, but Benedict Mathurin is going to the Clippers as part of this. That's one piece. Again, still sifting the puzzle together.
Yeah.
We appreciate you
getting
working
it all through. But
It makes sense with Mathurin's age too, and his pending free agency. It felt like maybe Indiana took the Jaden Ivey approach, but to a different level, because they thought they were going to get maybe outbid for Mathurin, or they didn't want to give him a long-term deal in a way. So now they turn him into Zubats financially, which you got to definitely, because Zubats is under a fantastic contract for the next 2 years.
It's like $18 million. It's crazy to think about. You know, the fact that, again, they're adding, this is the best big that Halliburton's ever played with.
Yeah.
And he was able to, bring the team to Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I can only imagine how good they're going to be this season. And Mathurin, I know a lot of Pacers fans didn't want to move him, but in addition to having to pay him, he's not going to start over Andrew Nembhard or Tyrese Halliburton. He's going to be a bench guy. And, not having to pay him that money, you can focus on it elsewhere. You needed a big man. There's a lot more that you can now do in that back-to-back where you still have T.J. McConnell. Like, maybe you add, again, Darren Peterson or a different guard in the draft. There are so many ways to address that type of scoring punch that you need. That's a way easier archetype of player to get than someone like Zubats, who's just going to be so fantastic for this team. And for the Clippers, I mean, now you talk about getting younger. Mathurin and Garland as a backcourt this season is really interesting. Not a lot of defense there, I'll be honest, but offensively, I mean, you're going to get some really fun highlight plays between those two. Garland pull-up threes, Mathurin trying to dunk on guys, and the Clippers, they do now get an interesting moment where they can see how it works out. Maybe they give him a deal in restricted free agency, could be a sign and trade thing this offseason, or you just let him walk and you clear up space for that inevitable 2027 shift.
Yeah, it's just because like the Clippers we thought they were like dead in the water early in the year. You think you're getting a top pick. Now I think that the fact that they're almost 500 again, maybe they felt more comfortable. Every team behind us is kind of like maybe trying to lose games in the second half. We could still be in the play-in tournament going forward. So yeah, the Clippers get younger. I guess they'll have the Benedict Mathurin conversation in the offseason. Do you think this could be also leading to something else, Jake? Like, I know we brought up Kawhi for a brief second, but maybe the Clippers, it's just like anybody's kind of on the table. Would they think about like a Derrick Jones Jr. or anybody like that if they're kind of trying to go in somewhat of a youth movement in a way?
I got another player name and I asked, do you believe or do you know? He said 95% sure. I said, let me know when it's 100% sure.
Yeah.
I think with Kawhi, look, I forget if I said this honestly with you guys or early in the morning. Like we've been kind of all over the place here, but this is more speculation based than anything. There is so much rumor and innuendo right now around the league but prognosticating that there will be some type of suspension, punishment, whatever, levied on the Clippers and Kawhi. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I got no idea. I remember with Harden and Philly when there was some tampering stuff there, and there was like, the Sixers are going to get the whole book thrown at them. Like, they never really did. It was just a second-round pick or so. So I don't know what's going to go down. But I say that to say there's enough smoke in the air that will absolutely dissuade and deter some teams from going after and trading Kawhi Leonard. That is an undeniable fact right now. So we'll see what that ends up impacting things here. But yeah, a half hour to go. Zubac goes down. What other Clipper could get traded? Who's to say?
Yeah, I wonder if they would consider moving off. I mean, like they've got like Chris Dunn, Derrick Jones Jr., like a lot of interesting pieces on that team. And it's just crazy to think about the fact that like this is happening now when the Clippers, not when they were 6-21 and they, like Jake said earlier when we were talking, like they stayed bad all season. They pushed up to the play and they got to almost 500. And now it's like this is where everything is starting to fall apart. And it feels like, the Harden domino, the first one to fall, Zubats falls. And I do want to say, in my opinion, I think for the Clippers, it's good to get value back right now while you can on these guys who are playing so well so far this season, who are, at maybe the peak value they're going to be for the rest of their careers. It's not a bad idea, especially if the Pacers are, really intrigued by a guy like Zubats. And, it sounds like they gave up Mathurin. We'll see what the remaining package is. Shout out to our guy Jake for working the iMessages over there.
It's Ben Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson. Those are the players going back to the Clippers.
Okay.
And now working on getting exactly what these picks are, but it will be 2 first-round picks. So again, 2 first-round picks plus. That was what the Clippers were looking for. They got it. We're waiting to see if it's the 2026. That's the big thing here. But
that would
it is
blow my
2
mind.
first-round picks, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the things looking bad for the Clippers, like long term. If they get that 2026 first, everything completely changes. Like a little bit in my evaluation of the Pacers in this deal because of how good that player could be that they get. But also, you know, you think about the Clippers, like if they were able to turn out this terrible season into a young guy, Darius Garland, Mathurin is interesting, and like a top pick, there's a lot of intrigue there. There's a lot to think about that. Suddenly the Clippers, you know, they have a little bit of an exciting future. They don't have all their, you know, future first-round picks or many of them at all. But if they could get some significant asset, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I got the full terms. Let me tweet it out, and then I'll read it to you.
All right, sounds good. Get it to the masses real quick before us.
Keep talking.
Like, it's just, it's been an insane deadline. Like, I really didn't think, you know, it's like, is the Giannis thing going to happen? Then when Giannis doesn't, it's like, what else are we going to get today? We're still waiting on Ja. There's 35 minutes left. Zubats gets dealt in a big way. The Jaren Jackson thing we talked about came literally out of nowhere after the James Harden thing came out of nowhere. It's been, you know, people are like, it's just going to be kind of a boring deadline with the CBA and things. Yeah, things a lot more complicated. It's been incredible. It's been an amazing deadline, a lot of movement for teams, a lot of big-time direction shifts, too. It's not like, you know, contenders swapping pieces or contenders taking pieces from rebuilding teams. It's been a lot of teams saying, we're going to go ahead and blow it up. We're going to start over like the Grizzlies, like the Chicago Bulls. Teams that are like, we're going to go ahead and try and win relatively soon next season with the Jazz and the Wizards. Like, teams are swapping directions. It feels like this is a big deadline that we're going to talk about in terms of the landscape of the league next season and beyond.
Yeah, like Utah, Washington.
The pick is the 2026 first, but but it's protected.
Okay.
So the protections are wonky as well. It is protected 1 through 4 and then 10 through 30. So the Clippers get it if it's 5 through 9. If the pick falls outside of that range, it converts to the Pacers 2031 unprotected pick.
Okay.
So
there might be
crazy
something with like CJ McCollum.
And the other pick is 2029 unprotected.
Gotcha.
Wow. Oh, so great job from the Clippers, it sounds like. That's going to be a crazy lottery then, because 1 through 4, even if the Pacers end up with the top odds, like there's like a basically 50-50 chance if you take strictly a look at the lottery odds that they fall to number 5 and the Clippers get a top 5 pick in this year's draft. Big for the Pacers, but also for the like it is a lot to give up. That is scary.
Wait as well. This is fascinating. Just like for the protection, I love the way Jake did it, where he's like, it's the 2026 first, but, and then we get to the protections where it's just like a little bit suspenseful there. I think this is great for the Clippers in a way too, because say this pick does not fall in their possession, say the Pacers still win the lottery, and it obviously made sense for the Pacers to hedge their bet there and put a protection. The Clippers could still get a 2031 first, and we've seen like these firsts down the line either work out or not, but it's worth taking the chance on you if you're the Los Angeles Clippers in the direction that they're heading in moving forward. I think this is one of the more fascinating trades immediately. Like the Anthony Davis one broke my brain a little bit. I think this one's really interesting. I think because of the protections on it as well, where if they could fall between 5 to 9, which is definitely a realistic possibility, there is a chance that the Clippers are landing not a blue chip young player, but close to it. If they get 5 and they're able to get either Caleb Wilson or Keaton Wagler, or maybe it's Kingston Flemings from Houston, they now have some building block that we did not think they were going to even come close to this year unless they somehow traded Harden or Kawhi for a top 10 pick. So it reminds me, there was like a McCollum trade, I think with Josh Hart. It was like the Pelicans Blazers. I think there was something like this. It was a weird protection in a way, where it was like a double protection going forward, where it was like pick 1 protected and then it dropped a little bit. So yeah, this is interesting for the Pacers, and you got to be excited about Zubats with Halliburton.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be great. Jake, we appreciate you, man, breaking the trade to us, breaking down the picks and everything like that. It's fascinating. This is one of those deals that I feel like I'm going to keep thinking about. Like, I don't know what to think of. It is a lot, but I think it makes a good bit of sense at the same time. I love this. Would love to hear what y'all have to say in the chat. What are your thoughts on this trade? Like, how do you feel about the Pacers' involvement in this, the picks that they gave up, the Clippers? I think, again, I've made this point all throughout this season, which, by the way, Clippers picks so back on for the Thunder. Love to see that. I continue to make the point that the Clippers should sell high on some of these guys.
Yeah, because it makes all the sense in the world for them too, right? Because they could still create some cap flexibility this offseason. We just saw Nickeil Alexander-Walker go for the mid-level exception.
Yeah.
If you have that flexibility, you can really get a difference maker right now. And as you were talking, I wanted to pull up the pick odds. So they're currently pick 3 in the draft, with the Pelicans and the Kings being worse. I mean, there's a 20% chance 7% chance it falls to 7, 26% chance it falls to 6, 15% chance it falls to 5. That's not nothing. Like, there is a chance the Pacers lose their first round pick, but they clearly view it as a 4-person draft, maybe if it's Caleb Wilson at number 4. I love this part of like NBA trades. I know it can get really complicated with protections and swaps and conveying, but I think this is fascinating because it kind of gives us a hint on, the Pacers think it's a 4-person draft in a way, and they were willing to part ways with like whoever goes 5, whoever goes 6 in a scenario. So I wonder what's next for the Clippers. As Jake mentioned, like the Kawhi thing, I wonder if something actually did happen. Do you think I wonder if it would come down on the Clippers or it would come down on Kawhi or both?
Yeah, I guess I don't know how that would work if Kawhi got traded. Like,
right.
It feels, it's tough to punish a different team that trades for him. Like, they don't know that's going to happen. I would imagine it would mostly come down on the Clippers. I don't know. That's one of the most intriguing situations still in the NBA because it happened preseason before the year in the summer when it's like we don't know what the Clippers are going to look like, but it felt like they made some good moves. They were going to be competitive, but that's hanging over them, and they're hosting the All-Star game, and then Kawhi doesn't make the All-Star game. It's like, what's happening with that? Like, what is going on? He's now added to the game. I don't know. That feels like it's so up in the air, and I could see really anything coming from that. It makes sense, though, that teams probably wouldn't trade for Kawhi, not only because of the injury risk and, the ability to... Oh, yeah, I see Lacey me in the chat saying congrats on predicting the Zubats.
We got something.
Hey, we both get a check on the Zubats trade.
Mark. I'll take
Love
it.
to see that. Yeah, we'll take our check marks whenever. But yeah, I could see why teams would be hesitant to trade for Kawhi, not just because of the injuries and the the age, but also that looming over them. But the Pacers, they get a big man. We correctly predicted it. It ends up also being Isaiah Jackson, not Jarris Walker. So they keep Jarris Walker like my trade predicted, which I guess that's maybe a half X, half check or whatever. I'll take whatever I can get, to be honest, at this point. I shouldn't have put anything because now you're just
do what I did.
I should have just done that. But it's good that they were able to keep him. And I am excited to see, Mathurin now just go out there and hoop in Los Angeles, see what he can do for this season. Him and Darius Garland is a really fun young backcourt. The youth movement has kind of started over there in Los Angeles, and we'll see how much they pursue it if they make any other moves here at the deadline. And we're within 30 minutes, man. There's 28 minutes left of the trade deadline. We still got Ja out there. We've still, of course, got Sabonis has been mentioned. A lot of the Mavericks guys. Does Gafford even go now? Now that the Pacers were able to get the big fish they were after, is Gafford someone that still gets dealt somewhere? I mean, the Lakers haven't done anything outside of the Luke Kennard edition. I had a tweet notification pop up a moment ago. The Miami Heat are the only team in the East to not make a trade at this point. After they were in all those Giannis conversations, nothing has happened for them. And could this mean that they're heavily pursuing John Morant? Yeah, here's the tweet up here. The Heat are the only Eastern Conference team that has not made a trade. Pat Riley smiling there. He was, hitting like the cha-cha and stuff over at the Heat Gala. He was going crazy. Nothing's happening. Like, is there something else that he still has to make happen that he believes that the Heat are capable of pulling off? Or was it all just smoke? Did he just really believe they were going to get Giannis and it completely fell apart?
This is crazy, yeah, that they're the only team in the East to not make a trade. It's just been I think a thing with Heat fans and kind of going back at Pat Riley over the last few years, not taking their core seriously enough around Jimmy Butler and not be willing enough to send out enough pieces for Damian Lillard or Donovan Mitchell when these guys were available to pair them up with Jimmy Butler. I mean, I could see a reason for Miami not wanting to buy just because maybe they want every single asset possible for Giannis on draft night. And they could trade their 26, 33 first. And I actually think I have a respectable offer in a way. So I wonder if that's maybe what they're waiting for. Maybe we do get a Ja trade in the next 30 minutes going forward as well, if he's going to end up in Miami of some sorts. But yeah, I feel like Pat Riley has taken the conservative approach at the deadline in recent years and probably wasn't going to even trade Jimmy last year if it didn't get to where it got.
Yeah, if they did start hating each other.
Yeah, and all that drama. And honestly, I think they made out all right from that trade because they were able to turn it into Norman Powell, and they got Wiggins and Yaku Chonis in a way. So we'll see what they end up doing because I don't think their fan base is going to take it too nicely if they're the only team in the East not to make a trade.
Yeah, because there's not many NBA teams in general at this point that I'm thinking that haven't made a trade, like I'm thinking up and down the standings, like almost everybody has done something.
Like if you're thinking of like the Nuggets, even though it was a luxury tax dump, at least they did something. At least their fan base got to see a notification go through their phone.
You got that little dopamine hit from a notification from, our guy Jake Fischer or something like just give him something. One of my best friends is a Heat fan, and I was asking him, like, do you think you're going to get Giannis? And he's like, no, we're not going to get anyone. Nothing ever happens, like in Miami. It's just, they don't really do anything. Like they, traded away Jimmy Butler. They got Jimmy Butler at one point. That was a massive acquisition. But since then, it really has just been the Heat kind of stand around and they try to get stars and it doesn't work out. I wouldn't blame them necessarily if nothing too substantial happens, because maybe they do still believe they're one of the Giannis front runners if you get to the offseason. And we talked about, the Wolves or the Knicks, if they didn't make previous trades and give up assets, could they have gotten Giannis?
Yeah.
Maybe the Heat are seeing that and they're like, we don't want to do too much. We think we can get Giannis. But obviously that's been the story of the Heat for years, where it's like, oh, we're going to get Dame. Dame wants to come here. Like it doesn't happen. He goes to Milwaukee instead to join Giannis. And then the Bradley Beal thing at one point. And now Giannis himself, even going back to like 2020, the rumor was after the Heat knocked off the Bucks, oh, the Heat could go out there and trade for Giannis this offseason. He just re-signs with Milwaukee. He re-ups there. Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, I was like going through my head while you were talking. I think it's just the Heat obviously in the East, and maybe the Rockets in the West are the only teams that haven't made a trade yet, which is crazy because of their expectations going into the year. Like every team, like the Hornets at least, like they made the Kobe White trade. They get Tyus Jones from Orlando. Brooklyn gets involved. It's weird because Miami's, honestly, it's like the season has been like not a roller coaster, but they got off to such an exciting start. They were not running like any pick and roll, kind of revolutionizing 2026 offense. And now they're kind of at where we thought they would be, play in around 500. It was tough to take them seriously as a finals contender this year, especially with the Hero injury in the beginning of the year. And I think Norman Powell has outplayed expectations going into the year. It's weird what they're going to end up doing because like they're going to lose that Rozier contract. I'm not sure like the legality of that if they're able to trade it. I'd assume so. It's weird. Yeah, like are you just content there at the 7th seed? I don't think they're going to pass Toronto or Philly at the end of it. I mean, would they actually listen on Hero? Maybe they'll get a trade, like done in the next 25 minutes, but their fans got to be a little bit upset.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time left. Yeah, looking up and down this board, they really are the only team that hasn't made a deal. Even the Raptors got involved in the weird Chris Paul trade, and they got off, Ochai Agbaji. They got Trace Jackson Davis last night. Sixers have made some margin moves. Cavs added James Harden. Celtics have made some margin stuff. It's just, are the Bulls going to trade any of the guards? Or are they just going to go into the rest of the season and having Josh Giddey run the point center? I don't, new Jokic. I don't know. It's a weird situation over here in the Eastern Conference with where Miami is at. Again, I don't necessarily blame them for believing that maybe they could grab Giannis, but we'll have to wait and see. Over in the Western Conference, I believe the Rockets, I think, are the only trade thinking about the standings. If we can go ahead and pull them up real quick right here so we can just take a look at them and just get reference. But I think the Rockets are probably the only team out west I can think of because the Pelicans made a trade. The Kings, of course, trade away Keon Ellis, if that counts as the deadline. Not exactly like deadline, but leading up to it.
Same with like Portland, they did Krejci. Anthony Davis got traded. Like looking at the bottom ticker, like Jaren Jackson Jr., Alvarado. I'm pretty sure every Pacific Division team has made a trade. So it's just like the Rockets and the Heat. I mean, the Rockets have higher expectations. I don't know if they feel the pressure or they're just like, we don't want to act too, or I guess, I don't know if San Antonio's made a trade. Maybe they're the other team.
Yes, I guess San Antonio, hasn't done anything that I can think of.
Yeah.
They're another team. They're in a weird spot. Like I wouldn't blame the Spurs if they don't make a trade. Again, we agree that they should probably try to upgrade the Harrison Barnes spot. But if they don't make a move, it's not the end of the world. I mean, we're talking about a team that is the 2nd seed in the Western Conference and has been able to beat my Thunder a few times this season, despite the fact that they were not really supposed to take this type of jump yet. So, I've been really impressed with what the Spurs have been able to do this season. I don't mind if they don't make any type of significant move, but maybe at least a little bit of something, especially for the Heat. Like Heat fans deserve something with everything that's continued to go on with them. Looking at some of y'all's chats, see someone in chat saying Pat ain't cooking up a thing. Yeah, that's probably true. That's the way it usually goes with Pat Riley. I've seen a lot of people upset with their team's trade deadlines. Would love to hear how y'all are feeling about your team's deadlines so far. I know there were some other Thunder fans that wanted to see us make more moves. Not expecting anything, was never expecting anything. Once we traded for Jared McCain, that's kind of it. Clear up a roster spot, because actually with adding in Mason Plumlee and then cutting him, the reason we didn't just cut Ousmane Dieng is we said it's literal a few $1,000s below the luxury tax line to stay out of that. So great GMing by Sam Presti, who always does that. I see Johnny Rapole in the chat saying Mathurin and 2 firsts for Zubac too much, right? I don't think so. Mathurin, that archetype of player, I think we've reached a point where someone who can score, a decently but not that efficient, like 17 to 20 points per game, they're just not really valuable anymore. Like Kobe White got moved to the Hornets for really not much at all. They didn't even get a first-round pick for him.
Yeah, the guys that are kind of like one-dimensional, and even like he didn't get consistent playing time in the playoffs either with Carlisle. I feel like he was kind of getting pulled back and forth between in and out of the lineup going forward. So I think like people want like the Anthony Simons contract he got from Portland, and it's easy if you're getting that on a bad team because they got to pay somebody. But I don't know if anybody's rolling up the Brinks trucks for Benedict Mathurin in the offseason, and I think that's like Cam Thomas as well. Like he had to take the qualifying offer from the Nets, and these guys have to show, I think, that they can defend, they can pass, they can run in transition, and they can impact the game other than scoring. If you're not going to do it at like the top level, it's really hard to justify paying top dollar for that as well going forward. I'm still fascinated about that Zubac's protection in a way. It's just like I couldn't see that coming because when we were talking about that the 26th pick could be on the table, I'm like, the Pacers are too smart of a team not to do that. Like when the Pelicans traded it, I was like, okay, like new management, they're trying to switch things up. They really like Derek Queen. Just didn't seem like a type of move Indiana would do. And I guess they threw a weird enough protection where it could work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest move of the day. And, we can talk about it a little bit more here. We're going to go over to our guy, Marc Stein, going to go ahead and join us real quick here on the broadcast. Excited to hear, your thoughts, Marc, on the Zubac's acquisition, how things went down there. How you feeling about that? The biggest move we've seen in quite a few hours.
I would say this deadline has over-delivered from what people were expecting. I mean, even going into today, we had 6 pretty recent All-Stars all dealt. And, if we would have had this chat going into the weekend, Trae Young was the only player in that group traded. But the Clippers, they've had a high threshold for Zubac all year long. But this is such a great move for the Pacers because they're in position to maybe get a very high pick while they cope without Tyrese Halliburton for the season. Siakam made the All-Star game, even though the Pacers have such a miserable record. And, we've known the Pacers have wanted a big man all season. This was their in-season goal. They wanted to get this done before the summertime. So to put multiple picks on the table and get the Clippers to part with Zubac, because the Clippers have been saying all season they don't want to trade Zubac. So this is a significant score for the Pacers. And they obviously have to grit through the rest of this season, but they have such a great opportunity to bounce back in a really big way next season when Tyrese Halliburton will be back.
It's crazy how this thing feels like it came together quite quickly with Zoo and the the Pacers involvement. I know you and Jake were mentioning a lot about how last night this kind of started to become a thing. Like it really popped into the consciousness of everybody. We were talking about this a little bit about this with Jake. The James Harden stuff. I know the timeline accelerates. Suddenly the Harden is available and he goes to the Cavaliers. This all happened so quickly after the turnaround as opposed to when they started the season off so rough. I know this materialized somewhat quickly. It seems like, at least from our perspective, did the James Harden stuff, how long was that going on, and ultimately is that the domino that just knocked this over? Do you think there's a world where even if James Harden doesn't get traded, Zubac still goes?
Well, look, I think around the league, the Clippers started 6-21 during that period. I think a lot of teams thought Harden would end up on the trade market, just like Trae Young, just like Ja Morant. LaMelo Ball, it turned out, was not really shopped aggressively, but there was a lot of thought that Harden would end up being available. And then when they bounce back from that and go 17-4, and when you factor in, we know that the Clippers pick is going to Oklahoma City in the draft. So it really behooves the Clippers to at least be a play-in team, try to get in the playoffs somehow. So when they go 17-4, that quieted a lot of the Harden talk. So the Harden's availability definitely did sneak up on people to a degree. But I think also the fact that Cleveland was interested and Harden saw that as a place that he could get himself to and likely get an extension out of it as well. Jake reported on my Substack yesterday that the anticipation is that Harden is going to come away with a 2-year extension this offseason, which, with the Clippers, he was on a 2-year deal, but that player option was very, it's very uniquely structured where only $13 million of it is guaranteed. Harden could have picked up the extension, and by July 11th, the Clippers could have traded him to another team or just waived him and reduced that number by $29 million. So yeah, I mean, the Clippers, this is because of the 17-4 run, this is not the direction I think rival teams were expecting the Clippers to go to trade two of their three best players.
Yeah, and
And sorry, I got to sneak looks at my phone as I talk to you guys. I promise I am dialed in and listening to every word.
It's interesting too, as like we were like talking about before, just all this transpiring so quickly, and we were also mentioning it with Jake earlier, the possibility of like nothing's maybe come up yet, but the idea if the Clippers are willing to put everybody on the table, and we're talking about Kawhi Leonard itself and everything that could kind of transpire with that and what's going on with everything that happened in the offseason, is that scaring off a team that's still trading for a top player in the NBA, but a potential like could the league come down on something later on and a team doesn't want to give up $50 million in matching salary and picks for Kawhi if they're just going to get hit with some type of suspension in a way. So do you think that could transpire maybe within the next 15 minutes, or this is something we're going to talk about in the offseason?
There clearly isn't a bunch of time left right now, but are the Clippers' phones ringing? You would have to think yes. I mean, I've seen deals come together literally in the last 5 minutes. The way the league's rules work, as long as you call in before 3 p.m. and let them know that something is at an advanced stage and can get in the queue, the league will make a ruling to say, do they determine that to have been done before 3 o'clock or not? So the league ultimately makes the call there. But if something gets super hot at 2:57, you at least have the chance to get it on the league's radar. And again, this has been a surprise-filled deadline. So I'm not going to rule out anything until we get to 3 p.m. Eastern. You know, I think we just have to see what actually happens here. But again, if we would have done this last Friday, you guys would have been telling me what a brutal deadline this has been. Trae Young to Washington's the only deal. And, you know, since then, we've seen James Harden, Darius Garland, Jaren Jackson Jr., Nikola Vucevic, and Anthony Davis, all recent All-Stars, get moved. And last February's trade deadline was so wild, I think a lot of people were expecting that this one, we have to scale back. It can't be as active as that. And, you know, yet again, we're in the 20s with trades. That's another thing. People thought that we're in the aprons era. The aprons era has destroyed the trade deadline. The first two trade deadlines of the apron era, we averaged 26 trades. And I think when all of these trades are added up, and we always have to wait to see how they get accounted for in the end, how, you know, sometimes the league combines trades, but something tells me we're going to end up with at least 25 trades when today's business is all said and done.
Yeah, there are certain deadlines where it feels like, you know, things happen so frantically. Like some deadlines, there are all these rumors leading up. This is one, you know, the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade feels like it came out of nowhere to the Utah Jazz, and then Anthony Davis to the Wizards. We've only got 13 minutes left here. So I did want to ask you real quick about John Morant. He's one of the big dominoes that it felt like might fall here at the deadline after Desmond Bane got traded this summer, and now Jaren is dealt over to Utah. Do you think anything can materialize here in 13 minutes for John Morant? Are there any teams that you're hearing are interested? And we know the Miami Heat are the only team that hasn't made a trade out east yet.
The Grizzlies have certainly been trying. I mean, it's been basically announced to the league since mid-January. I was with them in London for their game against the Magic. Before that trip, the word was that the phone lines were open, but the challenge that Memphis has faced here, look, Trae Young was a very popular player, obviously, in Atlanta. He was the face of the Hawks for more than 7 seasons. But, you know, Ansi Salah running that front office, the way he's approached it, you know, they've made the moves they wanted to make. And the Hawks traded away Trae Young basically for 2 team-friendly contracts. CJ McCollum's expiring. Corey Kispert's team-friendly deal. That was enough for Atlanta to move on. In Memphis, I think that would be a much harder sell to their fans because John Morant, arguably we're talking about the most popular player in franchise history. I don't think the Grizzlies, even after trading Jaren Jackson Jr., that's a tough sell to just trade him in what some will regard as a salary dump. They've been trying to get at least 1 first for Ja, but the question mark has been who would be willing to do that? Who would be willing to surrender a first for John Morant when the Trae Young trade kind of established the price point there. So again, I'm not going to say anything is impossible until we're past 3 p.m. Because again, sometimes those deals leak out at 3:05 or 3:08 because they were verbally agreed to so close to 3 o'clock. So the Grizzlies are certainly trying. Sacramento's the team that has been most often mentioned, but there's been pretty consistent pushback emanating from Sacramento about how serious that is. And we'll see the result after 3 p.m. here. We'll see the result here soon of, which whispers were the most accurate, that Memphis had something or Sacramento wasn't as interested as advertised. We will get that soon.
And it's just like the Heat being kind of linked to any star name that comes around, right? It's been going back to like Jimmy Butler, post Jimmy Butler. Obviously a team linked to John Morant as well. As Cohen mentioned, the only team in the East not to make a trade yet here. With 10 minutes to go still, so the Heat can still do something. Do you think the Heat, Marc, are going to maybe end up getting anything to transpire in the next 10 minutes, or are they looking at the 26 offseason?
I think they have to be careful only from the perspective of Giannis Antetokounmpo has not been traded yet, and we know the Heat are interested. So anything Miami does try to do here in the next 10 minutes, I imagine they don't want to do anything that in any way takes them out of the Giannis sweepstakes. Obviously, that race for Giannis is going to get more crowded. More teams are going to come into it after the playoffs. Teams that we don't even know yet. There might be a team or two that has a bad postseason and it changes what they're looking to do long term. But so I would imagine, look, I'm sure Miami is kicking every tire it can reach, but they got to be careful with, every team has a limited asset pool. And obviously if the Bucks were not interested in talking Giannis with anybody now, when we know that Miami and Golden State and Minnesota were all really aggressively pursuing him, I think the Heat are going to factor that into anything that could pop here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this a little bit. So Matt's a Knicks fan, and we talked about how maybe the Knicks would have been more likely to go out there and get a Giannis if they hadn't made the Mikal Bridges trade. They had more assets available, and how it makes sense a little bit where if Giannis isn't going to get moved now, one of my best friends is a Heat fan. He's like, I hope we do something, but you do have to think, like, it seems like there is legitimate interest, at least a little bit, from Giannis in playing with Miami, and Miami is a destination that's been trying to land that star for so long. With Bradley Beal, it was at one point, then it was Damian Lillard, and now it's like they really want to get Giannis. I think it's going to be crowded. The Rockets, do they factor in the Spurs?
Well, you guys tell me as a Knicks fan, if this team, let's just imagine something crazy happens in the playoffs and they lose in the first round or even the second round, then I think there will be a call for like, hey, break this thing up. Let's do something drastic. Let's go after Giannis now. I mean, they went 2-9 recently, but they bounced back with 8 straight wins. They've gotten past the noise and they're looking good again. And look, this is an Eastern Conference. We know Detroit, which none of us have properly credited for the first half and change they've had. But Detroit, this group has only been in one playoff series. The Celtics and the Cavs think they've gotten better at this trade deadline, but in the East, the Knicks are, if you polled 29 other front offices, I think they would tell you the Knicks are the favorites to come out of the East as we speak. But if things don't go well in the playoffs, they may well want to pivot to something dramatic if they were upset in round 1 or round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Would you break it up if the Knicks lose in the first round for Giannis?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, honestly. I mean, the Knicks, when you're looking at the Tatum injury and the Haliburton injury, I think same as the Cavs, it's just like this wide open landscape in the Eastern Conference, and you're putting together this team that Jalen Brunson took a pay cut for to have all these wings and some of his friends around him. You have Karl Anthony Towns, who's one of the best three-point shooters as a big man we have seen, or one of the best. If they lose in round 1 or round 2, I'm definitely thinking, okay, if there is a Giannis offer on the table in the offseason and we're keeping, obviously, Brunson, he's the one untouchable, what do we end up kind of going forward with if that's the best thing for the franchise. Is Milwaukee interested in Cat rerouting? Is Milwaukee interested in one of the wings, either for now or for the future? So, yeah, round 1 or even round 2, honestly. Maybe if it's round 2 against, I don't think there's even a round 2 team because, like, the Celtics don't have Jason Tatum this year. So if they lose to a Jason Tatum-less Celtics team in round 2, I think that's good enough to say this is the ceiling maybe of this core.
Yeah, it's a Knicks team that, you know, the Giannis situation has been popping up ever since this past summer, where it's like, hey, do we want to trade for Giannis? Giannis apparently wanted to go there. Nothing came to fruition. And ultimately now it's, kind of a waiting game with Giannis and the rest of the league at this moment, with him not being traded here at the deadline. 5 minutes to go. Have seen that Tyus Jones is getting traded to the Dallas Mavericks, hearing that that's a trade that has just happened. Anything to note on Dallas, Mark, with 5 minutes left? Any other moves you think they might potentially make? I know Gafford was a name.
No. Yeah, Indiana was definitely interested in Gafford, but, they made Jake. I remember Jake reporting this months ago about Indiana's interest in Walker Kessler. My good friend Chris Haynes, I think he's reported at some point in the last hour that Indiana made another run at Kessler, but confusion time. The Jazz have been pretty strong in signaling that even though they couldn't come to an agreement with Walker Kessler before the season, they want to keep Walker Kessler. He's going to be a restricted free agent. They want to keep him, even though now they have Lowry Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. They're going to have a jumbo-size front line, but that is what Utah wants to do. So the Pacers pivoted, and all season long, the Clippers have been saying they don't want to move Zubac, but it's going to take 2 firsts for you to get our attention. And at the end, before the deadline, the Pacers decided, okay, we'll surrender those two first. And again, like I love this move for Indiana to, they're going to be one of those teams that after All-Star break is going to be tanking because they want to get the highest possible pick to bring in a great young player, but they're getting Halliburton back next season. Siakam's an All-Star, and now they've got Zubac, who was as coveted a center as there is, and a player on a very good contract. From the Dallas perspective, Jake reported this, and he is absolutely correct. Tyus Jones was, if the Mavs were looking at free agent point guards in the summer, if you had access to the Mavericks wish list, Tyus Jones was at the top of it. But Tyus Jones signed a deal in Orlando in free agency that was more expensive than the Mavs could spend at that point because of apron restrictions. The Mavericks signed D'Angelo Russell because they only had the 5.7 taxpayer mid-level exception, and that was the price range for D'Angelo Russell. They signed Russell. It didn't work out. You saw he fell out of favor very quickly. And so the Mavs have needed a point guard for the longest time. As much as they love everything that Cooper Flagg does, they would like to play him with a traditional point guard some. Brandon Williams and Ryan Nebhart have had their moments, but they will relish the opportunity to put the ball in Tyus Jones' hands.
Yeah, Mark, we're speaking on Dallas here with your kind of ties around the city and stuff, and we kind of knew that an Anthony Davis trade could transpire at the deadline. Were you ultimately shocked that it ended up being the Washington Wizards, or do you think that was always something that could potentially happen?
No, I mean, it's funny. Jake and I have been talking about this a lot. On Tuesday, there were rumblings about there's a secret team in the East. And we dismissed it a little bit, but there was a secret team in the East. It was Washington, because on January 1st, was anybody expecting Washington to be willing to take on Trae Young? And they did it again, a very similar trade. They saw an opportunity to get Trae Young and Anthony Davis at very favorable price points, and they made the move and got those deals on their terms. Is it 3 o'clock yet? Are we close?
2 minutes left. It's 2:58. We're right here. It's a couple minutes left. And any last second deals?
I didn't want to ramble in case you guys want to announce that the buzzer has sounded.
We got 1 minute here left. It's been a crazy one. Like it's been extremely hectic. We appreciate you joining us amongst all this chaos that's going on. Just waiting to see if any last dominoes fall. I do see the Bulls got someone who's not a guard in Nick Richards. That's cool. Good for them to get someone who's not a guard. But yeah, we'll see here. We have about, pulling up the clock app, so we got about 30 seconds left. Can John Morant find a new home in 30 seconds? How quickly can a team get that call into the league office?
I know. We'll sometimes see the trade that goes down at like 3:02 because it's like still in paperwork or whatever. It's still kind of getting down. So I wonder if that is something that would happen here over the next few minutes. It's always like New Year's Eve, kind of like you're waiting for the countdown and what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, we're waiting for the ball to drop.
Are we trading for Jake Fischer at 3 p.m.? I thought this was his show, and this guy he's blanked me. He's disappeared.
Yeah, we have a last-second acquisition, I believe, who will be coming in here in a moment. I'm getting the call from the league office. The paperwork is going through. We decided to give up a first-round pick for him. We didn't want to, but ultimately we made the move to give one up to get Jake back here. And it is 3 p.m., so we have hit the time. The trade deadline has officially come and gone. We'll see if anything last trickles in. But, yeah, I believe we should be getting our trade deadline acquisition of Jake Fischer here in a moment. But... yeah, we'll see anything. And
can't believe Miami didn't make a trade.
No,
like not a single move, at least that we know of. I'm really surprised.
Marc, off the bat, do you have a team that, if we're just saying everything's said and done now, do you have a team that is like your biggest winner of the trade deadline?
Well, look, I know you guys want to proclaim those things 30 seconds after it happened. I am old and much more nuanced and reasoned. Like I said, I really like what Indiana did. Look, I generally do want to hat tip aggression, and both Utah and Washington were aggressive teams that are not known as free agent destinations. Jaren Jackson Jr., obviously defensive player of the year level talent. His rebounding is something that's always going to be put under the microscope and dissected by critics. It's going to be a very big front line, but Utah, the Jazz and the Wizards, that's two teams that are sick of losing. The Jazz they traded away Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell in the summer of 2022. The Wizards haven't been in the playoffs since 2021. And these teams want to win. They know it's difficult to get free agents. And so they saw opportunities and made big trades. And generally, I think you want to applaud that.
Yeah, well, our deadline acquisition has come in here. We've acquired Jake Fischer in a deal over here to Studio D on floor 2. So, what's up, guys? Yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you. How you feeling? Deadline wrapped up.
Oh my God, that was a chaotic last little stretch. Still, I got definitive word that Domas Sabonis is staying in Sacramento. Still waiting for a definitive word on John Morant. Doesn't seem like it unless there's something. I got definitive word that Domas. There would have to be. Stein would know this better than me. There would have to be a trade call already into the league office. Like, you can't just make a deal at 3:02.
Yeah, you have to note the exact specifics of it are still a bit murky. This is my 33rd deadline, and I'm still trying to figure that out. But if you got something cooking at 2:55, you have to notify the league and get approval that yes, you guys are far enough along that we consider this legal by 3 p.m. because the trade calls will actually start now. That's why you'll see trades that we know about not be announced till 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or even later tonight. It takes a while. You have to get approval you have to convince the league that yes, you can't trick them and say, hey, they can say, yes, we approve this, or no, it's too late.
Yeah, the jaw thing, I thought something might get done. It's like you were saying, Marc, it's tough with the Grizzlies having, a higher evaluation of them. Obviously, we saw Trae Young didn't get moved for very much, CJ McCollum and Corey Kispert, and if no team was willing to throw in anything that the Grizzlies were interested in, they could always revisit in the offseason. It's not like Jaw's going to completely blow up this direction that they're going as of right now. Asked this to Marc, and he said, he's not like us trying to, instantly react to things, winners and losers type stuff, but is there any team that specifically you think had one of your favorite deadlines, Jake?
I think the Pacers going all in and getting Zubac was a big move. I know Marc said that. I was watching from outside. To me, it's not a favorite, but what the Cleveland Cavaliers did, they, to me, are the team of the deadline because they essentially announced to the public that they're on the clock with Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
They've got a 2-year window with James Harden beyond this season, really maximum. He's already 36 years old. he's not really expected to be signing a deal beyond the remaining 2 years that are currently on Donovan Mitchell's contract before he becomes extension eligible this summer. And that is an indication without a doubt that the Cavs know they're under some type of pressure to finally have playoff success, get out of the second round. We wrote this on the Stein line. My joint effort with the Hall of Famer, Marc Stein, shout out producer Ian, that a league executive, a longtime veteran executive said to me that Cleveland is basically in the exact same situation as Milwaukee is with Giannis, except the Cavs are a lot better. They're both in an identical spot where they're extension eligible this summer, and if they don't sign it, it puts both teams on watch before they have a player option the year after that, and they can become free agents in 2027. So that is all at stake in Cleveland, and they clearly, felt the need to make multiple moves, getting Harden, getting Keon Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder. So to me, the Cavs are a big team of the deadline without a doubt.
And they saved some money too at it, right? Which was a big part of what they wanted to do. And then I guess maybe in the offseason is when you could try to get under that second apron, which is a scary thing for a lot of teams going forward.
I'd say a lot of teams also got the business that they wanted to get done. Like Boston got off Anthony Simons and got a starting center. The Pacers got their starting center. Teams that got under the cap or wanted to get under the tax did so without too much of a cost. I am surprised that we didn't see Phoenix, though, go out and get a power forward, a real shooter. Unless something happened in the throes of coming down here and joining you guys that I missed. I don't think the Suns got that power forward that they were looking for. And, yeah, I don't see it here either. So that was one piece that I thought was curious. But also the Western Conference, everyone at the top, Houston, OKC, San Antonio, just held firm. Denver, we knew would make a luxury tax move, but we've been saying those teams all felt pretty secure, and they didn't. All the activity was really below that and in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I mean, and you got Jared McCain too. And I know nothing happened today, but
love to hear that.
The rich get richer.
I forgot about that. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Jared McCain, how could I forget?
Jared McCain.
A big addition. A big addition.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. No, it was eventful. It feels like, Marc was talking about how chaotic everything was, and it really did feel like a lot of the moves that had kind of been, the Sabonis to the Raptors thing felt like it was out there forever, and then nothing ends up happening there. Yeah. It feels like most of the big stuff was the surprises, no Giannis, no John Morant, but instead it's Jaren, and AD gets moved after I felt like he's not getting moved anymore. Question to, Marc or Jake, either one of y'all, are there any moves that y'all heard about or, that were kind of close to getting done that didn't actually get over the line? I know Marc mentioned, Walker Kessler is someone that teams were calling about.
I mean, right here, just getting word that Cam Thomas is being waived by Brooklyn.
Wow.
I had heard that was a possibility if they didn't find a trade for him, and that was definitely evidenced by the fact that he was not on this trip. That Brooklyn's in Orlando right now. They play the Magic tonight. They said, stay home, don't come with us. There was going to be a potential trade opportunity there, but now he'll be a free agent. We'll see who actually wants to give him an opportunity. I think of a big thing that we thought would go down, Toronto, definitely. We thought they were going to be making a major move for a center, right? We were tracking them for Anthony Davis. We were tracking them for Domantas Sabonis. I wondered if they'd be in on Zubac as well last night when I started tracking the Zubac trade to Indiana. Their only move ends up being Trayce Jackson-Davis, who is a good, serviceable, young piece who could potentially keep growing around this Raptors team, but I don't think any Raptors fan who knows Jakob Poeltl's out with a back injury that is hoping this team can unexpectedly compete in the East. I don't think they're super pumped about Trayce Jackson-Davis being the starting center of this team. I think there was some hope there'd be, maybe even a Nick Claxton Jr. that comes into the fold. So I thought the Raptors might make a move like that, but clearly from Sacramento's perspective, they weren't willing to give enough draft capital, and AD went to Washington. So at that point, there really wasn't a top tier guy available. Although to Marc, in your area in Dallas, we thought there might be some Daniel Gafford Raptors situations possible there. No.
Yeah, look, I think the reality is Gafford has struggled with injury so much this season that it affected his market. The Mavericks rather, were hopeful that, when they signed him to the extension, they signed Gafford to in the summer, it was the max amount to the dollar they could give him and keep him tradable this season. And early in the season, I was already hearing teams like the Pacers and the Raptors with interest But in the end, we reported this yesterday. Jake and I reported this together that Atlanta had some conversations with the Mavericks this week about Daniel Gafford, but the Hawks weren't willing to go any farther than second-round pick compensation, and so those talks fizzled. And you saw teams like Toronto and Atlanta that we've been characterizing as pretty aggressive in the moves they were considering. In the end, they decided to just make around the edges, very smart, cap-minded moves and look, Atlanta, of course, did make the Trae Young trade first. But, a lot of teams got under the tax. You guys were asking about winners, though. I think we got to throw Oklahoma City into the winners category to not only get McCain away from Philly when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now has an injury that's going to keep him out past the All-Star break and knock him out of the All-Star game, for the Thunder to pivot that quickly and be able to get McCain, and also with the Clippers trading away 2 of their 3 best players and the Thunder on course to collect the Clippers' first-round pick. I'm sure they are sweating and nervous in Oklahoma City about how serious the Shai injury is, because you never want to hear abdominal strain. Those things can linger. But given that curveball that got thrown at Oklahoma City, the way they've reacted here, I think they're facing that situation about as well as they can, and they might have a draft pick that just got a lot prettier given the direction that the Clippers have chosen.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster for that first round pick at the beginning of the season. As a Thunder fan, I'm like, hey, we might get one of the top picks in the draft, and then they completely flipped it around. I'm like, never mind, it's over. Now we're back. So it's been very up and down. I'm very intrigued to see this Clippers team now, with that younger backcourt with Garland and Benedict Mathurin and Kawhi Leonard still there, what that team looks like. And, 37-year-old Brook Lopez now is probably their starting big going forward.
I'll say another winner, the draft lottery.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many protections and things that are just straight up, will this pick be top 8 protected or what have you? But this Pacers pick, this 2026 pick that we talked about, that we broke live here on the Bleacher Report app.
Yes, we did.
That if it falls in that 5 to 9 window, so like the Pacers have to have the worst pick or they have to have the worst record in the league and the top chances at the first pick in order to basically be safe, in order to have that pick fall in that 5 to 9 range no matter what. Safe as in, like, if it falls, it can fall to that range. But I'll be in that room. I don't know if Marc plans to be in that room, but it goes in reverse of how it goes on TV. It goes in the actual order. They draw the first ping pong balls, number 1. That pick goes to the Dallas Mavericks. Matt Riccardi in the room freaks out. So as they go this year, because that Pacers pick is in that middle range, the first slot, 5 after the 4th drawing, the room is going to be swelling with every pick we don't see the Pacers or Clippers name, because that's going to be a big pivot point. In addition to, I can't even pull it up right now, but all the other protections that'll be in play. The Jazz pick goes to OKC in some capacity as well. So the lottery will bring the theater that we want every year, no matter what.
Yeah, and I feel like
this is the Jake Fischer show, so I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm just his humble assistant. He's been waiting for this chance to boss me around for ages. So I'm trying to stay in my lane.
Don't let him get to you.
I don't know if you guys can throw this up on the board as a loser, because you would have the logo. A loser here, it's probably the league office. Yeah. And the reason is you are going to hear after All-Star weekend, you are going to hear so much tanking talk.
Yeah.
So much draft positioning prioritization mode. That is my fancy 4-word description for outright tanking. Because
for sure,
Washington and Utah have top 8 protected first. They just made huge trades, but we might not see a ton of Trae Young and Anthony Davis here in the second half of the season, because the Wizards need to lose to make sure. Remember, you can fall 4 spots in the new lottery system. That's the most you can fall. We've seen it now. Detroit twice and Utah, worst record in the league, and end up in the 5th slot in the lottery. So to be absolutely sure that they don't fall out of the top 8, both Utah and Washington have to secure one of the league's 4 worst records. Not going to be easy to do when there are so... Look, just think of all the teams, just since I've come on to join this show as Jake's humble assistant, Indiana, Milwaukee, Dallas, Utah, Washington. That's just 5 teams right off the top of my head that are dying to have lottery luck in May. And my list is short. Like I'm leaving off. There's a lot. There are more teams on that list. So there's gonna be so much tanking talk in the second half of the season, and not gonna be a fun experience for the league.
To your point, Mark, Jaren Jackson doesn't get traded with any like lingering injury thing that Trae Young had. Like Trae Young had the MCL and some quad thing. Jaren Jackson is gonna potentially develop some type of sickness as he's.
He just played in their last game against Minnesota.
Yeah, altitude sickness on the way to Salt Lake City could be happening. Yeah.
I was gonna say. No, I was just going to say the same thing about Zubats, too, because the Pacers pick is so interesting with the protections. But Zubats, too, is he going to play a lot in the second half? Because, as Mark mentioned, there's so many teams that are going to be going for that bottom spot of the league, so their pick's not going to 5. So I think the Clippers are maybe okay with that, and I guess we're going to see what kind of transpires. Even like the
Clippers actually have to win to like, that's the thing. The Clippers could still do with winning as much as they can to limit the pain of the pick they send to Oklahoma City. They are one of the few teams in the opposite category. But yeah, on every stream that Jake does for the rest of the season, I promise you this is going to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, and I mean, we think about maybe some teams that didn't exactly get done. The Miami Heat, I think about as
Ja Morant.
Loser of this deadline, where they didn't make a single move. And honestly, if Giannis ends up becoming a factor in the summer for them, then this could go down as a good deadline for them. They didn't sacrifice capital. They didn't make moves that took them out of the Giannis sweepstakes and maybe ultimately helps them land him in the summer. But just for this moment, the fact that they kind of were the last team standing, it felt like, as a potential Giannis destination with the Porzingis stuff last night in Kuminga, with Ayo Dosunmu earlier today with the Timberwolves. It's like, could the Heat get it done? And Pat Riley, again, is dancing at the Heat Gala, and it's like, oh, they've got something brewing. The only team out east to do literally nothing. They make not a single move, and it's not like they're on the verge of contention or anything like that. That would some kind of margin move would turn them all the way up to a real contender in this East. But I'm sure a lot of Heat fans are pretty devastated. It's like, we didn't get Giannis, we didn't get Ja, we didn't get anybody. Nothing happened.
It's also like the Sacramento Kings too. Like they trade for DeAndre Hunter, but we thought that like since they're at the bottom of the standings too, like could they find a Malik Monk suitor, DeMar DeRozan suitor, obviously Domantas Sabonis suitor. These contracts are a little bit bigger, so it's tougher to probably make a deal end up coming through. But yeah, there are some teams out there. It's like they did do more, which was interesting. And the Kings are going to have some competition to try to get that worst record as well.
The other, Ja Morant not traded. That's like that's coming in now. So I don't know.
But were you surprised? Really? Were you really surprised?
No. We were reporting that there was, but as we were getting into today around noon, there was so much talk about Milwaukee looking to add. I had heard from a couple teams that Milwaukee contacted, trying to find a third team to facilitate something, and I do believe they were trying to get Ja. So at some point in time, I was waiting to not be here, be up there, and get a text message about the Milwaukee Bucks getting Ja Morant. That is what I thought was going to happen, and it didn't. And Ja didn't get traded at all. And last night I had someone telling me with knowledge of the situation that they believed Ja Morant was not going to be on the Grizzlies right now, beyond the 3 p.m. buzzer. So
I guess I have a couple of reactions to that. To me, if you're the Bucks and you're making that Ja trade, like Jake, do you think they wanted that? There was interest there. That's a keep Giannis move, right? That's an appeal to Giannis.
To me, it was a hedge, though. To me, it was a hedge, though, because Ja, as much as I don't want to build my team around a 26-year-old Ja Morant, for Milwaukee, if you're losing Giannis, what better starting point do you have than hedging and hoping that Ja, in a new change of scenery, can some type of resuscitation effort, getting back to his 2-time All-Star status. And if Giannis were to leave, then you still have him in the door. It wouldn't be like pairing him with
to me, that makes more sense because, Giannis wants the ball. If you're trying to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo, and by all accounts, the Bucks do not want to trade him. They still don't want to trade him. The Bucks, and I truly feel bad for Bucks fans who have been hearing this noise for more than 5 years. And now the next 4 months, they're just going to have to keep hearing it about all these teams out there plotting to try to steal the face of their franchise away. But the Bucks are trying to convince Giannis to stay. They now are going to spend the rest of this season and hope for lottery luck. They're going to make their appeals to try to convince Giannis, please stay. And so to me, if that was the case, like if you have any chance at keeping Giannis, I just don't know that a ball dominant point guard is what he would want on the roster. So
agreed. The fit would have been wonky. Forget about the ball dominance, the lack of shooting, right? Like that spacing element would have been a real challenge. I also thought maybe there was a play for someone like Miles Bridges, who was still on Milwaukee's radar, and they've liked him for some time, but Milwaukee does not add. And I also thought they might be the Cam Thomas trade, right? We were looking at them as potentially taking on Cam Thomas's deal for some type of draft capital. That didn't happen. I think outside of that, I mean, the Domantas Sabonis deal, right, in Sacramento. Like, we certainly knew that Toronto was looking at him. We reported on our Substack that the Wizards were making this Chris Middleton and plus stuff to go out and get a big man around the league, right? If they were talking for Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
I said it here yesterday that they call it on New York as well. When they go out and get Anthony Davis, I think that affected the Kings' overall dealing with Toronto, because sometimes you need leverage in this business, and the Kings losing the Wizards as a potential Sabonis piece allowed the Raptors to say, well, you're not getting a first from Washington. Why should we give you a first for Domas as well? So Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk all being in Sacramento beyond the deadline, and Dennis Schroeder, their one big free agent acquisition, not being there is an interesting turn of events for the Cowboy Kingdom.
I just think for Memphis, though, like, I think part of the reason we saw the JJJ trade happen when it did is because the Grizzlies had to know that it was going to be tough to trade John Morant, and they might not have a John Morant trade by Thursday's 3 p.m. Eastern buzzer. So they made the big retrenching trade that they could to start over. And it's certainly not ideal if you're starting over that Ja is still there, and they're going to have to deal with that now around draft time. But again, Ansi Salah in Atlanta has been on a run of excellent moves. In the summer, the Hawks were darlings. And I think that gave Atlanta the standing and the confidence to say, we're going to trade Trae Young, even if it's on terms that don't look great on paper. We're going to trade Trae Young now because that's what we want to do. And the Hawks were able to trade Trae Young for basically 2 team-friendly contracts, and they're
Yeah, it's the John Morant thing felt like, I don't know. It just felt like, as like, y'all have sources. Just as a fan, it felt like something it still feels inevitable to me, but I don't blame them for, not wanting to deal him away. The Trae Young thing, because the Trae Young thing has been brewing ever since the summer when they didn't sign him to that extension. They were like, it was clear the writing was on the wall. With the Ja stuff, this came up much sooner, and I think obviously now that Jaren is gone, there's no one for Grizzlies fans to latch onto. The Hawks fans have kind of found someone new in Jalen Johnson to attach themselves to. So I'm not surprised John Morant got moved. I did think ultimately it might happen once the Jaren trade happened. That made it feel more real to me. Another team, we're talking about teams towards the bottom of the Western Conference. I said this towards the start of the show. I really wish the Pelicans just did more. Like, I know they don't have their own pick, but to me it feels like a sunk cost anyways. And I do, I'm not sure if y'all have anything on all the reports we got were that the Pelicans see themselves as a playoff team. They've got all these untouchables with Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, and they don't want to deal guys, which to me feels crazy for a team that's not good and doesn't really have that bright of a future. Does it? Like, they've got so many interesting young players, but it feels like they're so far away from making it to that next step. I really thought if I were in their position, I would have tried to get more, especially in this market where like Michael Porter Jr. didn't end up getting dealt. Could Trey Murphy have filled in for some of those teams looking for him?
Trey Murphy would have absolutely had several suitors, from Golden State to the Lakers to who knows how many teams, if the Pelicans were actually willing to trade him. But they'd been signaling since the summer that they don't want to move him. You know, I heard that back at the draft, San Antonio tried to make a play at Trey Murphy back then, and the Pelicans said no. They haven't wanted to move him. They haven't wanted to move Herb Jones. They definitely still believe in Zion Williamson. This is a group that's shifting more into a team built around Derek Queen than Zion Williamson, but I don't think they want to get off of Z. They don't need to. The contract is uniquely structured so that they're protected. It's very non-guaranteed, so they can just waive him essentially whenever they really do want at any like year end, depending on health concerns and what have you. But I think that this new Pelicans group also, the leadership structure with Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver, they haven't had a chance to pick the coach yet.
Yeah.
And as much as I think both Marc and I have a lot of respect for James Borrego's skill set on the sideline, I'm expecting right now, and I think a lot of people in the league are expecting right now, that front office group is going to look at bringing on their chosen person to run that bench, because James Borrego was hired originally from David Griffin, or by David Griffin, to essentially be, you know, the break glass assistant coach, head coach in waiting behind Willie Green. They pulled that trigger this year. Borrego was still not someone that Joe Dumars and company wanted in the door originally. So I'm on lookout for that, as well as Yves Missy's name was already out a ton right now. They made it pretty clear, and I heard pretty clear, that they were only going to move Missy if they got a first-round pick. I think they thought they could have gotten one from Indiana. They definitely had interest from the Pacers, but the Pacers clearly had bigger fish to fry. And they wanted someone who was more established. As I was tracking this Pacers-Zubac talk all from last night through this morning, I got word pretty reliably that Indiana, while they liked Missy, while they've had other guys on their radar, they wanted someone right around Zubac's timeline. That was why, like Onyeka Okongwu as well. They wanted someone who'd be a starter now with like real playoff experience. So with Missy, we'll definitely be on the lookout for, come draft night, I think you get to the middle of the first round, New Orleans will call. They'll call every team they know that liked Yves Misy and say, hey, do you want him for this pick? I'm definitely prepared to see that as we get into draft night and start looking at that come May when that crazy lottery begins.
Yeah.
I wonder too, like back on Zion a little bit, I think this right now he's currently playing his longest stretch of his career healthy. It's like 26, 27 games. And with the contract, you mentioned how you can get out of it at any time and there's no guaranteed money attached. Do you think teams around the league view Zion right now as like a Trae Young level asset where it's like matching salary in a way, but you're not really getting a positive return in terms of young picks or young players or draft capital? Or is the Zion trade value still like very uncertain just because of the health and the contract?
Great question. I think Zion was another name that Washington called about this Chris Middleton and whatever the hell they were going to value for Zion. To be candid, I don't know exactly what those talks entailed, but I did hear that Washington called with that approach as well. I think Zion's got plus value compared to Trae. The health concerns are what they are, but with Trae, one of the big issues from a trade value standpoint was his player option and the uncertainty of what he's going to do and how much he's going to want. Yeah. The fact that Zion is on some team control, the fact that he's not a total defensive liability like Trae Young is, I think certainly benefits his value. And also when he is healthy, he's still an absolute force out there. And there's really few, game-breaking athletic talents like him out there. Trae Young being a small guard, someone who's not, a plus athlete, and how that will age as he continues to get up. That I think was part of a concern for Atlanta to extend him and for anyone to trade for him.
Yeah, so we saw Washington really behind the scenes trying to make a big splash here at the deadline.
They did. They made two.
But you don't expect. You think like, the Wizards are at the bottom of the standings. They're, just going for their top pick this year. Probably not much going to happen. And then it's Trae Young out of nowhere. And then it's Anthony Davis. And now you talk about a team that could be kind of competitive next year. And, I was talking a little bit about this with Matt. Like it feels like almost a changing of the guard type of deadline where you didn't get a lot of like contenders just picking parts from the lower squads. It's like the Bulls decided to go in more of a, let's get a lottery pick direction. The Clippers are kind of, easing out a little bit of this era. The Grizzlies definitely eased out of things. Some of the top teams did make additions, but it feels like, the Wizards and the Jazz of the world were like, we are sick of losing. We're going to try and go ahead and go up. And they are. I mean, suddenly it feels like you think about the playoff fields in both conferences. I mean, the Western Conference next year, how many teams are going to be, like the Kings feel like the only team that might be actively trying to lose out west. It's the Pelicans are, see themselves as a playoff team, and the Jazz make an addition, and the Blazers are getting Dame back. No one really wants to lose outside of that bottom team.
That last thing you said, the Blazers make no moves at the deadline aside from this V. Krejci move, which was a nice addition, low cost. He's a good young player. Not so young, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
There's definitely questions around the league about what direction they will actually ultimately go next year as new ownership fully takes control of this organization. There's been a thought for sure that Dame Lillard comes back next year. They're going to try to make a playoff push. But how realistic is that with a 37-year-old Dame Lillard, or however old he's going to be, I forget, apologies off top of mine, back from an Achilles tear with this group, with Scoot Henderson not really taking a step forward? That's the question. So how aggressive they're actually going to be trying to make the playoffs, especially after we did not see them make a major move. I'm going to be curious to see just what the Blazers' expectations are when next season comes. But you're right. As things stand right now, they do seem to be wanting to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, we've got the deadline wrapped up. Marc, I want to thank you for coming on in. The Hall of Famer, Marc Stein, if you've got any final thoughts real quick.
Just honored to join you guys. Happy to assist Jake Fischer, suited and booted any way I can. But also, no, I just again, my big takeaway from this deadline to just remember stuff that didn't happen now, and I'm sure Jake will keep expounding on this. Those conversations, they're the prelude to what's coming around draft time. So let's not totally close the book on discussions of the last 3-4 weeks, but also I'm just, again, the amount of activity that we saw in the wake of a trade deadline. Last season's trade deadline was the wildest of my 3 decades doing this. I mentioned to you guys before, this is my 33rd deadline. And so I was expecting some more of a regression to the mean, and a lot of recent all-stars, a lot of moves. I think Hoops Hype just put out and counted up more players traded that we know about than any other deadline. 67 players were moved at this deadline. So pretty dang active for, again, what wasn't looking so active as recently as Friday.
Yeah, I agree with Marc. We'll have to make more calls over the next evening and through the weekend, but to really kind of piece together things. We will.
We will.
So keep it locked on markstein.substack.com.
There you go.
But definitely, I think 2 of my bigger takeaways is that just the one big takeaway is that the 2 big cap space teams, Utah and Washington, that were going to potentially be a major player in restricted free agency, that cap space is gone. Yeah. They got Jaren Jackson Jr. in Utah. Anthony Davis and Trae Young go to the Wizards. We're going to track all that. But how well will that – this is why I was going to say 2 things. The second piece of that is how well will that position the Los Angeles Lakers? Because they are going to have cap space. Of course, a lot of that right now is being earmarked for Austin Reeves. But the Lakers being in a glamour market with winning expectations with Luka Doncic, how can they now potentially capitalize on a market that is going to have less suitors than we anticipated? So I do wonder for the Lakers fans who might be wanting more and more activity from LA, it could be coming this summer and not too long from now.
Yeah. Matt, you got any last few thoughts?
I think it's just like a week ago we were like, this deadline is going to be quiet, as Marc said. Last year was crazy. It might regress to the mean somehow. And honestly, like, the NBA continues to outdo itself. We saw way more player movement than I think we were going to this year. We saw a lot of draft pick movement as well. And it's really exciting. I think the playoffs are going to be really fun. We're going to have some still good basketball down the stretch outside of the tanking teams. We'll see some really good games and obviously a really good playoffs with the wide open East. And who knows, maybe the Thunder go back to back. Maybe they have some more competition this year. We'll see.
We'll see. But no, I mean, from me, it's just, It's very exciting. A lot of things have shaken up. It truly feels like one of those deadlines that, again, is going to have repercussions. And it gets me really excited for this summer and, into the spring. We talk about how insane this lottery is going to be. So many teams' fortunes can change in a huge way at that lottery, maybe more so than we've seen in quite some time. The Ja Morant stuff still has to be revisited this summer. The Giannis stuff. It feels like a lot more teams are being aggressive towards the bottom. What other moves could they make and other additions? And ultimately, it turned into what was an eventful deadline after. It felt like it might not be. Giannis, the biggest name, didn't get moved. It could have been one of the biggest trades ever.
No Ja.
Yeah, no Ja Morant. And we're still talking about this as a hyper chaotic and exciting deadline. So from me, from Jake, from Matt over here at the BR studio, we appreciate you all for tuning in. And Hall of Famer Marc Stein, of course. Yeah, we appreciate you tuning into the deadline. Hope your favorite team did what they were looking for. And if not, hey, there's always next year. We'll see y'all later.